Stationeers is certainly not easy to get into, but it's worth every effort, and so that you can get over the initial hump, there are tutorials which are currently not playable, except if you roll back to an earlier version of the game. Can easily be done with Steam, just a few clicks. And afterwards you can return to the current version. I'm even playing beta, which is very playable. And then you can try yourself out in a new world. But okay, there are YouTube videos like this one which help you to get into the game. We'll just tell you what to do so that you can get flowing, and then you should really seek your own path, because leveling up in other games is like you hit something with your sword many times and then you have enough experience points and then you earn the next level and you have more power and maybe you can distribute some points somewhere and so forth. But here in Stationeers, about most of the leveling up that you're doing is your understanding. You're learning, you know? You're learning about the game. And this is something that no one should be taking from you. I mean, you should basically resort to videos and such as little as you can. Because I wish I could forget everything I know about Stationeers to find anew into this game. But sadly that's not possible. So here we are. Now, let's take the first steps together so that you can start your own path afterwards. Start a new world. The hard worlds are down here, though the asteroid belt I think is not so hard, but Venus, Vulcan, very hard. Mimas is kind of like the moon, but you have little sunlight, so it's tricky to get energy. And there's no atmosphere, there's no wind, you know. When there's atmosphere, like on Venus and Vulcan and Mars, then you will have storms. And even without storms, you will have wind that can drive your wind turbines. But when there's storms, the wind turbines will really be on overdrive. And you do well to place some strong batteries there so that you can harvest that. You can even live from storm to storm in this way, if you wish. The way you want to play this, well, just choose it yourself. But how to get into it? Well, let's do that together. So many people recommend the Moon or the Mars to start with. Some say the Moon because there are no storms. Some say Mars because here you have atmosphere. Since I already did a video like this one on the Moon, let's do this on Mars now. So select the world. Here on the right we can see some of its properties. You can we'll just switch through them, so you can just use the video to easily see them by pausing. Okay, Mars, select world. Do not use creative difficulty because it's very different. You don't have food consumption and such. These are the normal game modes. And we should start on easy, of course, but later you will certainly switch to the others because the pressure of necessity is one of the coolest driving factors in the game. But let's start with easy now. The Red Planet. Welcome home, mankind. Your new place to live, huh? That's the idea. Huh. So, we always start next to our lander. And you can walk around with WASD as per usual. You can press space to jump. You can press J for Jetpack. And then you can use space to fly higher and control to fly lower. I think it is control. I'm not sure if I reassigned that. Actually, I also reassigned the J key. I'm using shift because you cannot run in this game. So it makes sense to use shift for the jetpack then. Now you can see the crosshair. When I click on something, this opens. So these are the things I've brought with me. Now I can fly up here. It's a bit dark. We can use L for the light, but that consumes a lot of electricity, so you should try to not use that if possible. So you should put up lights in your station. Now we could fly around here and analyze everything, but let's get to it, you know? I mean, ultimately you're under pressure. You have to build your station so that you can survive, because you don't have that many resources with you. what resources do you have? Well, we have here an air tank, which isn't even completely full. 9,900 is when it's full. Here's our waste tank. Whatever we're breathing in, we're breathing out as CO2 here. There's our battery, which is already at 98%. Here we have our filters. You might think this is like, it is gimmicky, but it's not. This is really simulated, you know? What you're breathing out in your suit is gathering there, and if I don't have a CO2 filter, it will keep gathering there until the overall pressure that I set here, you can see that on the right, my target pressure is 101 and the current effective pressure is 97 kilopascals. And 100 kilopascals is Earth sea level pressure, by the way, so this is normal pressure. This pressure will be upheld because that's the definition here. I've defined it. And so if the suit fills with more and more CO2 that I'm breathing out, ultimately there will not be so much space left for the oxygen tank to fill some more oxygen into the suit, and so I will suffocate. Let's demonstrate that. I will turn off the filters. This is now as if I had taken out these filters. So how do I get the mouse? Very, very, very important. You will do that all the time. You press the Alt key. I'm pressing the key left of the space bar, the Alt key. Now I have the mouse pointer and I can still interact with stuff. I can even drag and drop stuff. Now let's make this whole thing up here a bit less cumbersome. The most effective way to do so is to just destroy the lander, but let's go slowly, let's go step by step. Let me open all these things and I will explain them to you. Here we have the helmet. I can even open it. Currently not, because it's blocked, it's protected, it's just like an "are you sure" dialogue, effectively, you know.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical.
Not good.
Cognition low.
Yeah, that's what happens. I mean, cognition is low, you will go unconscious and then you die, because you no longer have control over things. This is you, in a spacesuit, doing stuff. Alrighty. Yeah, the filters, see, okay, you think the filters are on, maybe, but they're not. In Stationeers, any button that shows you a text will show you, with that text, what will happen when you click that button. So the filters are currently off. Clicking here will turn them on, and at some point I will feel that. Let's ignore that for now. Let's look at these things. What is that? The propellant. That's a special slot, right? You can see that here. With this icon, there's something special going on. These are just normal inventory slots, but these are... Oh no, I was wrong. The icon doesn't show that it's special. This shows that it's special.
Oxygen low.
Oh, oxygen low. How did this happen? Because the filters are off. We have enough oxygen, but like I explained, the pressure is limited.
Oxygen critical.
What I can do now, which you sometimes need to when you have some kind of pollution in your spacesuit for which you don't even have currently a filter, you can say flush. I just flushed my spacesuit content. I don't know if that is actually damaging to my lungs, you know. The lungs, they can take damage over time, slowly, percentage-wise. You don't see that. Only when the damage is bad, you will see it up here as a yellow or red icon. So flushing is one of the last resorts. You shouldn't do that all the time. So let's turn the filters back on. I can also turn the air off. Very obviously, I will also get an oxygen warning very soon, because I'm breathing away the remaining air from my suit, and then there's no air left, no oxygen left. And then there's my AC. My current outdoor temperature is 6 degrees, so if I turn the AC off, you can see my suit temperature will slowly drop from 20 degrees to something lower. Slowly, you know, because it's closed. I can make that faster by opening my helmet. I will press the the key I on my keyboard.
Pressure critical. Oxygen critical. Low pressure.
Interesting that
Low pressure.
Interesting that
Oxygen low.
Wait, I have to turn on the air again. Interesting that that the suit temperature is not falling. I'm curious. Let's leave that off and see what happens. So the waste tank will be filled slowly. At some point you might have to empty it, but there's a simple way to do so. When I click here with my with the Alt key, with the mouse pointer, then this opens. This is just another inventory slot, like this, inventory panel. I can also click here, another inventory panel opens. I can restore this to the automatic stacking by clicking here. And this will now allow me to open this. The canister will then be open to the environment, which means that it will be emptied to the environment, since there's some pressure in there, and the environmental pressure is low. But it doesn't mean it will be evacuated. There's some air, some gas in the environment, and there's some gas in the tank, and they will obviously just equalize, because this game is a simulation. It is actually a simulation. It's not like 5.5 buttons that pretend to do the thing that's written there. They actually do the thing. That is one of the reasons why this game is so completely beyond awesome in comparison to most other games. Everything in here is real. If you see a door, it's real. You don't have to build your mental filter when you find this new game and learn which item is real or which is not. Everything in here is real. Plain and simple. Everything. So let's turn the light on with L, or like here. And yeah, what is the environmental gas? Can I see that somehow? Well, I can see the pressure here, and I can see the temperature, and you can see here my suit temperature is dropping. I will turn on my AC again. Now look here. Yeah, this consumes battery, like my light here that consumes battery. Since we talked about this stuff here, I will remove it now from screen so we have less irritation. Can I see my atmosphere? Yes, I can. The tablet you will use all the time. It's super important. You can manufacture a new one, no problem. Here, now it's on my hand. My active hand. We have two hands, and one hand is always the active hand. You can switch with E. You can see that down here, where the mouse is. While we're at it, we can also... There are also some other keys advertised down there. Let's press the Q button. This tossed the tablet. I will press it for longer. This throws the tablet. And E switches the hand. Then I can also press T, which places it down carefully. And there's O, which turns it on or off. Now it's beeping, it's flashing an arrow. This concept of something flashing an arrow, when the power switch is orange, is an abstract. As in, this is not just in this thing, it occurs everywhere in the game. So that's something to learn right away. Some devices will flash an arrow sometimes, and then you should try to figure out what the reason is. The reasons will be different depending on what device you're dealing with. Okay, so here we have cartridges. This is the tracker cartridge. Let's put it in here. Now we see the tracking beacon distance. When I use the mouse wheel, I can see myself. My distance is not much, it's 0 meters. And yeah, I can switch between the two. But there will be more. If you're playing in multiplayer, then you can see other players in their direction and distance. So if someone's still at the station and you are out there mining, you can just use this to see where the station is, because you can just look for the other guy who has hopefully not left the station. Otherwise, you can place a tracking beacon and turn it on, which will consume electricity, and then you can see the distance and direction here. It consumes electricity. Sounds like it is like it sucks. But no, it's one of the cool things about this simulation. And what's also cool is you can set your beacon to turn on automatically when you leave your station, by using a distance sensor, or by saying when the outer door of my airlock is open, then I'm probably on the outside, and then it should turn on. These things you can program, and you can program them freely. You can choose what to do. It's awesome. It's just the best simulation puzzle ever devised, and the Rocketworks deserves a huge applause for this, and they're still at it, and the game's maybe 1/3 done at the most. They're working on this every day, so awesome. People should really buy the DLC to support them. Okay, that was the tracking beacon. Now let's do something else, to put something else in there. You can swap it directly here. I can just drop here and then it will be swapped instantly. Network Analyzer. When I point this at a cable of something that I've installed in my station, then I can see all the things that are connected to that cable, and I can see the device, is it currently turned on, what power does it consume. But let's analyze the atmosphere instead. And I will turn this off. now you can see things about the about where I am right now. So we have a low pressure, we can already see that here. Here it is rounded, here you can see some details. You can see the temperature is very cold, so I'm currently probably consuming more electricity for my AC than when it would be warm, because the AC has to do more work. Yes, that is how it works. That's how you have to think about these things in this game. As in, think about this game as reality, only a bit, you know, simplified, gamified slightly. But think about it as a reality. Then you will cope. You can see that the Mars atmosphere in this game has mostly CO2, a little bit of nitrogen, a little bit of oxygen even, and some pollutant. Pollutant is kind of a catch-all gas that they put in here so that you have some, basically, let's say you burn something and then you will get some burn results, for example CO2 maybe, but there will also be pollutant, like something poisonous that you shouldn't breathe in, that will really damage your lungs when you do so. So the other gases, what is CO2? Okay, I think in this day and age everybody knows what CO2 is, but you know, that's the gas that you breathe out when you breathe in oxygen, O2, and you breathe out CO2. And that's also what gives you the suffocation feeling when you're holding your breath. It is not the absence of oxygen that gives you that feeling, it is the overpresence of CO2, which is also why when you're, for example, in an atmosphere where there's lots of nitrogen, and no CO2 and too little oxygen, basically an only nitrogen atmosphere, you will just go unconscious. A very experienced astronaut has a few seconds before to realize what is really happening, because they are trained to detect what that feels like. But otherwise you will just drop out, and if no one saves you, you will be gone. You know, I'm saying, you know, CO2, that's the suffocation gas, basically. Anyway, so that's the situation we have. You can see the temperature is changing. Why is it changing? Because the sun is coming up. I mean, the simulation in this regard, sadly, is not entirely realistic, because I think it should really only get warmer once the sun is, you know, it should be delayed slightly. The sun has to be there, then it gets warmer, and the sun goes away, and then it gets colder. It's a bit unrealistic, but okay, I mean, it can be forgiven. It will go up to, I think, 25 degrees during the day. So what you can do, for example, if your station is too warm, you can gather some cold during the night and cool your station. And if you have it too cold, you can gather some warmth during the day and warm your station. But that's just one of the many possible approaches. Okay, now that we have seen what the atmosphere is composed of, what do we do with all this? We need to build a room where we can survive. And coincidentally, I'm standing in front of the box that we need for this right now. We need the iron frames. Because to build walls for a station, I need a foundation, and that's always built out of frames. So, yeah, let's put down some frames and start building. I press the right mouse button, so we get this build ghost. And then you can see that this snaps to a certain location. That's how the world is constructed. The simulation is, you know, not super high res, but sufficient, and it's super awesome, really. I mean, I have put 1,000 hours in this game and I don't regret a minute. Here we can see, where's a better example? Here we can see 8,000 liters capacity. What does this mean? This means that the world cube in which I am currently standing has this capacity. 2 meters by 2 meters by 2 meters at earth pressure, sea level pressure would mean 8,000 liters. That's what that would mean. And that's the capacity written here. Yeah, it's a measure of volume, not related to pressure. Okay, where do we go? The frames. Put some down. You will hear that the sound is slightly muffled. That is because there's so little atmosphere here. On the moon you will hear basically almost nothing. Once you're in your station, you will hear the clear, crystal hi-fi sound of all the things hissing and humming and doing whatever they should do, since they're turned on or pushing some gas and such. Okay, this seems sufficient. And now we run into this all the time. What is this? Well, frames are a good foundation to build something on, but they're not good to walk on, and they're also not airtight. So if I would build walls and a roof here, I would still not have an airtight station. I need to seal this up. So let's do that then. I will take this instead. See, it swaps. And now I need to put these down. How do I do that? Clicking doesn't do anything. Well, you have to use tools. Here, your tool belt. You have the wrench, crowbar, and hand drill, the wire cutters, welding torch, we need that now, screwdriver, and the angle grinder. This sounds as if it's super complex, but it's only to deepen the realism, to the experience. You know, you're really doing all these things. That's what this is good for. So let's use the wire cutters, which are probably wrong, and select the hand and point at this thing. Now you can see it suggests something here in this tooltip. It is saying welding torch and 1 iron sheets required to continue construction, or angle grinder required to deconstruct. So if I would now use the angle grinder tool here, let's do that. Let's just do that. I've deconstructed this, and let's put this up again. The angle grinder also has an inventory, because it obviously needs electricity. It's already at 94%. How can that be? I've only used it one time. Well, good question actually. Wait, getting ahead of myself. I'm wondering why that one use here already used that much. I wanted to say that the cold of the night damages the batteries. I mean, at least it discharges them, just like in reality it does actually. But that doesn't seem to be the reason, as they would be discharged the same way. Yeah, and I opened here the welding torch, which also has an inventory, and it has a gas canister. So, you know what, let's look at the gas canisters for a moment. Because the tablet isn't just for looking at the atmosphere around you, it's also for looking, for example, into a pipe that you have constructed in your station to see what's going on in there, what's the pressure, and you can also use this
Jetpack critical
to look into these bottles. So my welding fuel consists of 66% volatiles and 34% O2, so 2/3 volatiles. That is generally the fuel mixture. So if you want to fire up your furnace, then you should put in 2 bits of volatiles and 1 bit of O2, and you click the button so that it's fired up, and then it will be burning. You can add more stuff later to have more fuel, more heat in there. There's another type of fuel in the game, but that is going too far now. So that's now let's look at what else is going on. We see the temperature of the bottle is 20 degrees Celsius, and then we see here convected. What does that mean? Well, there's thermal energy, heat, is being transferred in the game between objects, between the gases, between atmospheres, you know. So what you see here is that the bottle's thermal energy is being convected into the surrounding atmosphere here. And you see that the amount is decreasing. Why is it decreasing? Because the temperature where we stand is increasing. So the temperature differential is shrinking. So we have less, less difference. So of course the strength by which this is happening is slower, just like when you have water on an incline, which will flow at different speeds. So heat in reality is transmitted in various ways. For example, convection, that is when surfaces or heat or gases touch each other, and that's what's happening here. And there's also radiation, as in the heat will be radiated away. I don't know why this is saying Na here. I think it should actually radiate heat away also. I'm not sure why that is. Here we can see the capacity, and here we can see the pressure. If this thing would have double the capacity, this would mean that the pressure would be half if the amount is the same. The amount, where is that written? Not here, that's the percentage. Here it is written. That's the moles. That's the real unit in reality also, and that's what they're using in the game here. This is the absolute amount. This is independent of pressure and all of that. This basically counts the molecules. You know, the amount of molecules doesn't change if you make a substance hotter or increase the volume. It only gets more if it's actually more gas. So that's a good measure. And what's with my jetpack fuel? That is nitrogen. But I could also just use my fuel here to fly around with that. But that's not so advisable, because fuel is valuable. And also, let's use my welder to demonstrate that. I don't know if this will work now. I will turn it on. Oh, man, stupid me. I cannot turn this on to demonstrate this. Because I need the welder fuel. Yeah, well, I wanted to set basically my jetpack exhaust on fire. What I can also do is I open this bottle and set that on fire, but then I have to start over, and I don't wanna. I can drag this in here directly, I believe.
Jetpack critical.
So you can fly around with any gas. It's just a pressure differential thing, and that is kind of one of the old things from the beginning of the Stationeers software development, where they had kind of magical devices which just do the stuff that you want to do. You know, like what I said a few minutes ago, everything in here is real. Yeah, that's true, but some things still are remainders from the beginning, when things were not so very real, when things that had to be in the game, they just, you know, put a thing in with color and shape and a button, and then it did that thing. And the jetpack is kind of like that. This might change later on. Okay, let's weld that stuff here. I'm sorry if this tutorial seems a bit slow to you. You can have a faster tutorial by looking at my other videos. There's, for example, a moon tutorial where I don't explain so many fundamentals at first. And there's also a 10-minute video where I'm just showing you how to quickly get started on the moon, and that ends in 10 minutes real time with you standing in a station with breathable air and the helmet open. But I really want to go into detail and explain the things here, also because I don't want to do the same thing all the time, you know? I mean, so I do it differently here. You will notice I'm doing this twice. Oh, no, don't stand inside while you're doing this, your suit will get damaged. If I do it only once, then the surface is closed for me to walk on or to place something arbitrarily on it, but it will not be airtight. So you have possibly seen that this number decreased. I was using of my 50 sheets, quite a few to close all this, and this is not the only need for these, so you shouldn't waste them. But they are not really wasted. If I need them again, I can just do this, and since I'm holding this in my right hand, it will just stack into that. See? I get the same material back. The gas of the welder is gone, of course, that I'm using. This is using gas right now, but welding even uses more gas. So it's just realistic. Just associate what it would do in reality. That is what it will do in here. So why is there even the possibility to do it like this? Because sometimes you don't need it airtight. And that's what I did here. Maybe I placed some things on the outside. So yeah. Okay, we have a foundation that would be airtight. Now let's put up some walls. Oh, yeah, the culling algorithm, which decides when something's visible or when not, it's a bit aggressive currently. That will certainly be adjusted later. I'm carrying, by the way, lots of things that I don't need right now. Here, for example, are the road flares. Let's toss one down. Oh, it's spawned in my other hand. Let's toss it down. This thing burns without any exhaust, except it makes the surrounding air warm. So you can use that, for example, on Europa, where it's very cold. At the beginning, you know, I built my station, but I make a little box room one by one, and put my oxygen tank in there, you know, my reserves that I can use, because this will cool down, and it's minus 160 degrees on that moon of Jupiter. So this will cool down to a degree below zero, and when I then use that for my breathing air, then I will be breathing bitter cold air that will damage my lungs and I will die from that. So I need to protect that. So then you can make a little one by one box room, which will have cold air still from the atmosphere. You put the tank in, and then you toss some road flares in there and seal it up, and then it will heat up to, well, depending on how many flares you tossed in there, and then you're fine. See, that's one of the reasons you might want to use those, but I don't need them right now. Okay, now that you have seen the tools a bit, let's look at what it suggests here. The lander will be an angle grinder required to deconstruct. So if I use the angle grinder on this thing now, the lander will be removed. And here I can say here I can use the hand drill. Oh, this deconstructed. I didn't want that. I can also use the wrench. Shouldn't it say that here? Oh. Oh, I think the tooltip is incomplete. It should also say that I can use here the wrench to just remove the box. But anyway, let's deconstruct the entire thing. If you find my field of view a bit too wide, mind that my effective screen size is large, therefore I do need a higher field of view. So just get closer to your screen then. Yeah, I don't need all the things on me right now, so let's toss some down, like I already did here. The tracker I don't need. This is a portable solar panel. I can stuff a battery in there. When the sun is up, it will charge. I should actually do that. I think we have some... These are batteries. There are different kinds of batteries. This is a small one, but my suit battery is a large one, already down to 64%, which is quite low. I think I have a large battery somewhere, pretty sure. There was one that was part of the landing. There it is. And I will just stuff that in here. No, I will stuff that in there. And this one in here. So while I'm talking and building, this can charge up once the sun is back. There are of course also real solar panels. Here for example, I cannot show this now. Yeah, here, I could build this. Don't wanna, because I first have to think about my housing. And what I'm holding in my right is, my right hand is the crate that I deconstructed. I can just reconstruct it again by holding the right mouse button. Okay, what shall we do? I will empty my inventory and will pick out some building materials. The duct tape is useful when something's damaged, and for example your suit can also get damaged, and you just hold it in your hand and press the right mouse button, and then you will wrap yourself up. You will still be damaged, but it will no longer leak air, you know? At least not so much. And what's that? The mining belt. If I open this, you can see here, I have actually a mining drill. Also with a battery, of course. And also a pickaxe. When all else fails, you can do it manually. And when you mine something, not the soil here, but I actually haven't seen any resources yet, but if there are some resources and you want to mine them, like iron, then this needs to be your active belt. Let me show you that. See, I just swapped them. And whenever you move something from one slot to the other, and it has a currently open inventory panel, that panel will be closed. That's why the whole screen just, you know, changed, basically. And since I need the mining belt here to gather the resources into the mining belt automatically, I always swap them anyway. Just I always have my tool belt in here. It's a good idea. Okay, we have some inventory space. What is that? My medical pill. Well, if my lungs are damaged, I can just swallow the pill. This will heal me completely. It's a bit cheap right now, but the implementation will become more complex. This whole game's goal basically is to become a first-person 3D multiplayer game that will be like Space Station 13. Which is graphics-wise somewhat crappy and so forth. And this is supposed to be the updated, new, awesome version of that, but with their own personal spin, of course. And we're slowly moving towards that, and I'm already enjoying it wildly. Yeah, these are seeds that I can plant for food, and such. But you know, building materials. So we have with glass sheets. Then we have the iron sheets. Where are the iron frames? Here they are. No, it's the iron wall. I need those now. Iron frames. Then we have the plastic sheets. Sounds like a lot of different building materials, but these are basically the only ones you will need at the beginning. Later there will be also a few others like stellite glass and such, but you don't need them really. It depends on what you want to do. So let's start building. I need to put up a wall. So use the iron walls. And then the right mouse button once again to have the build ghost. You will notice that we have a whole box here highlighted, even though I'm only building this little wall here on the right. That is because, let me flip this around. You can see now, it's on the inside of this box. So depending on how you want to construct your station, for example, you can place cables on a wall, and if I place the cables on this here on the wall, they will be on, I believe, on this side here, on this outer side from here, so you can access them directly. But let's say I place the wall like this, then if I place the cables, they will be covered by this wall. So this also means I can basically place the wall at the bottom, I think. Yeah, let's do this. Iron wall type 4. See, now I placed it down on the bottom, and it is not yet completely constructed. You can see that when we pick some arbitrary tool and point. 1 iron sheet is required to continue construction. Let's do that then. Okay, I don't need a welder, it appears. Yeah. See, and if I have a cable down on the ground, let's put a cable down. See, you can even place them through the wall. Here it's just green, because you can just place it, just a regular build ghost, but here it is yellow, because it is meaningfully connected. That's very helpful. See, now the cable is covered up. But I don't want this now, so let's remove this. And angle grinder. Many people take issue with the inventory system, and it could certainly be done more conveniently. For example, the tools, why not put them on hotkeys, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and such. But at some point you will just be sleepwalking your way through this. It is something that I wouldn't say is very agreeable, but you can certainly get used to it. And the fun is in the game. You will get over this. I promise you, the game is really, I swear, it's super awesome. So now you have seen why you might be interested in placing the walls this way or that way, or why that matters. Why this cube visualization matters. So what am I doing right now is I'm using the 6 keys above the arrow keys. You know, insert, delete, home, end, page up, and page down, which allows me to arbitrarily rotate this thing. Some objects can be, or build ghosts can be rotated like this, some others cannot. But there's also an auto-rotate key. You can see that here on screen, it's R. I don't know if that's really the default. I changed quite a few things. I mean, I played for 1,000 hours. Of course, I optimized this for my own users. But you can see what key it is. So I press here, and then I press R, and then it will just go through all potentially meaningful rotations and will suggest them to me. Yeah, okay. You can see we have here iron wall type 4. I can use the mouse wheel again to choose, like when I had my tracking tablet out, you know. And these are different type of walls. They're just cosmetically different, but there's a significantly different type. This one, the iron window, and I will use that all throughout my station here, because it is. Because then we can see the most, and we will also have the sun radiate itself into the station, which will heat it up, which is not necessarily desired, but you know, it's good for demonstration purposes. Aha, we placed the wall, and oh, yeah, it's not quite a wall yet, is it? But let's put up some more. Now rotate. And now you might ask yourself, can I also put them like this, which is like on the outside? Will this still be hermetically sealed? Yes, it will be. If I place this will, when it comes to sealing, to sealing up the air, be exactly equivalent to this. I mean, the station will be closed up, you know. But if, for example, I take out this wall, then I would be thankful if on the outside there's another wall, you know, see? Because then the air will not escape. You have to remember that you have to get into your station in some way, and the walls will be closed up at some point, so there will be an entrance. But we're in space, dude. You need an airlock. So we need to place an airlock. An airlock in this game, though, is not an item that you put down and then you have an airlock. You have to construct it from things that will have an emergent effect. You know, you will have to have a door that closes. You will have to have a pump that moves air. You will have to have a pipe that allows the air to move in a direction. You will have to have an outlet for the air to go somewhere. You have to do all these things. This might sound like a burden, but dude, that's why you're playing this game. That is the reason. You know, once you're in this thing, you're currently still at the entrance, looking from the outside, wondering, dude, this guy's talking so much, let's just click on a few things, I want to see what happens. But, you know, I said there are some faster tutorials out there, and also in my own video list. I hope I will remember putting up some links in the description. But really, once you're in this game, you will see how brilliantly awesome it is. Okay, there will be an airlock here. I can put the wall like this or like that. It doesn't really matter. The door will not be prevented from being here in this place by the wall. So it's very easy, very convenient. So this will then be my airlock room, little 1x1 room. And then we continue here. We will also need a ceiling, else it is not hermetically sealed. Let's look at the thing here. The battery is at 64% and the portable solar panel is not charging anything, because this solar panel, like others in the game, don't just react to the presence of light, they also react to the angle. That's also how it is in reality. You probably have seen solar panels in reality have to be angled towards the sun for maximum efficiency. That is how it is here too. Once the sun is up, there will not be any charge, but once the sun is at an agreeable angle, there will be some charge, and at its optimal angle, there will be the most charge, and so forth. Okay, let's put up the ceiling. Once again, I use the rotation keys. Again, if this game is not fast enough for you, I'm not saying it's wrong for you, that's not what I'm saying. I mean, ultimately at the heart we are all the same, black and white, woman and man, child and adult, we are all the same. At the heart we are all the same thing at the core. So if this game is not for you, that's only because you are currently like that. But maybe this is the opportunity for you to live more in the moment and to draw the most out of it, you know, to enjoy it more, to get more out of your experience. And this is basically a meditative game to some degree that helps you to do that. Okay, we need to continue construction. I need iron sheets. Okay, let's do that then. Iron sheet. But I can still walk through this because we have another building step here. The glass walls are more complex than just the iron walls. And what do I need is, obviously, glass. So, put up glass. You can see here that the glass is now closed. You can see that it has some orientation, and that's sadly a bit iffy in the game because you cannot really see what the orientation will be when you're placing your wall. So sometimes you will be disappointed by that effect. What do you have to do with that? Sorry. Now let's utilize the fact that we have two hands. By the way, it is not wise to do it the way I'm doing it right now. I'm sealing it up already. What I could have done before putting up the wall is I could have carried all my lander gear onto this platform, because later I would probably want it in my station, because like I said, planets and moons with atmosphere, they will have storms, and the storms they even blow my lander away. I mean, not currently because I did so myself, but you know, in principle. And the lander will not be destroyed by that, but it will be damaged, and eventually it will be destroyed. And also all things loose on the ground will be blown around, and they will also be damaged by that. And my gear is irreplaceable. There's, for example, the Autolathe, which is a 3D printer, one of multiple that the game has, which can then also be upgraded one time. So basically then you have even more 3D printers, effectively. And that is irreplaceable. If you don't have an Autolathe, you can basically stop playing. But there's some tricks to get a new one, but those are cheats. So this looks like it would be sealed up. Thankfully it's currently the day, so I can see that. During the night I would have to bump into this or use my flashlight and then stare at you know, at there where the crosshair is. You can see a bit of the iron of the frame, and you can see that these wires or what they are, you can see them in front of that. So that also works during the night. Oh, I'm not yet done. Whoops. Really? Do I not have... It appears I don't have enough iron sheets. This is hilarious. But it's not really a problem, because the soil, the ground, also is airtight. So when I do this, I can still walk here and now have regained some 2 of these sheets. I can... this will still be an airtight station. Also, I can just get new sheets. I mean, it's not like I can't get more iron, but then I have to do that. I don't want to do that now. Yeah, where are we? I need to seal this up. Is everything at... Oh, no, it's not... Uh-huh. Well, let's be a bit more hardcore then. Okay, so you can see that based upon the materials that I had at the start, I overbuilt a bit. Making this 3 slots smaller would have been better, but you know, that's something that experience will tell you, and then next time you would do it better. But so it's good that we're now demonstrating what it's like to have to live with that. How do we deal with this? Is it charging? It's not charging? Okay, sometimes, and that I think is a bug, an implementation problem here in the game, when you place this thing on the soil, it will not... I have to place it with T so that it's upright. It will not basically be under the soil, I think, calculation-wise, and then it will not receive anything. I could also just place it here on my station. Well, let's just do that, you know. Place it on the roof. See, the battery is charging a little bit. And up here we have the hydration low warning, which would have been a message, I think, but I turned that off. Can go here into the settings, audio, and define what you will hear and what you won't hear.
Pressure critical. Power critical.
Okay, let's put up some doors then. I do have doors, don't I? Else I would have to make them. Autolathe, arc furnace, we will need those. Not now. Solid generator also useful. And where are the doors? It's kind of a classic. Like every time I record one of these tutorial videos, somehow I manage to not see the doors right away. There they are, the doors. So, like the iron walls, these two have multiple build stages, and like the iron walls, they have multiple types, and you can also rotate them. Actually, can you rotate them also vertically? No, you can't. They're also only horizontal. So there are some things to know about the doors. Let's see, we have the glass door, that's the one I will choose, but you can see you cannot place cables down through the door here. But for example, the manual hatch, which doesn't need electricity, and can even be placed on all 4 walls, so you could build a maze basically. And you can even seal them up by welding them, and then send someone through them, someone who doesn't have a welding torch. Haha, they have to find which one is welded and which one is not. Have fun. They can be placed any which way, and the cables also go through any which way, so not a problem. Then we have the composite roll cover, which is actually not a door. It is just like you place an iron wall on the ground to cover up some microchips or some cables. And this thing you can click, and then it opens, and you can see that thing on the ground and click on the things, and you close it up again. That's what the roll cover is good for. Then we have the composite door, which is very cool. Wait, where is it? you can see here what it would kind of look like, because it has writing on it, and the writing will say composite door. But you can rename every object in the game, and then it would show that name. So you can actually say greenhouse and airlock and electricity and all of that. You can write that on the door. Very cool. Roll cover, menu hatch, and then there's the glass door. So let's use the glass door. I will place the glass door so that the cables go to the inside. That is very meaningful, but it's not absolutely necessary. Only it would be stupid of me not to do so. You will see that later. And yeah, let's place them. They're not yet complete. What's missing? Okay, this would deconstruct the door, so the tooltip is sadly not helpful here. Let's pick a different tool that is not useful here. Then it will tell me what would be useful instead. I need plastic sheets and the welding torch. See, here it's saying welding torch is currently not operable for this task, so I have to turn it on. And what's happening here? Well, there's heat being excreted by this. Let's, here you can see the temperature is 40 degrees, 30 degrees, and also some gas is excreted. And so the atmosphere is moving around, and it's being expressed by these little dots here. But the door is still not done. What's missing? I need a crowbar and 2 glass sheets. Good thing I still have glass sheets. Crowbar. Why do I have so many glass sheets, even though I had the same amount of iron sheets when I started, and the station has the same amount of walls on each side, right? That's because the ground took 2 sheets, not just 1. Okay then. Now the door is closed. And I can still use the crowbar to open and close the door because it's not yet powered. Once it's powered, of course you push the button and then it will open and close. Okay, looks like we're about to have a station here. But how can I then power the door? Let's play a bit with electricity. We have batteries, right? Can I put the battery? Is there a battery slot somewhere here? No, we have here connectors. That's the power connector. And if I connect a battery to this thing, it will have power. So let's connect a battery to this thing. So is there a thing here that would connect a battery to a thing? Let's use, for example, the battery charger. I swear I've never done this. I don't know if this will work. I'm pretty sure it won't, because that's not the purpose of the device. Now I place the battery charger. Let's connect this. And put the battery in. I would use my own, why not?
Power critical.
Because then I don't see anything. That's why not. Well, I'll use a different battery then. How about this one? Has it been charged a bit? From 64 to... yeah, it wasted half the day, so that doesn't really count. Also, the large batteries, of course, take more time to charge, because if you use the same speed or amount of charge, then, you know, a larger volume. They have a larger volume, so more gas goes into it, metaphorically. Turn it on, and the door is still not powered. Why? This is a battery charger. This is supposed to charge the battery, not vice versa. This is also why this thing is not lit green. It's not having, it doesn't have any electricity. But the battery charger is a good thing to have here in the airlock, because when I'm on the outside, this door will be open, this one will be closed. Then I have access to the battery charger. When I'm on the inside, vice versa. So it's a good place to put that thing in the beginning. And later you will probably have more battery chargers and the hand drill, and you will have actually bigger battery chargers too. So yeah. I will turn it this way. I will show you later why. Okay, we have a cable here. What is that good for then? How do we get a battery connected to that thing? Aha, that's what we need. The power controller. The power controller has 3 purposes. 1. It allows you to... wait. Sorry, I have to do this differently. I cannot use the auto-rotate key because it will only give me this rotation. Okay, I want a different rotation though, so I will just use the manual rotation keys and then we're fine. There are two variants of the area power controller, and the difference is only cosmetic, you know. Now it's this way around, and otherwise, even though this is the output and that's the input, it will be the other way around. That's the only difference. It's stupid that these things automatically close when you place them down, because certainly you need them open. But that's what the game does with basically all things. It will first show you what it would look like. For example, when you place a light, it will be lit for a second, then it will go dark. And this thing is animating, you know, I think it's demonstrating what it can do, you know, flexing its muscles a bit. So one of the things it can do is it can turn on and off the power. So if there's electricity coming in here and going out that way, then if it's off, the electricity will not go out that way. And if you have a battery in here, that's the second purpose, that battery will be charged. But the battery will also be used to deliver power. So that's a battery buffer. Let's say your electricity source here craps out, you still have your buffer, you're in your airlock here, and so you can just open that thing with your crowbar, stuff your suit battery in there for a few seconds to cycle the airlock, and take it back and then go in. See, they're very useful to have your one of the power controllers in your airlock. It's very heartily recommended. So let's wire things up here. Yeah, let's talk about the wiring. You can see here I still, with the mouse wheel, I have many different potential cables, basically all variations, from left to right and to the bottom, and so on and so forth. And on top of that, now I can use the 6 keys, you know, the 3 seashells, to rotate this thing, or the auto rotate key, which here will give me only these meaningful rotations, so that's very helpful. But you don't have to do it like that. Instead of choosing the perfect cable for the job, you can also just use the straight or the curved cable, and the rest will happen automatically. Let me demonstrate what I mean. Now I want to go from here, from this cable to here, because I want to connect that here to the power. So I point here, and it's saying I can't do that. The tooltip is saying merging requires wire cutters. Aha, merging. So all we need to do is use the straight or curved cables and Shazam. That's cool, isn't it? You might be wondering, why are there 2 connections here instead of 1? Does the door need extra power because it's a bigger thing somehow? Oh, right. Let's use the straight cable here, where there was a curved cable so far. And a curved one here. And now I can open and close the door electrically. And I think I can no longer use the crowbar, I think. Unable to force since it's currently powered. Okay. Hey, wait, if I turn this off, will that still count as powered, as in wired up?
Hydration critical.
No. See, okay, that works. I would just ignore the warnings. There's always a way out in easy mode and when you're somewhat proficient. Okay, now you have seen when I turn this on that I have power, even though there's no power input. So this means the battery is now being discharged by this thing being lit and consuming power. Let's press escape to pause the game, and then F1 to get the Stationpedia. You can see that also at the top here, which some people who have played for hundreds of hours haven't yet seen, because it's really small, it doesn't want to get in the way, but it's there. I can also just press F1 while in the game. You can see that the game keeps running, so you will probably want to pause that. And here I can then enter up here in the search glass door, and for some reason it doesn't find that while typing. I find that a bit disappointing, but when you press enter it will perform the search, and now everything that's kind of fitting is showing. Now we have the glass door, and when I click on that thing I will see information, and I can see base power usage 10 watts. Yeah, 10 watts. You can also see max pressure 200 kilopascals. This doesn't mean that the room can have maximum 200 kilopascals, which is double the pressure that we have at sea level on Earth, which is double my astronaut suit default pressure. But you can also have 1,000 kilopascals or megapascal, you know, or can have 50 megapascals. Not a problem. This is talking about the pressure differential. So if I'm on the moon, on the outside I have 0 kilopascals, on the inside I have 200, then I'm just on the edge of that thing taking damage. So yeah. There are other doors which are more capable. For example, of this kit door, the manual hatch, I believe, has 500 kilopascals. So yeah. Lots of things to learn, right? But I mean, you shouldn't see. You see, maybe you are trying to swallow all the things I'm telling you here and trying to keep them in mind because you also don't want to waste time to watch this entire long-ass video again. But you should really rather see it as what you should have grasped. What you should try to grasp instead is that all these things are meaningful, work together, lead to ridiculously emergent gameplay, and will allow you to be more and more capable and do more and more interesting things the more that you know. And so what you're seeing before you, basically, let's see that someone is entering Shangri-La, paradise, and there's a tree on which chocolate grows, and there's a mountain from which honey flows, and so forth. You come in there and you see all that stuff, and what you're grasping right away is, oh my god, this is cool, I want to explore all this. That is what you take with yourself if you don't take anything else. Please. And also that you have to press the Alt key to get the mouse pointer, and that you need to place iron or steel frames to have foundations so that you can build up your walls, and that you need the right mouse button to have your build ghost, and that your mouse wheel selects which item of the set of the kit will be built, and that you can use the some auto rotate key or the manual rotation keys above the arrow keys. And of course you can also change all those keys. So what anyone should do when they're playing a new video game, of course, is look at the controls so that you get a grasp of what's possible. Can I run? Can I crouch? No, you can't do neither in this game. You can't do neither in this game. What can I do? You know, take a look here and you will see. So, why is this thing blinking like this? It would blink blue, red, which it's doing now, when electricity is being consumed. 10 watts, 10 watts, 20 watts are being used right now. And actually I think the thing itself, the power controller... Okay, that was a bit very rough. Also not the best idea. Area power control. It also has a base power usage. Actually, I don't know right now exactly what that means. I think it means, though, that it will not... Okay, let's disconnect the doors. Oh, it's still consuming electricity. Yeah, because it's turned on. I guess the moment it's turned on, it's actually starting to discharge the battery because it's, I don't know, thinking or whatever. Space stuff, who knows how it works. Okay, there are two connections to the door. Why are there two connections to the door? One is for power and one is for logic. What is logic? Well, I can control the doors remotely. Why would I do that? Why would I stand over here and push a button so that that door over there opens? How does that make sense? Well, first of all, the example that I just gave is stupid. That's not what you do. But the example I just used is actually not that stupid, because there might be a situation when you want to do that. For example, let's say you have a room in front of you that is sealed off, and you have a door to the outside in the room. And here, while you're standing safely in a room that is not so very hot, you can, or not so very pressurized, you can push the button, and then the door opens and will release the heat and pressure down there to the cold Europa atmosphere, or here to Mars, and then you can close it again. See, that's a meaningful use. And instead of a button, you can also use a microchip, and you can use a sensor. And the microchip then would detect if you want to program it like that, because yes, there's a programming language in this game, an actual programming language, assembly, a variation of assembly. So you can, it's not like you have 3.5 commands to do 3.5 predetermined things. You can do, it's emergent. You know, it's a reprogramming language. It's assembly. And so I can say, okay, if the room has too much pressure or is too hot, then just open that door automatically. And that is what the logic connection then would be meaningful for. What you can also use it for is not just to control the door, but also to detect the door's state. You can detect whether the door is open. So, for example, like I said earlier, when you have your beacon here in your station and you want it to turn on when you leave your station, well, the door will probably be open, so you can just detect whether the door is open and you can react to that. Yeah, logic to control them and to see what's up. You can also detect whether the button is being pushed. So you can build your own airlocks with your own design, with your own logic and everything. When you push the button here, nothing happens except if you will it, so with your programmed code, which detects whether the button was pushed. Now, this device doesn't have logic, right? Not quite. Every device has logic. But why does it only have one input then? Is the logic here on the output side? No. See, some devices have their logic and power separate. But some devices have the logic and power combined, and that is actually expressed here by using this logic symbol, even though this thing certainly needs power. So they kind of crutched it there, you know, it's a kind of, shortcut. That's, you know, in some situations it's good to have a separate logic connection. Sometimes it's superfluous, so that's why they opted for that. Okay, is the battery being charged? Because I think mine is kind of running out here. Yeah, it's charging slightly. Visibility 48%, 49%. I think that's the exposure to the sun that's being expressed there. And we're charging the battery slightly. Okay, station, we need to breathe in here. So we need to seal this up, and then we have to have atmosphere in here. But if I put any atmosphere in here, it will be wasted. Because then we will lose it whenever I open the door. We need to save the atmosphere, we need to pump it inside. So let's put something up that would be able to pump the atmosphere inside. And here we have already the active vent, one of the most used devices in the game. It enables you to pump into the room from a pipe, or to pump into a pipe from the room. And a room, by the way, doesn't have to be a room in which you can run around as a human. It can also be a technological room. You can have a room, for example, 1x1, which you use to like smelt your ices, to melt your ices down, and then you pump them into some kind of container. Or I made actually a station where one room is constantly on fire, which then there are some pipes at the top which gather the heat, and that heat is then piped into the rest of the station. That sounds like it's a ridiculous solution, but it's not. You can find your own way, you know. The developers of the game didn't decide for me to do so. They just supplied the reality stuff, and then I said, okay, this would also work. Let's try that. Oh, it does work. Yeah. So what do we need here? We need to pump out the air, and here I can rotate that again. It's important on which side of the wall you're standing, because you cannot like rotate it around now so that it's on the inside magically. You have to stand on the side where you will place that. Okay, let's do this then. The power connection is here in the middle of the room, and the gas connection is there. Now let's use some pipes. Do we have pipes? This thing, let's you know what? Let's destroy everything, or rather, you know what? I'm wasting so much time talking. Yes, you do. Ah, shut up. And I should rather carry this inside, because after, I think, 7 days, a storm will come, and I've told you what a storm will do, so let's not do that. Oh, and maybe I should save the game. This happens automatically every 5 minutes for you, so don't worry. This can be turned off in the options. These are my seeds. There's also a grow light in there, in case there's not enough light natural from the sun. Because yeah, the plants, they need light. But surprisingly, they also need darkness. I think that's also the case in reality. So you might think, okay, how do I know how much light and how much darkness they need? There are some ways to know that. For example, you can print with one of your 3D printers another cartridge for your tablet. And that is the Plant Analyzer cartridge. And that is one of the most used cartridges also, or rather is the most mentioned cartridge. I mean, a seasoned stationeer doesn't really need it to know what their plants need or what's wrong with them, usually, I mean. But many questions in the forums that come down to plants are answered. Someone is going to say, dude, print a plant analyzer cartridge and point it at the plant. And then you will see tons of values and information. That sounds again a bit off-putting, right? Tons of values? That's not nice, right? But no, that's alright. Because you see the minimum temperature it would be comfortable with, and the maximum temperature it would be comfortable with, and you see the current temperature. So there's already 3 values. But as you have seen, there's not like 3 bits of information. It's not overwhelming, it's just informative, it's detailed. And in this way you can also see whether there's illumination stress. Illumination stress doesn't mean that there's too much light or too little light. It means there's too much or too little light. The light situation has been wrong, and so there's some stress. And whenever there's such stress, the growth efficiency will go down. Yeah. And to the point that the plant can actually die, of course. So again, this tutorial takes its time, and I think it's a bit unstructured, as in I'm not doing decidedly this thing in chapter 1 and this thing in chapter 2, you know, the chapters that you can do with a YouTube video where you can place timestamps. This kind of is apparently a bit designed to just, you know, listen to the entire thing and learn everything you can. So that's that. You know, I have other videos. I would hopefully put up some links. Did I forget something? No, I didn't. But while we're out here, and it's still the day, let's mine something. Because I will certainly need some iron soon. Do we have some iron? Iron is one of the most common things. There it is. You can see that my mining belt is filling, and these things are always clusters, you know. So you shouldn't just mine this stuff at the top and then be gone. You should rather mine everything except at the top, or except something at the top, so you still have some kind of easily visible indication that there's probably some iron there. So you should always dig around here a bit, and then you find the rest of the cluster. Not that you really need all of that. And the mining, you see, is it's a bit tedious. You know, it's one of the most boring aspects of the game. But you can get better mining drills, which are faster, and you can even automate your mining fully, so that iron is being spat out constantly at a slow rate into your silos where you can store it, and you can then even automate that to be smelted into ingots, which then can be automatically be put into your manufactories if they need that. But you would have to do that all yourself, based upon the immersion on the things that are available. You know, programming chips and cables and sensors and the furnace and the chutes which transport items from A to B and so forth. That's what this is. This is an engineering game, and some things are tedious and burdensome and slow. Other things are ridiculously awesome and fun. And overall, it's just the best and most unique gaming experience in my life so far. And I'm an avid gamer. Really, I play tons of games, and have been for many years. Yeah, let's look at this. I will remove my mining belt. I will swap it with a tool belt, so that whatever mine here will just fall to the ground. So let's look at this. 10, 9, 8, 7. What's happening? This is ice, and we have a temperature of above 0 degrees. So what's happening here is that this is evaporating. It's streaming away into the atmosphere. And no, sorry, you cannot do terraforming. It is they are doing some simulation around the station, around where you are, but at some point it evaporates into some kind of default planet atmosphere, and then it's just done. So that's why you would want the mining belt, because yeah, you can just let the iron toss on the ground. Why not? That's not so bad. But the ices, you don't want them to evaporate, so you want them in your belt. I can drag my iron over here. Wait, I can't swap that because this cannot go into the mining belt. But when I do this with my ice, it's not melting because I think it's too cold already. Or are these actually also insulating now? I cannot keep up with the changes really, but okay. But iron is definitely fair game to put there. So oxide, what is that? Let's look at that. Oxide. Ice oxide is 23 moles of oxygen and 3 moles of nitrogen. So you can basically breathe this stuff. It's almost pure oxygen. But as I told you in the beginning, we have these filters here. Fittingly, though that's not the reason really, it's not an air problem I'm having here. And if I don't have a nitrogen filter then, and use this stuff for breathing as my oxygen source that I fill into the tank, because the tank can have anything, you know. It says here, canister oxygen, but that's not true. It is not a canister oxygen. It has only been named so by default, you know. I can also call it a welding fuel, and it's still a canister oxygen. What I put in there, that's in there then. So if I put this oxide stuff result in there when it is melted, then I will have oxygen and some nitrogen, and so it would build up in my suit. So the situation I'm in right now is that I am kind of running out of time due to all the talking. Hey, where's my... There it is. My thirst meter is now down to 0%, and this is basically when in real life you have not been drinking something for several days, and so your body's taking damage, man. You need to drink every day, or you should. So this is already at the outer limits. Similarly, my food is down to like 43%. You can also see the food here. You can also see there is what was that? There is some little stars above there, you know, 4 stars, and that expresses the quality of the food that I've eaten. I've eaten nothing, but I came to this planet with good equipment, you know. I drank some good stuff, you know. I remember my flight, and depending on what food quality you eat, this is basically how long the food will last, or how high your food meter will be. I'm not so familiar with that stuff yet, because and that's the classic. Where's my station? Where's my station? I think it's over here, I'm not sure. Okay, this is a problem, you know. You need to really remember where the station is, because if you lose it, that's it. That's the end of it. You've lost everything. That's why you should use the beacon when you go out mining. Or that's what you should... Oh, lol. That's why you should remember here that you always have this compass, which can also not be irritated by some magnetic field or whatever. It's always correct. And so when I say, okay, this is my station, and I go far away from it, here, and I remember that's the direction, like 90 degrees I have to go, then I can go over here and mine, but when I go slightly here and then I go 90 degrees, then I will miss my station. So I would have to go quite far away from it so that I can rely on this orientation, or I would have to kind of adjust in my mind to which direction I would have to go. Or I just wait, you know, until the day has come, and then I will see. So now we have this stuff here. Let's do something. Let's actually use the equipment that we have here. Oh, minus 42 degrees in here. That's a bit cold for what I'm trying to do. I was actually about to drink something, but I can't. And since now I'm, you know, this is basically expressing pain. You have coughing, and you have this heavy breathing. The heavy breathing expressing like pain and damage taking. It's a bit dumb, but okay. And here you can see this popped up. This wasn't visible before. Now my health is down to 81%. At 75% it would say health low.
Power critical.
And at 25% it would say health critical. And at 0% it would say you're dead, man. In not so many words. Alrighty then, I want to close this up. I don't have the material to do that, so I need to print it. I need a printer then. So we need to put up the printers. And I wanted to put up the pipes, right? Well, let's stick with the airlock for the moment. Because that I also need... Ah, there it is. That's the pipe. And then I pump the valuable oxygen I would have here, the valuable atmosphere, back into the station. and then it would not be wasted when I open the door, because this would be an evacuated room, and then the air from the outside would stream in, and then what? I need 2 of these, so I can pump the air out here. I mean, the planet also has atmosphere, right? Currently, I would constantly mix. It would increasingly mix the outside atmosphere into the room. So, but there are more problems than that. I only have 1 of these active vents. Like I said, but I also have no way of pumping the air out because the pipes are always closed. They are always closed by default. So, yeah, what to do about that then? That's a problem, man. But there's a solution. One of the solutions is, why not just put more and more pipes up here, which means that when I point at this now with my tablet, I would see that the volume of this overall pipe network, number 2257, this is an arbitrarily assigned number by the program, by the system, has a capacity of 80 liters, which means I have 8 pipes here, because each has a capacity of 10 liters. So now I can put more gas into these before these burst. And what you should know is they burst at 60 megapascals, which is 60,000 kilopascals, which is 600 times the normal air pressure, I think. So now I have some reservoir here, but that thing isn't yet wired up. It doesn't have any power. And I realized I should have put this up on the opposite side, but fret not, I can just do that still. So let's swap these again, and now keep them swapped. Like I say, I always play like this. It works. Wait, what? This is the mining builds. This, yeah, okay. I can just deconstruct this and put it up over here. You will see soon why. Yeah, okay, let's swap this. The inventory space, as you can see, is rather limited, but so are my resources here. So is the fact that I need food and water. All of that is pushing you towards achieving. And one of the potential achievements is that you get more inventory space. And no, that is not done by leveling up. That is done by constructing the things that have more inventory space. See, I said the area power controllers have 3 uses. Actually, they have 4. One of them is turn on and off what's on this side, so that it gets or doesn't get electricity. The other is that it has a battery buffer. Then basically it also has a third one, but I already said a battery buffer. The battery will be charged when there's electricity coming from there. Another purpose then is to, maybe I forgot one now, is to separate power networks. Because, like I said, we can control this with logic, and I can use the network analyzer cartridge to look what's connected to these cables, but I will not see the things that are on this side of the area power controller, and vice versa. This thing also separates power networks. Why is that meaningful? Yeah, well, let's not go into that now, but it makes sense to keep your airlocks on their own power network if possible, because let's say I have my entire station hanging from this thing, which currently actually I will have at the beginning, but later I shouldn't, because when the entire station is drawing from the little battery buffer, then the battery buffer will be empty rather quickly. This goes in, that comes out. So basically keep it separate ideally. Yeah, and this is part of the airlock, and so it needs to be connected. Now you see, this is all connected, and the wires are kind of flowing from the outside into here, and if this would have been on that side, that cable would have been ugly and tricky to do. That's why I moved that. Does this work yet? Does this move? Yes, it works. So, let me look at the cartridge. That is empty. You can switch the direction. Damn. I really have too little inventory space here. And I'm a bit under time pressure, obviously. So this sets the active vent inwards. Inwards always means it pumps then into that pipe network, not to be confused with it pumps into your station, because how would this device know that when you place it on the outside wall, right, or something like that? Inwards means into the pipe network. So I click here, then I set it inward by doing so. Now I turn it on for a moment, then I look at the pipes, and now we can see there's some stuff in there, 200 kilopascals. I flip this opposite again and turn it on, and this will be evacuated. See, and that will be my airlock for the time being. And you know what, let's use it. Oh no, let's not use it. Let's wait for the sun to come up and heat the atmosphere, which will also heat the room here. And yeah, something more on the simulation side. The air will be streaming slowly from basically compartment or from place to place. And so when it gets warm outside, it's getting warmer here, you know. In here, it is still cool. It's 2 degrees. I go to the outside and it is 5 degrees. I go back indoors, you see, it is 3 degrees. See, it's equalizing slowly, but this means there's some I mean, you know that when gas is heated, it increases in size. That's also how it happens in the game. You also know that when you heat up water, it turns into gas, it turns into, mist, you know what I mean. That's also how it happens in the game. And if you cool it down enough, it will freeze. And when you put pressure on it, and then these the temperatures like 0 degrees and 100 degrees for freezing and evaporation for becoming gas will be different, and that is how it is in the game here too. You can, I mean, this looks super complicated, but it's not. You don't need an engineering degree for this. It's super simple. I mean, look at this. I mean, okay, let's look at this. Let's first switch to Celsius, so you don't also have to put up with Kelvin. Okay, for those who haven't heard Kelvin yet, a Kelvin is kind of like degrees Celsius. It has the same scale, like when you have n degrees Kelvin, and then you add 100 Kelvin. Okay, I just said degrees Kelvin, sorry, you never say degrees Kelvin. When you have n Kelvin, or x Kelvin, and then you add 100 Kelvin to that, then you will also have the same as if you had added 100 degrees Celsius. It's the same scale, but it starts at a different location. Degrees Celsius has its 0 point where water freezes on Earth at sea level pressure. But Kelvin starts at absolute zero, where there's zero entropy, where there's no motion, where there's so little motion in the atoms that they basically become one superatom. And 273.15 degrees. Okay, this number I just said, Kelvin, is 0 degrees Celsius. This is a lot, I know, but I mean, this is just some bits and pieces. Later you will know all this stuff, and it's ultimately easy. But let's ignore that. Let's ignore Kelvin. You can just think in Celsius. Now we have Celsius here. Here we had minus 172, yeah, it's mouse pixel coarseness. And now let's move up to 0. Here we're looking at water, so what might this blue line mean? Well, that's when water freezes. So at 0 degrees Celsius, we get here to this solid body. At the left top is always the solid. And you don't want any solids in your gas pipes, they will rupture, they will die. And then all that gas will escape and possibly pollute your station, or will blow something up, depending on what you have constructed there, you know? So what is this then? Is this gas or is this liquid? Is this gas or is this liquid? I would suggest that we go from the left top to the right bottom. This is the hardest, and then we're going soft. So what is this? This is gas, and this is liquid. Why is that so? Well, let's say we increase the pressure. Up here. We increase the pressure. It still freezes at 0, but it becomes liquid only at a higher temperature. Well, okay, let's see. We can see here where the mouse is. We have a temperature of, like, let's say 400 degrees Celsius and a pressure of 5 kilopascals. This is where the threshold would be between gas and liquid. And this means that in other words, you would have to heat it up to like 350 degrees Celsius so that it becomes a gas. Now you can do the math. What is this? Is this the liquid or is this the gas? Is this the gas or is this the liquid? You know, you can say basically the higher the pressure, the more solid it will stay / become. And you know, a liquid is kind of solid, quasi-solid. So higher pressure means that you need more heat to, you know, okay, ultimately phase change diagrams, pretty simple. You look, let's ignore that it is a two-dimensional thing. Let's look at this dimension here, which is, we have to look at the right temperature, right pressure. Here we have 100 kilopascals, and you can see here the temperature is also 100-ish degrees. See, now think a horizontal line here. That is the one axis that you know in everyday life. But reality is more complex than that. Depending on pressure, it will be, these numbers will be different. And so we have just this line in different variations. Up here, line. See, that's what that is. This one dimension, you have to think, okay, what does the dimension look like up here when the pressure is higher, or down here when the pressure is lower? See, you can lower the pressure even so much that it's impossible for a liquid to for water even to become liquid or solid. It will just stay gas. That is how this is handled here in the game, at least. In reality, these are slightly different, but ultimately, yeah, this is a reality simulation. Okay, taking a short break. On we go. Yeah, I just realized something. This thing on the roof, bad idea. When the storm comes, I will lose my very valuable large battery. Oh. And since I have glass everywhere, this should work also. Yeah, visibility, yeah, it's working, 10%, god damn it. I don't know in which way we are. Oh, right, we can see that down here, day 3. And I think day 7 is when we get the first storm. Okay, I'm not sure where to continue. The airlock. Let's get rid of the little problem of dying. And what temperature do we have? 7 degrees. That's not where I wanted to go, but it's sufficient. So what I will do now is I will fill this room. Let's with we'll toss down some gas, some of my nice oxide. This is a stack of 14 oxide. Let's use the tablet to observe what happens to this small room here. Aha, the pressure is increasing. Not much though. Well, let's toss down some more. When I click on this with the Alt key, as per usual, I mean you have to hold down Alt anyway. When I click on this with the mouse, then I can say split half. Where will that half go? Well, it will go into my hand. Which is, in the case of ice, something you need to consider, as you can see. At least my hands are not getting cold. Well, I'm wearing gloves, yeah, that's the reason. I think they haven't simulated that yet. So, 24 kilopascals, that's pretty low. And they're not simulating the bends or something, so I can just open my helmet and... Ah! I am breathing! There's atmosphere! Oh, and this battery is being discharged. Can turn this off, you know.
Health critical.
Yeah, let's do something on that front. I have here, actually 2 inventory slots that I could meaningfully use, so let's do that actually. A water bottle. This is, this and the new, very brand new water fountains are the only way for you to drink, I think. See, I just pressed the right mouse button for the shortest moment of time. Now I'm at 1%. And that's why I recommend doing that you don't press the thing for the whole time and then release. I mean, you can do that. There's no downside here, other than that
Health low.
that it will take long for this to be completed. So I just click shortly. I will have some water. Then I click longer and longer. You know, that's a strategy here. That's why I did that. Okay, we see that we have a lot of things in here. Can we like put them up in a locker? Yes, we can. You can manufacture these, and you can also just take the one that comes with your lender, of course. It looks like we have 2 lockers, but that's not true, because
Power low.
there are different variants of lockers. I just used T once more. Again, this is advertised down here when you hold something instead of Q. Different variants, and these large ones, which is what I want to use now, they use up 2. This would now be red, and it would say that I need more in my hand so that I can build this. You have to be a bit careful when you place them. Here we can see from the bottom the doors are now on the right side. On the left side we can see this grid where you can actually place the things. It's a bit tricky to see right now. Yeah, the build goes up. They need to certainly develop a bit more on that front. So I need to turn it like this way, so I can place it in a way that I can use it here. Ah. Let's put some stuff away here. Or rather, solar panel. Shouldn't we put up the solar panel? I mean, we need electricity, right? So let's put that up. You can actually cheese it a bit. I'm not on the outside right now, but I can place things on the outside right now. I'm not sure if I should or shouldn't do that. I'm not sure if I want them or want them not to fix that. You can already see this is producing 128 watts, 127, it's going down. This indicates that the sun is already moving away from its most vertical position. Ah, and now we can see, if I turn this on, green, blue, green, blue. This means this thing is on, it's blue, it's powered, you know, but green means that overall the battery buffer is not in the reds, it is being charged up instead of being charged down. You can see here 30%, 31%. If I turn this off, this will probably charge even faster since the doors are now not sucking it dry. I mean, this game and you will be a love affair if you give it the time, I swear. Yeah, the interface is a bit cumbersome. I mean, most of the time I have some stuff on screen like I just did
Hunger, caution.
the whole time. I can press F2 to hide all of that, but then also the crosshair is gone. Maybe that should be an optional thing. I can still click stuff. It's not like I'm now disabled or something. You can press F1 for this, for the help. Which you can also make transparent. And you can press F3 for the console. Let's go into pause mode and press F3. Yeah, you see some... This is not for you, basically. This is backdoor information, background information. You can type help, and you see some commands. For example, if for whatever reason the game seems to be stuck and you can't get anywhere, the user interface doesn't show up, you can't click anything. I haven't had that yet, except when trying to assign a key in some certain situations. But in principle, then you can just type exit. I won't do this now. And then you will just be back in the main menu. You can also change the difficulty here. Mine is currently easy. You can go to creative at any time. And then you have a spawn menu, but I have never played creative so far in my 1000 hours because I don't want to. This is a simulation game, I want to experience the reality of it, and so I suggest to not willy-nilly go there, you know? Don't cheese again, try to experience the reality. Yeah, so, solar panel. Then we have the crate. That stuff, come on. Solid generator. What is the solid generator? Well, the solid generator generates electricity. Now I will now place that thing. Should I actually not place that without cheesing? Yeah, I should. And I will. So let's turn this on. Will I open the door now? No, then I will lose all my precious atmosphere. Instead, I will manually close this door of my airlock. I will start the pump to inwards.
Low pressure.
Oh.
Pressure critical.
And then I will close my helmet.
Oxygen low. Oxygen critical. Temperature critical.
And then there is no more pressure in here. You can see it down here. It's not 100% reliable because it's rounded, but you can also hear it, you can tell from the sound. This thing is no longer audible. Then turn it off because it consumes electricity, and now observe what happens. Yeah, there's some atmosphere out there, so whenever I cycle the airlock, I'm making the situation in there worse, kind of. Less pure air, basically. Okay, the solid fuel generator. Let's put that thing up. We can rotate that not every which way, only in the horizontal plane. What does it have? It has its electricity outlet, and it also has its logic outlet, and it also has its fuel inlet. You can see the big red arrow there on the left. And I want to be able to toss stuff in there from inside the base. This might also seem like cheesing, but you can put up a chute, you know, that's like a square tunnel, which consists of little square boxes, and then you can toss something in there, and then it will arrive in here. So all that keeps me away from not cheesing this in this configuration right here is one box, basically, or two, because you have to go around the corner. And so, yeah, reasonably you could say this is realistic. You know, it's not too unrealistic what I'm doing here. Now I have to guide the power inside. What can I burn then? What is fuel? Coal. You can find coal on the planet, and then you burn that, and that gives you electricity. This thing, the tablet, counts as a tool, so you can swap it against one of these. You can put it in there. Yeah, it's very useful to use the auto rotate key here, because that will save you lots of time when you're putting down cables. And of course, this thing in the other hand. So now I could burn some fuel. I can actually turn this thing on and off, so there could be a stack of coal in there and it's still not generating electricity. And I can turn this thing on, and it won't do anything. It will also not consume any electricity, like sucking backwards from the cable. No, it doesn't. But when I now stuff some coal in there, it will instantly burn that coal, and I don't want to waste that, so you need to be aware of what you put in there at which time. Like with pussies, you know. So let's try to get some coal in. Oh, look at that. We have some light there. What light is that, by the way? Haha, that's hilarious. You know, everything that's turned on, and is actually turned on meaningfully, as in it would now be functional, is lit also. What is lighting this switch right there? There's no electricity, man. Oopsie. Found a hole in the simulation. And it's visible rather oh. Is it? No, not that far. So let's rely on the compass then. We are going into the direction 180, I mean minus 180, so that's 0. Yeah, 0 of course. And what do we have here? We have some iron. I need coal though. Coal. Iron, I kind of have enough. Coal, please. Also needed, this is silicon. We need that to construct, to create plastic materials, which we will then, for example, to create the water bottle filler. You have seen the water bottle, right? And I drank from the water bottle, but you have not seen me fill the bottle, because neither do I have some reservoir from which to fill it, nor do I have the tools to do so, which in this case would be the water bottle filler. Yeah, careful not to move wrong, else I will not find my station. This you will not need at the beginning. Cobalt is rather a later game, not late game, but later game material. This volatiles you will actually need rather early. So let's make some room here in my mining belt and get that. Like I explained, the mixture of volatiles, 2/3 of volatiles and 1/3 of oxygen is like the ideal fuel mixture. Now let's look at the volatiles ice. See, there's pure ice volatiles, which is when you have an atmosphere that contains also volatiles, and then you cool it down so much that it would freeze, and this will then actually rain down as hail and lay on the ground. That will then be pure ice volatiles. But the stuff that you find in the landscape, like I do here, will not be... Oh, okay, that's also pure, never mind. And can you just use the oxide and the volatiles like this to create your fuel mixture? Yes, you can. It's pure enough. I mean, it just has to have the oomph. It doesn't have to be pure to burn. So yeah. I need coal, man. There's coal. Okay, that's the way. I say I need coal. There's coal. This is the way. The solid fuel generator outputs up to 20 kilowatts of power. By the way, the units in regards to electricity in the game are a bit unrealistic, or you know, maybe they changed it at some point, because when you're looking, for example, a battery, it would tell you how many watts of charge it has, but that's bullshit, of course. It will have joules. What's the difference between joules and watts? Now your ears will automatically switch to one way in, out the other. Not you consciously. I'm not saying you don't want to learn anything, but I think that's how it subconsciously is when these things come up. But it's actually not that complicated. I mean, think about it. If you have an electricity source and now you have a 1000-watt space heater that you connect to it, which I would actually turn on right now, then you're consuming these 1000 watts, right? But when? How much? What is happening there? See, you have to think about unit of time there. But when you're thinking about a battery, then you don't think about unit of time. You just think about the storage reservoir. So you could say that joules is liters, metaphorically, you know, 180 degrees. And watts is liters per second. And that's indeed what it is. Watts is joule per second. Literally, 1 watt is 1 joule per second. So, you know, the thing can supply this and this many watts, but what is stored in the battery should be this and this many joules. So that's a bit unrealistic. But alright, we will accept that. Additionally, the game has a simulation step speed of like half a second, I think. And this is, I believe, also the speed for the electricity simulation and also for the units there. And so when they say something that would be akin to 1 joule, oh, that reminds me of... Where is my station, man? Then there would be rather, 2 joules, because they're counting at a double speed. But let's not think about that stuff. Let's just go with what we have here. If I can find the station, that is. Why did I lose it, man? This is ridiculous. At least there's some coal here. Yeah, so you should definitely put up a beacon so that you find your station. And then you of course have to take your tracker with you, you know, the tracker cartridge, because else what good is the tablet? I need some more space here. Is there something I can toss? Well, well, I can just hold something in my hand, yes? You can see here when I click on this thing with my mining drill, even though it's turned off, I can just pick that up like this. Oh, my coal stack is full. There's no more slots here for another stack, so yeah. Copper is very important for me very soon, so I will also take some of that with me. And I have no clue yet how to find my station. So yeah, that's gonna be funny. Hopefully I find it. Else, for the purposes of this video, I think I will choose to cheat. I could tell you how to do that, but should I? Shouldn't I? Well, I can just look at the world, at the save game, you know, and look where I am, where the station is, and think about what the coordinates mean, and then take the appropriate action, you know. No more copper to be found. Oh. Oh, it's down here. Okay, that's just a full stack. When the storm comes, it will also hit this thing and eventually destroy it. But yeah, well, no, whatever. The world is a large place. Case in point, where's my station? can't see it. If it would be daytime, I would certainly see it. I'm not so far away. But currently I've really lost orientation. I don't know where I have to go. Let's climb this mountain. That might be productive. Do I have to wait until the day? Here we have another ore that you can mine. Nickel. There's also like copper, one thing that will not be so important at the beginning. At the beginning you have to care about coal and copper and iron and oxide and volatiles. Don't fall too fast, because that will damage your suit. Aha, okay, the day is dawning, so very soon I will see where the station is, I assume. We are not fucked. Yeah. Alright. Well, I guess the battery burned out. 0%. So, let's charge it then. Let's charge the battery by putting some coal in there, if I can manage to do so. Yeah, okay. Ah, it's running. Alright. And now we have electricity again instantaneously, because of course the throughput here has priority over the charging.
Power critical.
Now I want to do several things at once. I can, for example, open this door. I can open my helmet. I can also pump
Low pressure.
this out.
Critical.
But actually, let me show you something. Let me show you something
Low pressure. Oxygen
that
low.
is
Oxygen critical.
this is borderline cheating. But let me show you anyway. We can see here the pressure in this pipe is currently 3 megapascals. Let's see to that this pressure increases even further.
Low pressure.
I'm closing my
Oxygen
helmet.
critical.
10 megapascals, 11, 12. At 50 megapascals you will hear creaking noises, but no, don't worry, there will not be damage. It will just be unnerving, and you should actually deal with that. Okay, the pressure in here is decreasing and decreasing. See, there's still air over here, moving slowly over here, and then it's being taken from the active vent into that thing. That's what you have to consider. Anyway, that's enough. Condensation is happening in the pipe. Well, what we have in the pipe is oxygen, nitrogen, CO2, and pollutant. Let's look at the phase change diagram of pollutant. Here you can see pollutant is quite an iffy thing. Here, gas, gasity, gas, and gas. But then when the pressure is high enough, you know, the vertical axis is the pressure. When we're at like 2 megapascals, and we are already over 10, then it will quickly become a liquid, and pipes don't like liquids. The gas pipes, they don't like liquids. This is probably just a gameplay choice, I guess, to 90%, I'm not sure. Anyway, though I think I looked something up. There was a video showing me what happens if you have liquid in a pipe, and then there's also gas streaming through it at high speed. This can lead to quite bad outcomes. This is not what's happening here, but in principle there is a reason to have separate gas pipes and liquid pipes. The liquid pipes can take gas and liquid. The gas pipes can only really survive gas. Now you might think, why not just use the liquid pipes then? Well, the liquid pipes can only take 6 megapascals, while the gas pipes can take 6T, that's 10 times that. And also, it depends on the connector, you know, what do you want to connect the pipe to? Not every device has every type of connector. That's also something to consider. But you can transition between them if you use the right tools. Yeah, so that's why condensation is happening. And so what we're seeing here, that is the symbol for liquid pollutant. We have actually liters of pollutant in there, and therefore we have stress. If the stress reaches, I believe, 2%, then we will hear that there's damage taking place. Is this still burning? Yeah, let's turn that off. How much do we have left? I burned almost half the stack. Now let me show you the cheat. I told you that we have 100 liters capacity here, and so, well, that's the amount of pressure. Let's remove a pipe then. Oh, the pressure has increased. How did it do that? Because the same amount is now in less pipe. "49 megapascals, man." Do you hear that? Maybe I need some more gas in here to hear anything. What you can do, by the way, you can open this thing. But it's too valuable for that. You shouldn't really use that. You should rather use the oxide. So what's happening here now is that one of these pipes will rupture. I hope it's going to be the right one. This one. Because, you know, I increased the pressure effectively by removing all those pipes. Let's look at this. Here we see pressure. Here we can see... oh, nothing? Okay, alright. And this is taking damage. Dangerously high pressure. And then it will rupture. And then we have an outlet. So we can pump the airlock dry without having to put that into these... But I think there's a little mistake here that I just made. Because what's happening is that this will release the air not just into the room, but also out there because of this bizarre shape in which it has ruptured. So that was ultimately not productive. Yeah, stupid me. Could have done that differently. Let's do that then. Do that same trick again. Or, you know, I just showed you how to cheat. I'm not saying that you should, so let's not do that actually. Okay, where should we go from here? So you have just seen that when I remove a pipe, it doesn't mean that its contents are destroyed. But some things in the game, when you dismantle them, the content will be destroyed, and I'm pretty sure that this will eventually be changed. So try not to use it for cheesing, because it's a shitty thing to do, isn't it? By the way, this thing has a pressure protection. When I pump, you can see here, you can see external safety is set to 0 pascals. Is this charge? Okay, wait, let me first charge my battery here. And where's the other battery? Here we go.
Power low.
And then this. Yeah. Okay, now I lost track. Started too many topics at once. So this thing outputs up to 20 kilowatts. But these cables are actually rated for not that much. You can see here we also have heavy cables. Let's click on those. Maximum wattage 100,000 watts. But the small cables, whatever their name is, I think the name is cable, are rated only for 5,000 watts. So if you pump 20 kilowatts through them, they will not survive this. They will rupture, just like the pipe ruptured. And then, yeah. So why are the cables not rupturing? Because just because this thing supplies this and this much electricity doesn't mean it will actually be going through the cable, just like in reality when your consumers, I mean, you know, it's basically a shortcut. You know, you have to think of it like a shortcut. I know there's only one cable here instead of two. Let's ignore that. In reality, you would have two poles, and if you connect the two, you get a big spark and your fuse will shut off. And that's a good thing, because else your apartment will light on fire, which is not what you want, particularly not in your walls where there's the rubber around the cable and that cable fire can basically not be extinguished. You don't want that shit. Don't fuck with your fuses, man. So that is then the load on the cable. By creating the shortcut, when I have like I don't know, 3 kilowatts fuse at home. Is this charging? Yes, it is. Then I will have 3 kilowatts load here when I shortcut this, or 2.9 maybe. And if I go to 3, then the fuse will shut down. So what does it mean? If the fuse will not shut down, how many kilowatts would I have? A good question. There are other fuses, there are stages towards your apartment, and then towards your building, and then towards your street, and so forth. Ultimately, you would have, I guess, millions of watts. You know. Anyway, so that's the load, the shortcut. And so when you have a consumer here, in reality and as in the game, that does something with the electricity, that does some work, that is effectively a shortcut, a weak one, which has some resistance. And the higher the resistance, the less the load will be on the cable. So if the cables, the 2 cables here, the virtual 2 cables, are not connected, then the resistance will be virtually infinite. And if you connect them, it will be 0. So then you have the highest load on the cable. See, that's how this works, just like in reality. Alrighty, what's to do next? I have to build the printer stuffs, and for that I need materials. And for that I need the arc furnace. Let me show you what not to do regarding the arc furnace. Here is the arc furnace, which is used to melt iron into ingots and similar things. And to do similar things. The auto-rotate key doesn't do anything for me here for whatever reason. Oh, it's in the way. You can see it. Placement is blocked by cable straight. Alrighty, then let's place it here. Oh, it's still... Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. See this little gap there? This visual gap also means you can place it in this rotation but not in the other. Funny. Didn't think of it ever. So now this thing can be turned on and see, it's humming. And you can also hear basically that it has some base power usage. So now let's observe what happens to my atmosphere here. And can I open my helmet?
Low pressure.
I cannot. Where did all that oxygen go? When the cable burst up there, it was streaming into the station but also outwards because it was right underneath the roof. That's a bit wicked, but that's the way it is. I have to accept that. So let's melt some of this stuff. See, the soil is airtight. This worked. Usually. So you might build a large room with the soil open in most places, and then you might actually have a problem with the soil actually not being airtight, and then you might wonder why that is. That is because it is not reliably airtight. But in this small space, and there's no hole in the ground here, here it worked. Why is there so little atmosphere? Do I have to really toss down a full stack? Oh man, what is happening? Have you seen that? When it drops down, then that will not be added to the interior atmosphere? God damn it! I've never known this. And I would even consider this a bug, man. Maybe someone could report that, so I don't have to think of it. This is what just happened. It dropped down there and man! Well, that's why you usually seal your floor, you know? Anyway, so let's open the helmet. And use the tablet, which was still on, stupid me, because there's a battery in there. And let's turn on the arc furnace and observe what happens. It gets warmer. And some gases are being added.
Toxin detected.
Oh. Oh, this is bad. I better close my helmet.
Toxin detected.
This didn't help much, or did it?
Power critical.
Hypothetically, I now have that toxin in my suit, actually. I don't know why it's not still complaining about that. I'm not sure. I will do a flushing, just to be sure. So, in here now we're getting more and more gas, which is from the iron ore. You can see the gases and liquids that it has. It has carbon dioxide, CO2, so we're fine with that. The atmosphere has that too, and we're breathing that out too. As long as it stays in balance, not a problem. But pollutant, it has 2 moles. So it's outputting quite some pollutant. So when you're melting iron, yeah, that's what happens. When you dig out ore with your manual drill, then you get the ore with the... oh, look at that! An iron ingot. Nice. Then you dig out the ore with the gases that it brings. But when you're using a deep miner, which will automatically mine stuff for you, not only will it not output directly the ore, but you first have to send it through a centrifuge, but also the ores that you will get will not have any gases. So you cannot get infinite gas this way, sadly, but that's the way it is. That's why playing on a planet with atmosphere, like on Mars, is
Hunger critical.
probably better for a beginner, since, you know what, I'm gonna stuff my face despite the pollutant, huh? Shall we?
Toxin critical.
Yeah, you have seen that this is eaten very quickly, but if you have a raw potato or baked potato, that will be very slow and will give you very little food. So that's luxurious food here. That's also why I get these 3 stars. Where was I? Eating, pollutant, pressure. I forgot. Congratulations. Anyway, you get more and more gas in here. If you keep melting in here, also it consumes electricity. So you don't want to do that in here. I want to do that out there. So let's find a place out there where we can do that. I would just be so free as to place this. That is also possible. Also cheesing. And this is not necessary, but for convenience and consistency, I will place it down like this. Looks better. Yeah, and now I will... oh. Iron sheets. I need iron sheets to do this thing now. Or can I place this on an edge here? I think so. Yeah, I can. So this is the direction where it would output. Let's turn this around. This is the direction where it would input. So now you can be in the station and stuff something in here, and then it will come out. And so it can start the smelting process like this and so forth. It's a bit cheesy to do it like this, admittedly, yeah. But there are ways to circumvent this. You can automate this thing because it too, like all devices, has logic. So, for example, you can turn it on automatically whenever you toss something in, and you can add some chutes here, so you can have some stack of stuff that will then be smelted one after the other, because the chutes will automatically transport into the in slot, and you can connect the output slot also to chutes, which will then possibly toss it here over the roof into your station, and the gases, the poisonous stuff, will stay out there. Good, no? But, you know, we have some pollutant in here. Let's get rid of that by opening the door. Which will also lose us all the valuable atmosphere. I think I have to step up the pace a bit, else I might actually die. I don't want that. Okay, where are my manufactories? Autolathe here? Yeah, that's the only printer that you have at the beginning. Where will I put that? It's a bit cramped in here. Maybe I should put this thing over yonder. Yeah, and then I will just turn it on and toss something in as needed. Toss it, turn it on from the outside. Now we have some space for the autolathe. There is my 3D printer. Hello. Can I actually place a chute like this in this place? No, I can't. That's not a problem. Once I have the autolathe set up, I can move the arc furnace over here, because then I have a foundation there. So let's just do this. Here, this would be placed inside the wall, which is possible and functional, but I think that should not be so, and so you shouldn't do it, because it's unrealistic, no? You don't want to do that. It's not yet constructed fully. These printers give you a lot, and you don't have to construct them so many times, so it makes sense that they are a bit tricky to set up. Case in point, I will need something I don't have. Oh, that was the wrong tool to tell me via the tooltip. Ah yes, I need a welding torch and 2 iron sheets. I have 1 iron sheet. La 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 la. We have to deconstruct some more. And afterwards, the station will no longer be airtight, I think. Yes, and when you weld in the indoors, then this will also pollute the atmosphere. Temperature was rising, now it's spreading out, but I have some pollutant now. Now I need 4 cable coils. Do I still have some? Yes. And then I need plastic sheets. And then finally I need the screwdriver. And that's it. That's a 3D printer. Now it needs to be wired up so it can do stuff. Why did I connect the Airlock Logic when I don't use the Airlock Logic yet? Because I will very soon use the Airlock Logic, but here I will not do that because the logic of that device I will not need for a while, if at all. Okay, this thing could now potentially do stuff. If the battery weren't empty, almost. Do I have some more coal? No, yes I do. A little bit. Yeah, so why was I not using 20 kilowatts of power? Because this device doesn't use that much, and these also not, whatever. Or just this cable network that I've connected here, right? But I can add more and more consumers, for example a wall heater, and then I will ultimately consume enough, and then the cable will burn out when it is supplied by this thing. Now you could say, well, supply it then with something that has less power. That's tricky, depending on, I mean, well, basically, how many power sources are there? There's, for example, wind energy, but you don't want to draw power directly from that, because if the wind is currently low, then you cannot really run your device that is attached to it. You want to run that into a buffer, which is a battery. But the batteries can output, I believe, arbitrarily much electricity. So basically, you would have that 20 kilowatts power problem once again, or 5 kilowatts power problem. So how could you do this then? Well, you use a transformer. You can use a transformer which will then be used to limit the amount of watts that can go through, and then on the other side you can use your cable. And so if you're using too much electricity, nothing bad will happen other than that you get brownouts. You know, some devices will turn off, some devices will run slower depending on device type. Or you just use the heavy cables, which are not so easily manufactured in comparison to these cables. So let's manufacture something. Let's seal this stuff up. We have some iron ingot. Where did I put that? In the locker? Yep. And toss that in here. You can see here now on the display, we have 50 iron in there. And I want to manufacture 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sorry. Let's say 10 iron sheets. Oh, it doesn't have power. Because it's turned off. Yeah, let's just construct as many iron sheets as we can, right? Sheets, iron, go. Because this thing is now being sucked dry. 2%. Oh, still nice. Still good? Okay. But then I have to stop it, indeed. There's one way to stop it. You can select a different recipe while the current one is still ongoing. These recipes are sometimes... this one was very fast, others are slower. And then it will complete that recipe, and afterwards it will not do anything. Or you just push this button in the middle of production, and then even the current recipe will abort. Don't worry, you will not lose any resources by this. This is all handled nicely, player-friendly. So even if, for whatever reason, a production aborts entirely, you will not lose the resources, ever. They will only be consumed by successful production. Okay, let's wait for the day for heating up everything in here. Let's weld that stuff out there. Place the arc furnace in a more meaningful location. And I realize I need more iron sheets still. because I need more manufactories, not just these ones, not just this one. So move this thing. You might ask yourself, well, when does the fun part begin? Well, this, for all intents and purposes, this is already the fun part, but there are more fun parts when you're doing atmospheric mixing. When you, I mean, we have seen basically only a few fundamentals of the game, not much actually. So you cannot really tell, you cannot really judge it yet. What you can say is that the interface is the way I keep demonstrating it, because yeah, that's indeed the way it is. Sorry. Wait, what's that? That is the data connection. I don't need that yet, and since I have few cables, I don't want to do that. I need to connect the power, because I need to melt some copper so that I can make cables. Caution. This is from the outside. This is the cable network that supplies the energy. I want to use the cable network that is on the indoors. Now I have problems here because I don't have enough cables, so we'll just use these for the time being. So I can now, if I had some electricity, melted this copper. No, not that, this. See, you can just stand here and reach through the glass. Turn this on and... oh, right, it needs power. Depending on what stuff you're melting, you're getting different gases. And for example, when you melt gold, you will get oxygen as a side effect. And when you're on Vulcan, which is one of the hardest planets, but very cool. I mean, it's very hot, but it's a very cool planet to play. Then during the day, this will mix with the atmosphere, which is mostly volatiles, so you get a fuel mixture, and the temperature during the day is so high, or even during the night, I don't remember clearly, that it will just light up. So when you smell something here, it will just light the air on fire. The atmosphere. So I will push this button to abort the production, and push the button again to start the production. Now we have what we have melted so far, which I can use once I have cables, which I don't have. See, that's the same as if I push the button, the ingot will be spat out. It's very convenient to create some cables. Because there's the electronics printer, and that is used for printing the heavy cables and the normal cables and many other things, but thankfully the Autolathe can also print the normal cables. And you see it takes 0.5 copper, we have 4 grams of copper in there, so I can make 8 cables, and I will actually do so. Let's see what happens if I connect this. The production was just interrupted because when the power network is recalculated, or you could just imagine it to be some kind of electric shock from some other load being added or whatever, then they will be interrupted. So that's something to keep in mind. Only on the same cable network, obviously. Okay, now let's print something else. We need other printers. Printer. We have the electronics printer, we have the security printer, we have the hydraulic pipe bender, and I think all that can be looked up here, because this is not just a reference, it is mostly a reference. What is a reference? Well, a lexicon is, a dictionary is a reference. That is when you know what you want to look for, then you find that entry, and now we have found the entry, we can read the details, and then we're done. That's what a reference is. But we have also have like a lexicon. Did I just use the word lexicon wrong before? I don't know. Where you can go by topic, you know. And we have here the fabricators, and then you can see we have the packaging machine, Autolathe we already made, the oven. Electronics printer is very primary. That should be one of the first printers you make, certainly. And the hydraulic pipe bender. I will do this one first, because then I can actually print the passive vent, which is like the active vent, except it doesn't need power and it doesn't have a pump, and it is basically just as if I had ruptured a pipe. It's like an open pipe. That's what it is, you know. It actually internally in the game it is simulated as a pipe, which means that it will be part of the same pipe network. That is only relevant for people who know their way around already and know that when pipe networks are connected, then there will be some transitionary slowdown of the gas going from A to B. That is part of the simulation, and so yeah, it's good that it's part of the same pipe network. Keeps things fast. Tool manufactory, you can make your screwdriver and such with it, or make a tool belt. You can also make a mining belt. Making more mining belts is meaningful because you can keep gases around in your storage cabinets. And when you have the tier 2 of this, when you have upgraded this or that and so forth, you can upgrade all of them. This one too, I'm not sure. Then you can get better things. Then you can get a tool belt and a mining belt which hold more storage, you know. And you can also use the tool manufacturer, I believe, to print suits which have larger capacity, so you have more inventory space. Okay, I want to do the pipe bender. What does it need? It needs iron, it needs gold, it needs copper. Copper we have almost, but I need to do a mining tour here, and so let's if I already had some chutes, I could just stack things up, you know. I have this iron here, I want all of it smelted, but I don't want to do that because it will stack up some ingots out there, and guess what that means? When the storm hits, they will be blown away and I have to go mining again. Thank you, I don't want that. Oh, this is charged now. Do I have something else I could charge now, meaningfully? I could do this. And actually, yeah, let's swap these two then. Interesting. Is red and blue depending? Yeah, maybe it's like chunking away some electricity whenever it's, I don't know, maybe it's maybe this power consumption is pulsed, you know. Sometimes there's more load, sometimes there's less load. I don't know. Okay, let's go. See, we can see so far during the day. I mean, see is the day, carpe diem. So that's gold. Yeah, that's good. And turn off the light, man. This is slower to mine because it's more valuable, you know. That's like part of the gameplay, part of the game balancing. Once you have the powerful drills, you won't care though. You will just lawn mower through the landscape and it will pick up everything. And you can even get glasses which allow you to look through the soil and see where everything is and what it is. Yep, there will actually be a cube, and there's AU as an aurum, the Latin word for gold, and then you will, or the, just, you know, the element, the chemical element, and they can just dig there and there it will be. We already have a full stack of gold. I don't need that much at the beginning. Come on. See, you can put it in there with your hand or with a drag and drops action. Gold, some more iron, copper would be valuable to have, and yeah, of course, electricity. We don't have energy yet, so oh, silver. Not for us now, but also very valuable. There we go. Direction would be 63 degrees. took a long time to build that little box room with some atmosphere in it, right? But like I said, I have a video up for the moon where I play for 10 minutes from the start, and when those 10 minutes are over, or was it 13? Okay, I don't remember. Then I am standing inside a constructed station with breathable atmosphere. So it can be done in a way faster way. Of course, I don't have an airlock yet, I have no manufactories yet, but I also have such a video up for Mars, which is a bit longer. Ah yeah, that was the 30-minute one, I believe. And there also placed some manufactory and some manual airlock construction and so forth. So when you know your way around, you can do that rather quickly. It's not as tedious as it seems to be right now. Also, like I said, try to love the moment. Try to love what you're doing. You're on this planet. You're in a spacesuit with its filters ticking down, with your batteries ticking down. You have needs, food, water. You actually have hygiene needs now these days, which you can see here. There's the tooltip. Will not explain that now. I'm under pressure here, time pressure. I would like to have some more coal, please. Man, I'm not lucky. I mean, there might be coal underneath me, but I can't see it. There's even some ground-penetrating radar scanner that comes with your ship. But I never use it, and it's rather tedious, and I think it doesn't even tell you what it is that you find there, so not very useful, sadly. I mean, it's very nice to add such a thing, because then you can, like I said, you can try to enjoy the reality of it, you know? But, hey, why is it showing...
Power critical.
It was showing the red symbol. That was actually a bug, a glitch there. So you can try to enjoy the reality of it, you know? When you're playing on easy difficulty, like I'm doing right now, you can like role-play it more. You can say, hey, I'm here, so let's try this thing out and try that thing out, and place a couple of flags, which you also have in your lander, down there so you can see where I've already been, and the station is the direction of 160 degrees. Yeah, that's the way you should approach this. But you can also play it like an engineering simulation once you have set everything up, you know, once you're deeply in the game. What you can also do is you can, if you're much more proficient with all the backstage of the game, you can say, okay, I make my new game here, and now something interesting. The battery ran dry. Yeah, use a different one. This is what you can do in the field, and if your suit battery runs out and you still need electricity, sometimes you don't, if the climate is nice, then you can just, you know, swap it there. Swap another battery up there into your suit. Even if it's a simple one. It will, of course, be emptied more quickly, but it will still work. And apart from these two, the small battery and the medium battery, there's also nuclear batteries, which are really large. And then there's the station battery, but you cannot carry that with you. That is for the station. And that's, you know, that battery can be charged with basically an arbitrarily large force. So if you connect that with a weak cable, with a simple cable, 160, then your cable will burst. Because the 20 kilowatts will go in there, period. So we should actually strive to have the station battery as soon as possible, because then I don't have to go mining tediously. See how this all is interlocked? I mean, the tedious mining is reduced by being able to make more out of your resources. But for that you have to use intelligence, experience, construction. It's awesome. It's really brilliantly awesome. You could say I'm a fanboy, but a fanboy usually means unreasonably. But I've played for over 1,000 hours. Does that mean unreasonable? Okay, maybe it does. But anyway. Hey, what's happening? Oh, no more electricity. That's what happened. That's why it burnt out. We have 2 stacks of coal, so let's burn some. 3 even. Huh. Yeah. Hey, wait. Was this thing turned off automatically when there was no more power available? That, to me, seems to be a new development. That wasn't so months ago. Or did I turn that off? I don't remember. No, I didn't. Okay, I think we now have the resources to print the hydraulic pipe bender. So let's go. Now this process will take a while and will consume quite some electricity. So we need to make sure that our battery isn't empty. But since the generator is still running, that is not a concern.
Power low.
Yeah, some people complain about all this power low and so forth stuff in the reviews when they give a thumbs down. But dude, you have to know your way around. All this is part of the game. This is just a game that is beyond anything you have ever experienced. And therefore you have to apply yourself beyond what you have ever experienced. I mean, it's not even that hard. It's mostly based upon knowledge. I mean, I'm playing this on easy difficulty now, and you see how lazily I'm playing this, and it's still working out. I'm still alive. I'm still fine. So, you know, don't judge this game too harshly just because you don't know how to play it. Right, I don't have electricity there. Let's charge that battery then. Oh, and I have a battery charger, but it hasn't yet been wired up. I would need some cables to do so. I haven't manufactured any. See, I'm opening up more fronts on which we will be successful. And then I will just be like, push the button here, do the thing there, and then everything will be fluent. I will have my electricity. I'm really at the very beginning still. We're basically still standing next to the lander, trying to not die. That is what this is. Even this many hours in, you know? It's a slow and wonderfully complex game. It's a dream. And it's cramped because I have such a small station. Okay. These stack, so I can put them both in that place. This is useful the way it is. Let me just change that radio station for a moment. Okay. 84%. Are we still good? Do we still have electricity? Yeah, it's still charging. That is already green. 93, 94. And then once it's full, I will swap that with my battery here, so we're not wasting any electricity. No, we are wasting electricity because I'm only using this weak consumer when I'm outputting 20 kilowatts potential. You know, I need to make that. What's the name? The station battery. How do I do that then? No, I don't need to. I don't need to. It will always keep continuing production. I can sadly not see how full this thing still is. Of course, I could use Logic. I could use Logic and then say, give me the slot this and this of the device. Like here we have the slot this and this. And then tell me what's in there, how high the stack is, how damaged the stack is, how high the stack could be of that material, what material that is, blah, blah, blah. I can do all of that. It's super complex, man. Oh, what's that? A disk. What do we do with that? We stick it where we don't need it right now, but possibly later. Early in the game, in the development, they put some disk slots in some devices that by now don't need it. So this is a nice way of storing that thing in your airlock. So we have now burnt through the entire stack of coal. Quite a waste, but alright. Now placing the next manufactory. Like this, that's too close. This is reasonable. Later you would probably place them further apart because you would use chutes to go from here to another location, and maybe place a stacker here. That's a device that will just gather all these iron sheets into one stack instead of spitting them out one by one. But you know, now it's cramped in here and we'll just do it like this. I need some iron sheets. Make some. See? Now I don't have to go through all the shenanigans. Now I'm just saying I need some iron sheets. Thank you very much. we're slowly accelerating. Basically, this is a soft leveling up. This is happening constantly. And isn't leveling up one of the most awesome things that you experience in games? I mean, that's why it's in basically every game, right? You're getting better, decidedly. And that is what's happening sneakily in this game on all fronts. Four. Wait, is this that's the pipe bender? Should I already extend the station while I'm at it? I should, I think. One more row would make me much more free. So let's create some... okay, iron frames I still have enough. Iron walls, not so much. How many would I need? 1, 2, 3, 4. No, 8. I would need 10. 1, 2, 8 is 10. I will need 8 iron walls. Wall. Iron wall. Make some. Will cost me 1 iron per wall. So I will have 9 iron left. Let's smelt some more stuff here. Come on. And get this stuff indoors quickly. Who knows how close the storm is? Actually, the day counter should know. I will just toss that in here for now. Okay, we have enough iron walls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have enough iron walls. 15. All right. Not a problem. And now I can expand the station. And we will need more iron sheets. Alrighty. Oh, I thought it was 4 wide. It was only 3. Okay, whatever. Now I will probably run into the problem I described earlier, where I will place, I mean the decision has been made already in this moment when I place them down, where I will place them in a way that the stripes on the glass will go the wrong way, but what can I do? Could basically just try it out, then if it's wrong, deconstruct it, rotate, and then construct it again, and then construct a few in this way before I rotate again, so that I can be sure that it will be right. Okay, that has been put up. Now I need glass and iron sheets. I need lots of iron sheets here. Sheets. Which I can't make. Because I don't have enough iron yet. Yeah, like I said, at some point that will just be tossed into my station automatically. But we're not there yet. Smells something else then. Day 6. I think day 7 will be a storm. And you can actually get a storm warning if you wish. There's a device in the game that will give you storm warning. There's a visible light, and obviously you can also use logic once again, so you can get an audible warning, and you can even do that in a way that you're out there with your spacesuit mining, and then suddenly a radio message will tell you that a storm is coming. You can do that. But you have to construct that yourself, and you have to program that yourself. But you don't have to. See, that is a more advanced task. You might think, yeah, this game is not for me, it's too complicated. But I mean, dude, currently I'm only Minecrafting. Okay, I'm just putting up some walls and some ground. How is that complicated? It's not. It's just a bit more complex than Minecraft in this regard. I was lucky. At least regarding the sideways walls. It's not really complicated. So normally when you do that, what I'm just doing, then you would do it differently. Oh, I was lucky here too. Very good. Because you would leave one window open, which I can of course crowbar, and then it is open, yeah. Because, I mean, if I just open it like this, then the station atmosphere here will stream here into whatever is here. So if I'm, for example, on Europa, then I will have minus 160 degrees Celsius air that will be mixing with my station atmosphere, and that will be damn cold, man. Or if I have a vacuum here, then suddenly the pressure in my station will drop. It doesn't seem to be an issue because so far I haven't really bothered much with the station atmosphere, but what if I have some plants up? You know, you have to consider all that. So then you have to be more strategic, you know. Then you can, for example, yeah, let me pause this for a second. Let's say there's a wall here that's closed off and then you're in such a difficult situation. Then you can place in here an active vent and then a passive vent out there. Or for example, both here on the wall. You don't even need a pipe. You can hear with the mouses the active vent and here the passive vent, and then the cable here to the left through the wall, and you can turn on the active vent. And then it will pump this dry, and the passive vent is on the outside, no pipe in between. That actually works, yes. And then this will be evacuated. There will be step 1 to get rid of hazardous atmosphere. And then step 2 would be you can slap actually on this glass wall that would be in between these two slots here, in these two blocks. You can slap a passive vent on them, because a passive vent is once again a kit. It has two variations. The one I already talked about, the other is one that you put on a wall to connect two rooms. So it will be an opening. So this would then open this wall up to this room. The air would stream from here to there. And I've said that is a problem. Yes, but you can then use, I don't know, the crowbar, I think? You have to be careful with that one. To remove that, I think it's the drill. I don't know, it will tell you. And then it will stop. And so in this way you can gradually increase the atmosphere here once you have returned your other place here to normal living conditions. That's one approach. Another would be to just toss some oxide in here and then to heat it up with some, you know, of the red sticks, road flares, or you put a wall heater in here. There's so many, a wall heater in here. There are so many ways to do this, and you can choose the way. It is emergent. And every playthrough is different. Because every little bit that you do, there will be something standing in the way, so you think, ah shit, I have to do this differently now. And so the station will have a different form, which will lead to another playthrough in yet other ways. And it's fun, man. So what do we need here? Do we need to weld, or do we still need cables? Damn, where did I put the cables? Plastic sheets. And cables. Sigh. I should see too that I get the electronics printer built, because this would then allow me, for example, to print a wind turbine. And if we get that done before the storm hits, then we can actually use that to charge our electricity here as fuck. Though what does as fuck mean? I only have these batteries here, and once they're full, period. And I don't yet have a station battery, and at the slow pace that I'm going, I will certainly not get the furnace installed and used so that I can make some steel, so that I can make the station battery. And well, for that you need steel. And how is steel made? Well, you need some iron and you need some coal. We already have the ingredients, but you know, I'm not there yet. Okay, continue please. I can already continue doing this because I know what's up. You see that you can basically, what's the word? You can kind of spam your solutions. You can say, okay, I did the power thing wrong, so I will just mine for some more coal and then it'll work out. Yeah, if you have the resources, you have the air, if you have the food, because currently I am living on food reserves. At some point I have to grow my own food, and I have to somehow come up with a way to get oxygen. I mean, I already have oxygen, right? But, I mean, in this atmosphere, I can just toss down some air, but I also have to be able to breathe down there, out there. Let me show you how that's done here. Let's first see if I'm not getting some dangerous atmosphere. What is in here? We have pure oxygen, 18.5 degrees Celsius. See, it already cooled down a bit during the nights, you know, because my station is still open. I still don't have an airlock going. So let's take this thing, and drag it in here.
Air tank critical.
Now both of these equalize pressure. It doesn't mean that the same amount is in both of these, obviously. You know, I said the relationship between volume and pressure. This thing is much larger. I think it has... this thing has 64 liters capacity, and this one has 790. As you can see, we're also using up our filters. So all of that has to be considered. Okay, thank you, that's enough cables for now. Only for now. Now I would like to have the electronics printer. Thank you. And let's charge the battery some more to make sure that we don't get a problem soon. This also counts as a tool, the heavy cable and the simple cable. Very useful. Okay, yeah, we have the hydraulic pipe bender. Let's print something then. And also smelt something here. See, always running outside. Always have to fetch that stuff. And on top of that, if the storm hits, that will be blown away. And guess what? These ingots, they even take damage. So a passive vent then. You have just seen, maybe if you were quick, that there's also an insulated vent. What does insulated mean? Well, I showed you earlier that there's such a thing as yeah, you can see here convection, energy convection. Let's empty that. Wait, what's in there? What's in there is good atmosphere. I shouldn't waste that. Instead, I will use the pipe bender to create another active vent, for which I will need gold and copper, which I have, but it's in here. I can now not interrupt the production process, and I could use this lever here, which would spit out all the stuff, and then I can put something in here and keep the rest here. Usually it would be stacked, so if I put in 2 iron ingots here and then say give me everything out again, I will only get 1 ingot out here, which will be of course a larger stack, you know. But I can make a stacker, not just to stack things up, but also to stack things down. So I can split something. So people usually have some stacker that is just standing around here in the wild for arbitrary purposes. But anyway, do we have possibly some resources I could just like smelt and then use in here? Gold, for example. How much gold does this need? It needs 1 gold. Okay, that's glorious. I will just smelt these 2 gold that I have then. And then we're fine. Do we need show? Don't need this anymore. Yeah, the night is coming, so day 7, the storm day is coming. No more electronics printers, please. And while we're at it, maybe the tool manufacturing? No, I wanted to get some... Okay, I'm not sure what the next step is. Let's fetch the gold. Hands are full. That's what you're gonna also do. I will now also smelt... Do I? Will I? No. Let's turn this thing off for now. Okay, we have gold. We can just throw it. And... I need some copper. Ah, damn. I could basically have stopped immediately. And then I can make the active vent. And I can also look for the passive vent already. And select it. If I would have been fast, that would then have stopped the production at the right point. But I wasn't. What is my goal here? My goal is to pump out the airlock so that I don't have anything here in the atmosphere that I don't want. So first of all, I put this here. You can see that it's very convenient cabling wise. And then I want to do... Oh yeah, I actually did it wrong. I don't need a second passive vent here. What I need is a pipe cowl. The music is getting on my nerves a bit. How is that better? Shut up. So, and the pipe cowl is just like the passive vent, but there's two differences. One is throughput, and the other is... Okay, that wouldn't be wise. I can actually... Can I place that here in the air? Yes, I can. That's one of the quirks of Stationeers, but I mean, that's something that you might think, oh, it's stupid, but actually it doesn't really get in the way of the feeling, of the construction. Normally you will connect your stuff and you will not actually do it like this. Where are my pipes? I have my pipes in my hand. Alrighty. So I can connect this, and now I have the capacity to empty my airlock for good. So now I can actually use the airlock proper. And what is the atmosphere? It's -1 degrees. Pressure is low. I will not pump the room dry, even though there's some pollutant here. I don't care right now. So let's just use the active vent here. Set to outward, yes. And pump that back into the room. Okay, that's less than I anticipated. I wanted to have some pressure in here, and I don't actually. Shit. How do I get atmosphere now? Anyway, now you have seen how you would make a manual airlock, where I make the door, I close the door, and then I would pump from this room into actually this room here. So let's, now that this is emptied, I can remove the pipes without danger. See, there's no pressure in there, no gases are in there. And then I can just place the passive vent like I planned. I know I made two. Yeah, there's one. Okay. Never lose your tools. So now I could just go into the airlock and use it manually. I close this, I have to think of that, then I have to pump this into there, and then I have to turn this off manually, and then I can just open the door, you know, instead of pumping through that. Yeah, that would be very slow, by the way. That's one way to do it, but another way to do it is to actually automate the airlock. Now you might think that's a super complicated thing to do. Yes and no. Yes, as in if you program it yourself, then that would be quite a complex task. But we will not program that ourselves. There's some standard solution already built in, and we will use that. But first have to print it. Let's see, put it here, put it here, put it here. See, now the station is just big enough for these printers. But let me check first. Do I have the cartridge? Here we have the ore scanner. Then we have, I don't know what. There should be some stuff here on the ground. Oh, there's some boards. What is that? Here we have the tracker. Here we have the network analyzer. Oh, there's some red thing. What's in there? Here we have the advanced airlock. Alrighty. Ready to go, basically. What's that? Passive vent. Let's put that in the locker. Too bad that doesn't work. That doesn't stick. Yeah. Adhesive lockers would be a nice suggestion. You know, you toss something in, it will just stick. No. I'm pretty sure there would be... here, that's the airlock cartridge that I would now use. I will just put up the console. A console has multiple uses. You can use the scroll wheel. Now I have a large LED panel where I can show a number. I need more of these, right? More consoles in my hand, just like with the lockers, because this is a large thing. But if I build this, I could build a LED panel now. I don't want that. I don't need that device now. What I need is also not one of those screens. What I need is a console where I can put a chip in. So let's do that then. See, we have the console dual, and the console, the difference is just the amount of connectors. Here the electric and the logic connectors are combined, and I've never used a different version, so this means that you usually will be able to use this one. So if I will now put in the airlock chip that I found over here, which for some reason is still on the ground. Man, do we only have spooky music today? There's sometimes so nice music. I like this, for example. If I would put in the airlock chip, then we would be able to make an automatic airlock, but only one-sided, like you would need it for the moon. You know, it would automatically empty this and then open and close the doors respectively, but it would not pump out. It's not suitable for 2 atmospheres. And actually, also from my perspective, very important, more importantly almost, is that the advanced airlock has an additional feature. And that feature is, you cannot see it right now because I'm not in configuration mode. So let's take the disk so that this thing is in configuration mode. Now we can see what we can configure. Yeah, now things get interesting, don't they? This is the additional feature. This is for repressurization. You can here define what the pressure of your external, as in
Hydration critical.
outdoors, or internal, as in the station, what the pressure would be. And then it will try to repressurize the airlock from that side to that level before opening the door, so you don't have some sudden decompression event. But the sudden decompression is actually not bad. It will just move things around slightly. I would just set this to 0, which will also make for a very fast airlock, meaning I wish that they would change the game slightly so that the explosive decompression would be a bit more burdensome, because currently this is really kind of like cheating. Now I can use 2 separate atmospheres here. I have an active vent here, an active vent there. I have 2 doors, and I can now click those, and now it wants me to select the door for the exterior situation. So which one is that? They both look the same. And you could do one thing. You could, for example, disconnect here the logic. Important, you would have to disconnect the logic. Then this door would no longer be visible here. Or rather, not this one, that one. Because first you always select the exterior. And so you would want to disconnect this one. And then you would only have 1 door remaining here. But that's not even necessary. Let's just select one. Aha. What happened? See, this one is now red, because I can no longer operate it manually, because it's now locked down. You can lock, this is also another variable that all these devices have. You can lock them. They're just sometimes very meaningful. But that was the wrong door, so let's just click the other one. Alrighty. And then the interior door. Now the active vent for the exterior, which one is that? Ah, okay, we picked the right one and the interior. And then we're done. No, we're not. This is still flashing an error. What is missing? Well, how is the airlock supposed to know that this room is empty? There's no sensor here. You need a sensor for that. And no, the sensor is not a gimmick, because in there is a program that runs with variables and values and is checking these values, and the value is just currently not set, period. So we need a sensor. Do we have one here? Is one actually part of our set? I think we had one. I think there was part of the starting gear.
Power low.
I might be mistaken though. Oh, there it is. Hello. Alrighty, and let's put it then here, for example. We have various sensors. We have, for example, the daylight sensor, which also can even tell you the solar angle, which you can use to make a clock or whatever. And you can also use to control your grow lights, so they're only on during the day, simultaneously with the maybe possibly too weak sun, so that you will get just the right amount of daylight, as in duration. And the orientation of that thing matters. If you put it down here or up there, the values will respectively be inverted, at least the vertical value. Horizontal is probably related to the rotation. Horizontal rotation, that makes sense, right? Then with the proximity sensor, which you can adjust. So you can say, I'm far enough from the station now, so you can turn all the lights off. But when I'm nearby, I'll keep the lights on because I like it like this. It's beautiful and I can see the station better and whatever. Then we have the occupancy sensor, which is for rooms, I believe. Not for the current grid cell for this block here, but for the entire room. You can look that up in the Stationpedia. Press F1, type the name, then you're done. And then we have the gas sensor, which is what we need here. And then we can turn the airlock on. Now it's green. So the disk is still a good thing to have nearby, so let's keep it in the airlock. We can print a new one with the electronics printer. We have an airlock, alrighty. So let's, and I swear, we keep saying alrighty. So let's flip that around. Alright, what now happened is it pumped this room empty, through this pipe into that passive vent, which excreted that then into the room air, so nothing was wasted. And when there was a vacuum here, it repressurized from out there to the level that I set, and the level was 0, so it didn't actually repressurize, and opened the door. So I can now push the door button, which will be the same as this button. Not necessarily, because if I push this button, that is always harmless. But if I push this button, I also can cancel the depressurization. Let's say cycle to the exterior. And now if I cancel depressurization, this means I will just skip this step and will open the door. Or we'll just start repressure, whatever. And this means I would lose my precious indoor atmosphere. See, but now we have a two properly separated atmospheres. We now have a proper airlock, including the obligatory, but not really necessary, area power controller. That's awesome, isn't it? What we need now, though, is some atmosphere, and we don't have that. So let's get some oxide, because I don't want to waste my precious gas there. There is some. There is some. Nice. We'll toss that down. We have atmosphere, and then we're fine. Though at some point, we won't be fine, because guess what? The room will slowly heat up, because there are devices in there that use electricity, and they will always produce some waste heat. Just like in reality, any work that is done will always create some entropy, because once you have understood what heat is, you will understand heat is just a mechanical process. Heat isn't even a nuclear thing. Or, well, it's a mechanical process on a nuclear level, but when I say mechanical, I mean as in things are being moved, physically. That's what's happening. It's, if you have a brick and you toss it, then what's happening is that all the atoms are moving in the same direction. That is called momentum. But if you have a brick and you pinch it with your finger and it's not moving around, then you will just give it some impulse, and this impulse will run through all the atoms in there and will they will move, they will wiggle chaotically in their force cage. I mean, we're not talking about some gas here, we're talking about a solid, where everything is connected in some kind of force cage, where everything is keeping everything else in check. And so it will jiggle around in its place a bit, But this means that the force situation will also move around a bit, and this will mean that everything else will also moves around a bit, and all of that will not be directional, like exactly 90 degrees in this direction, but ultimately it will then introduce effectively randomness. Or chaos, rather. Maybe there's randomness. That's an interesting question, but let's not get philosophical here. So that's what happens then. The thing there's chaotic motion, and you never get that under control again. And that is why entropy always increases. Of course, there can be situations where entropy decreases, right? When something accidentally moves in the same direction in this process. But that is probabilistically so low that we can say entropy always increases. Okay, next step. Now that we have these manufacturing... Oh, we don't have this one. Let's complete this manufacturing. See, once you have some routine, this very complex step, I mean I just built that from the ground up, except for placing, will be rather quick. And when you play on the more harder worlds, or on harder difficulties, then you need to indeed be a bit quicker. Let me think for a moment. What could the electronics printer do for us? I haven't yet seen a storm. Would it still be the time to put up an upright wind turbine? Maybe, let's see. We are on day 7, which is storm day, basically. Upright wind turbine. Iron, copper, gold. No, I want to empty that thing. I might not have enough copper for this though. Yeah, okay, I need one more copper. Do I have more copper? I don't. Okay, now we cannot do this thing because of actually indeed just one copper that I have too little. And that does suck. Happens. Happens to the best of us. What shall be my next action? Since we have some atmosphere, I should actually open my helmet in here, which will basically be also beneficial to my hygiene. I don't know if this just slows down the decrease of the hygiene level or actually increases the hygiene. Sorry, it's too new. I don't have experience with those values at all yet. But yeah, it's good anyway, because then you don't need so much of your oxygen here. Depending on the settings and what environment you're in, you will actually not use any of that. But, you know, in principle, when you're indoors, you should turn those things off. And you might think, okay, turning all these three things off every time I go indoors and opening my helmet, that's too much work, man. That's more fiddly stuff that I have to deal with. Well, then get a hard suit, which also has this chip slot, write a program that will detect whether you're in a hazardous environment and will close and open and turn on and off those things automatically.
Low pressure. Oxygen low.
Copper. Gold also. That looks like copper over there. This slight greenish brown tint. It is copper. What the fuck am I saying? No, it's iron. Stupid. What I'm at it, let's take 2 stacks of iron. Coal 2, while we're at it. 1 full stack at least. The hard shadows piss me off a bit. I mean, I get that global illumination is hard to calculate, you know, where rays of light reflecting off of surfaces, that's a lot of calculation power, and yet they better put that in the simulation, / they better put that development time into, you know. But when you're playing, for example, on Venus, and you are indoors and your light is off, then at some point it will get brighter. For whatever reason, the outdoor ambient lighting is getting indoors. It's not right, basically, but I'm saying that this hard rule that they have, like, yeah, the light doesn't get there, why should it? I think they should change the ambient light brightness, or maybe they're actually doing that. Maybe the wall here that is currently in the shadow will be even darker during the night. I currently don't remember, but the thing is, maybe it should also get brighter when bright stuff is nearby. I don't know how hard that is to do. I mean, they could just... Okay, in 3D rendering algorithms, there is usually a parameter that says ambient lighting. And that means there's no lighting at all, but still you see an object, because this ambient lighting constant will be added to that material, and then you can see that thing. And this ambient lighting constant is in this place here, right? I think so, because it's not entirely dark. And I think that when there are surfaces nearby which are bright, then you could say that the ambient brightness value in the general area, in the general volume, should also increase. Maybe that's doable without too much of a fuss, I don't know. Yeah, we need copper, dude. And the sun's coming down, so Hulk is transforming. I'm not sure if I'm even faster when I'm flying. Yeah, but the point is then I know where to go. I need copper. It smells like iron once more. What's that? That is shiny stuff. Yeah, you can detect silver and gold rather easily by looking from a distance and moving sideways, and you will see it glinting, you know? Is that iron or is that copper? Iron, damn it. Oh, there's copper. The greenish stuff. And the station is in the direction of 160. Like last time. Wonder whether there are no storms yet. The storms were broken for a while now, but they fixed that, and I'm playing the beta, so I'm benefiting from the newest stuff. So I think there will be a storm soon. Oh no! I want more of this. While I'm here, I mean, the copper wasn't too easy to find, so it's valuable, very important. It's not rare, but important to me right now. More is not meaningful. 1 second. Okay. 160. Oh, we can see it. Oh, by the way, the consoles, and I put up an Airlock console, right? They are visible, I think, even to infinite distance. So I've been over 500 meters away on some station, and I still saw it flickering as if it were a star in some at the distance, and yeah, that actually works. Now that we have the airlock, we are sadly also forced to use it. Oh, see what the explosive decompression does. So I cannot easily change from the indoors to the outdoors, so maybe we should now employ the chute solution if such a thing is available to us. Iron, I need iron. 50 grams, thank you very much. This will give me 10. Well, about the right amount. Let's just keep it running. This is discharging severely. Let's turn this on again then. Not yet the time. Current hygiene is decreasing. Information, suit and helmet is on. You can of course also make an indoor furnace, arc furnace. You can have a room which is particularly for furnacing, which is an airlock separated from your rest, on the rest of your station, or it is in a little box in the middle of your station and the gas will just be pumped away. All of that is possible. Make your choices, make it happen, do whatever you want. And see, playing on hard difficulty is an interesting challenge. Playing on easy difficulty allows you to be more playful in what approach you choose, depending on how good you are, etc. So, the upright wind turbine, which still has some room there, very good. I only want to make one for now. Where is the stack? Where did I put that? Uh-huh. Are we done? Is it finished? Do we have some cables? Do I have cables? 6 cables. That might not be enough. Let's make some. Do I have some copper? Yeah, no. Damn. Now I'm getting into kind of a tight spot here, timing-wise, so I have no choice but to go out again. I can feel it coming, man. I want to make some cables. Ah, not like that. Great, now it's behind the thing. And that too, yeah, could have waited. And now we can put up the chutes. And the wind turbine, maybe I should do that first, because it will take time. See, that's the timing. Too many things to do at once, and there's a deadline, it's called storm. There's the wind turbine, and there is my cables. Ah man, I put it in the wrong one. Stupid. You will see that this one is much faster at making these cables, because, well, it's dedicated for the task, dedicated for the purpose. Doing electronic stuff. Oh, it was that much? And this fucking thing. Really not needed. Okay, situation, coal stack completely burnt out. Batteries are okay-ish. Now let's go and put up the wind turbine. Do I have it? No, I do not. It is... Oh, there it is. I'm getting kind of nervous here. What is the best placement? I'm not sure. Anyway, okay, whatever. Let's, I mean, I can still walk between these, so that's not a stupid choice to make. Okay, now we have some constant, very, very weak power charge going into our station because there's basically always some wind. That feels better. Already feels better. Okay, now let's see to that we get the output of whatever's coming out here right into the station. The chutes are, there are various types. I'm not going to explain them now because I'm currently outdoors. I want to get some stuff done. I could have used a windowed chute so I can see what's going through them, but that would take more shooting, more of the chutes, you know. That would take 2 each time. So here I can make already an outlet. Yeah, it's kind of wicked that it's tossing that through the ceiling, but I think that will work, and I think we can forgive that. I mean, the alternative is that I just put up some more fugly things up here, and that would not be a meaningful difference, really. So let's go indoors and see what happens when we smelt some. Yeah, that's the way, man. That's the way. Though it wasn't ideal to do it like this, so I will change this because I want to have some chutes here too to stack stuff, you know, and they would be getting in each other's way. Huh, it's looking a bit industrial out here, doesn't it? Ah, shit, I need the drill for this. That's stupid, man. Some complications, I wonder if they're necessary, but you know. So, I first want to have a corner down here. And then to the side, or do I go to the side first? I'm not sure. And then we make the outlet. Okay, I need more chutes. This takes 2. So now it's not cheesed. How much electricity is coming in? Oh, we can put up a thing that tells us that. Maybe I will do that in a moment. Let's see. How many chutes do I still have? Not too many on me, but I want to see what's stacked in there waiting to be produced, so I want to make more chutes, please. Need more iron. Corner upwards. Window. See, this one takes already 2. Down we have 4, and now we have 2. Another corner. And then an inlet. Okay, now I can at least stack stuff in there. I will need that iron, but oh wait, I will keep some iron around because I need to make steel soon for the batteries. So let's also keep some coal around. Oh man! Okay, how to make steel? Let's check that out. Steel sheets, steel, and then we have the ingot steel, which I think should be at the top. Because it's outstanding, it's special. You know, this stuff is all kind of samey. I mean, if you're looking for that particularly, then it doesn't matter that it's samey. But I'm saying that this is special, and there's also more primary. You need this first, because before you can make the other things. So it should be listed at the top, I think. So, what do we need here? To make steel, we need 0.75 iron and 0.25 carbon. This means that however much stuff you put into the simple or advanced furnace, that's the ratio you have to have. So if I, for example, have 16 coal, which I happen to have in one stack, and then 48 iron, then I mean 2.5 times 3 is 2.75. 16 times 3 is 48. So if I take my full 50 stack here of iron and remove 2, and then take my 16 stack of coal, then I already have the right mixture to make a steel ingot, or several actually. So let's keep that around. The rest can just go in there, just smelt that. This I also want to smelt, and whatever. Yeah, things are getting more convenient. It is not yet doing that automatically. We can use logic chips to automate that. We can also use MIPS programming to automate that. For MIPS programming, we need some alloys. I could use... Should I put up some logic chips to automate this now? I'm not sure what to do next, really. I mean, if anyone's still watching this, I don't know what you want, you know? So I can just go with what I think is best next. So what do I feel is best next? Well, this thing has been waiting to help us charge our batteries for a long time, hasn't it? And I realize this is stupid, the way it is set up. Because this way it would draw the energy from our electricity source, which is not a constant. You know, sometimes there's some power, sometimes there's not. So that's not the way we want to do this. I can actually cut the cable here from the other side.
Waste tank caution.
Yeah, waste tank. Like I said, this is where your waste breath goes. And by the way, if you are in a very hot or very cold climate, then this will actually be used to help the AC out. Very cold climate too? I'm not sure, but very hot climate definitely, to cool your suit down, you know? This means that you will find in your waste tank...
Waste tank critical.
Yeah, whatever. That you will find in your waste tank there's some oxygen in there actually, I'm surprised. I don't know why that is. Maybe it was because we were in a cold environment.
Waste tank caution.
I don't know. To help out, and therefore some oxygen will be in there. Now you might think, okay, then when I'm done breathing this thing empty, then just swap the two because there's still oxygen in there, and that's reasonable as long as you have the right filters or flush from time to time, because of the mixture. But the oxygen will be in there for a reason. Let's take another look at that bottle.
Waste tank critical.
25 degrees. Okay, that's fine. But maybe that's because that's possibly because the primary stuff going in there had the right temperature. But if on Vulcan this thing's filled quickly because of the heat, then any oxygen in there will also be hot, and that's not good to put into your lungs, okay? Yeah, okay, we have conveniently put up this in this way, so we can just connect this to the other network also, without having to redesign anything. This is the output side, so this puts load on that thing. So when I'm charging, now you might think, oh, I can finally charge the battery. Yeah, guess what? This will discharge this battery. Because the electricity has to come from someplace, right? Yep.
Power low.
Oh, and by the way, this charger device also costs you electricity. Oh, did you hear this twirty bird sound? The bird sound? This means it's being discharged. And there's also a higher sound, like right now, when the sun is charging us enough so that we have not a deficit, we are net positive here. Okay, that is put up. That could be smelted. Let's do this then. And now we will just be tossed down into our station. Oh, did I interrupt something? Yeah, in one of my stations I put actually display up here where the mouse currently is pointing. There was a vertical thing that was showing a progress bar, and it was showing how long it will still take until this is done. You know, slow, 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 and it was empty, and then it would come out again. And then I had to switch next to it, which would just trigger this thing coming out. And then this thing would continue smelting automatically. Can all do all these things. Okay, what's next? Yeah, station battery. So let's make a furnace. We need 30 iron, which we have, and a lot of copper, which I think we also have. 14. Yeah, let's take this. Check the battery so that it doesn't crap out in the middle of it. Why? Because we're not wasting the resources in here, like I said, but we're wasting the electricity. So that would be used up for producing, and then in the end nothing would be produced. That sucks. Okay, let's use the electronics printer to make a large or a battery charger. The small one I think uses 5 watts of idle energy. The large one uses 10. So why make the large one? Well, so I can at least put up all my batteries in one place. Because I have multiple batteries lying around. Actually, surprisingly many. I will show you. Where do I put this? All right, here. I will leave it off though, because I don't want to blast through electricity for no reason. Here we also have a logic connector. The small battery charger doesn't have that, meaning, yeah, it has one. It's only combined into one. Yep. And this is something that can happen. Now the airlock is non-functional because there's supposedly an error in the configuration. And that, in my opinion, is a bug in the game. To fix this, what you have to do is you have to stick the disk in so that you're in the configuration mode. And then it will realize, oh, everything's fine. You remove it again, and then you're fine. So that's something that can happen. But I think you can roleplay explain that away to say that the electricity grid got kind of a shock by changing, I attached another device or whatever. And so that thing was confused, and I just had to like reboot it or whatever. Turning it on and off wouldn't have helped. I tried it. Oh, there's more iron to be smelted. Ah, damn it! I meant the iron. Ah, damn it! Now I have to get that out of there. How did this happen? Because I thought I picked it up, but didn't. Ah, there it is. Ah, come on! Asshole. No storm for whatever reason. Did they break them again? Or will they come later? I don't know what's going on here. It's day 8 already. Or maybe it's random. Maybe it's not exactly day 7. Who knows? What's this? Okay, I don't need many furnaces, only one. Thank you very much. If I'd be playing on Europa, I might actually make multiple to heat my rooms. Yeah, which I have done. You can watch that in my videos. I have a Europa playthrough on Stationeer difficulty, which is pretty hard, but I pulled it off smoothly because I basically pulled all the stops and all the tricks, and there you can see how you can do that when you're not talking all the time, but doing all the time. But that thing is also not called tutorial, that's a playthrough, as in that's more boring even than this thing. Okay, let's smelt more. Furnace. I want the furnace to be outside because the furnace will produce a lot of heat, really a lot of heat, and it will also well, if we want to put the waste gas somewhere, of course I could just pipe it outside, no problem. But I think the furnace is something that normally just belongs outside. So let's put it outside. For the furnace, I will also need pipes, so I can remove the gas if need be. And I need a valve so that the gas is not always removed, but only when I want it to be removed. Because otherwise the furnace is just an open chamber whose content will then just be lost, you know?
Power critical.
I only need one valve, so let's put that one back in the locker. Yeah, this will become much more orderly. If you watched some of my other videos, or well, of other people, I'm not insisting. For example, cows are evil is quoted many times by many players whenever someone has a question, and the videos and experiments and knowledge to be gained there, really valuable stuff for example, chaining ACs and so forth. And the guy's kind of famous for this. Cow, like as in the cow that moves, not as in cowl. That would have been more appropriate, right? So I believe the account is older than the Stationeers playthrough videos that the guy made, or tutorial videos, because else they would probably have called themselves. It's a guy, right? It's a dude, yeah. He would probably have called himself Cowls Are Evil. That would have been more appropriate. Anyway, good videos, but I also have some good ones up which show you how to, well, what a station can look like. Not this crappy thing that I have here, but with some polish and so forth. Yeah. This is smelting. I want to put the furnace outside. I need an outlet for the pipes, so I need another cowl. I need iron. Ah, God damn it. I don't know what's currently smelting, but I will just assume it's some iron. Ah, nothing. Nothing is smelting. I need iron, so I have to pull some stops, I guess. What do I need? A cowl. And then we can, I would believe, instantly make our steel. You know, let's do that. Let's just go straight away, make the furnace, build it up, make the steel. That would be cool. That would be a cool, nice, compact thing to do. Can I turn this off from here? Yes, I can. So I can stick this in, no danger. Is what she said. No, he, or whatever. So let's put that there. Then we have that and this. And that, and we also have fuel that we can put in there. By the way, room temperature is 19 degrees, that is fine, but over time that would increase. Also, what's the mixture in here? Is our gas good? We have lots of oxygen, a little bit of CO2. I will open my helmet. If I would stay like this for a while, then you would observe that the CO2 increases because, yeah, I am breathing out CO2, it goes into the room, so that's what happens. It's a simulation. It said that that there's a waste tank warning, and when it reaches 4,000 kilopascals, when it reaches 4 megapascals, then that would be too high pressure for the suit's pump to cope, so it can no longer empty itself into that thing. And that's stupidly all across the game. There's no way to get over this. You can't get a better container for this. That's sad, but I'm sure they will change that also at some point. Anyway, so I will now open this so I have lots of time again. And now observe this. We'll get a shock first, and then it will balance out with the rest of the station. And there's a storm! Hello! And the battery is charging. Since I have a very empty battery on me, incidentally 0% just now, I would just, man, that timing is golden. So let's open this up. See, a shock of high values, but then it balances out with the rest. And now we have a more CO2 ratio. The plants will be happy with that. And see, that's very useful that our thingy here is now shooted up, so we can use it from the indoors and nothing will be blown away in the storm. And also we're having this as an electricity source, so the battery is being charged, I believe. Is it 19%, 20%? Yes, but how much is it being charged? What is coming in there? Let's make something that can show us that. I guess we can make that a cable analyzer, which takes some silicon and some iron. Do we have some iron available? Yes. Silicon also, because it's currently in the process of being made. It's not? Oh, I have to trigger this thing again. Yeah, that sounded like the master control program in Tron, right? A bit. Right, let's use it like this, why not? Because this is all the same network. And now we can see when we point here, we are having 800 watts that are coming in. Currently 800 watts. Now let's look at the upright wind turbine documentation. It says that up to 800 watts can come in when there's a storm. So that's accurate. There's also taller wind turbines, which are more complex to build, and I can't actually build them right now yet. And they deliver up to 10,000 watts during the storm, but their otherwise output is only increased somewhat. They take more resources to build, so it's not too economic to build these when you're not banking on wind power, on storm power. Only during a storm this thing is really, really worth its salt. Otherwise it's, I think, not so good. So, battery being charged, we're happy. Thank you, storm. No problem. And after the storm, I will go out there and make some steel, so we get our station battery, which I will place wherever. Oh, by the way, look here. I'm looking at the solar panel. You can see the health. The health is at 88%. Damage at 12%. Yes, the same thing, inverted. The storm is damaging it. I can repair that later using the duct tape, and I can actually do so indefinitely. So, it's my experience. Interesting that it's still at 88%. I thought the storm would keep damaging it. Anyway, and eventually it will be gone, you know? It will be completely crap. But before it's really gone, I can repair it without much loss. Yeah, and so you can see Mars or other planets with atmosphere lend themselves rather to using, for example, coal power. You can also get coal out of the ground automatically with the deep miners, and which can then be a cycle that indeed fuels itself. Or you use wind turbines, or you use, there's Stirling engines, which use, I believe, thermal differences at room temperature. And then there is... there was something else, wasn't it? Yeah, there's the gas fuel generator, which I actually have, I think, which is part of my original equipment. No, not the gas fuel generator. The portable generator is part of my initial kit, I think. And then you can just stuff your welder fuel bottle in there, and it will generate some electricity, but it will also excrete pollutant and heat. But there's also the gas fuel generator, which we can also fuel with a bottle, only there isn't a slot to stick the bottle in. You have to put up some stuff, you know. The portable generator, like all portable devices, you can just plop that on the ground anywhere. But this thing, like other installations or other structures, has to be placed down on a frame. And then you have to put a pipe up and a gas bottle holder. Oh, that's not the name. Okay, then let's look at the utility. Yeah, that's what it is. It's storage. When you want to make something that holds a gas bottle or a liquid bottle and also connects that to a pipe network, to a liquid or gas pipe network respectively, then you need the utility kit, and then the kit will lead to these things. Like other kits will also down here have the options that you can build with them. And then you would need for the gas fuel generator this thing, but not for liquid. I'm at the liquid thing here. It has its equivalent in the gas realm. Yeah, okay, we have to deal with drink. We need to drink something at some point. No, let's first do the batteries. Batteries. Here we have the ground penetrating radar, GPR, and that thing also has an inventory which I could access here, but I can also pick out the battery directly from here in the world. I can do the same also with my drill. That also works. Here I can click and I get the battery small. So let's put them here. What just happened? Something was produced. Nothing to smelt. Shameful. Oh, right. Okay, wait, why is it still not... Oh? What? Dude, the storms now also damage chutes, or what's happening here? Oh no, I'm an idiot. Okay, never mind. I removed these chutes to get to the cables. Yeah, that's why there are some chutes here down on the ground. La la la. Still nothing to smelt. Yeah, because the iron was tossed out again. My battery is not very full. Let's swap it with a blue one. Here, blue means completely full, while the storm is still going. Very good. This goes back into the locker. Do I have some more batteries in here? Yep, I do. Here we have our tracking beacon, which if I had turned it on, I will just do that now. Right mouse button. Oh, left mouse button? No, left mouse button picks it up. No, the left one turns it on and off, yeah. If you click in the right place. This is now on and consumes now this battery. Then it will be detectable from any distance away using the tracking cartridge. There's also a tracking beacon that you can install solidly in your station, which will consume much more electricity, but then it can be connected with logic and so forth. It's the better choice once you're further in the game. Oh, the storm is over. We can actually make steel. And how damaged is this thing? 37%. 37. Where is my duct tape? Since we will now have no storms for a while... Okay, it's fixed. It makes sense to repair that, but when the next storm hits, I will just dismantle it, I guess. Where will I put the station battery? That's a tricky choice, but I can just put some more... I will just make the platform out there a bit bigger. Iron frames, I need iron sheets. I have 2, that's not enough. Let's make some in reserve. Haha, reserve? No, sheets. Sheets. Iron. 48 grams of iron is a bit much. I don't want to waste all of these in there. Would be nice to have a stacker now, right? Would it? So let's make a stacker. 10 iron, 2 copper. Hilarious. Where will I put it? Back here? No, here in front. So there are 2 variations of this thing, 3 actually. One of them is the unloader. You can toss, for example, a mining belt in there, and on the other side you will then get all the content of the mining belt bit by bit, and then eventually also the mining belt. So I never used this thing in 1,000 hours, but it's a good thing to have. Then I will eventually also use that. It's probably mostly useful for logic stuffs when used with logic. Where will I put this? Here next to the door? The stacker. That's the power connection. I want to use the other direction, so let's use this. Yeah, but I don't have much space in here. Let's keep it like this, whatever. By the way, this connection is for logic, because you can use, of course, the values of the cable analyzer in your programs and in your chips. Why am I talking about logic chips and programming? What does that mean? Well, you can, like I said, there's a real programming language, but you don't have to do that. You don't have to use it. Instead, you can use logic chips, which have simple purposes like a logical AND connection, a logical OR connection, or it reads a value from a device, or it reads a value from a slot of a device, or it writes a value to a device, and so forth. That's the individual purposes that those chips have. And so then you would have a couple of chips here on the wall, you wire them up, and you use some screws to adjust what they're supposed to do exactly, and then they will do some stuff. But ultimately, a seasoned stationeer would basically always, and almost without exception, opt for MIPS, because it's just more reliable also. Not just because it can do much more in less space, but also because it's much more reliable. I'm not saying the logic chips are unreliable, but for example, when you load your game, it seems like sometimes things are not initialized in the right order compared to other devices. So I have seen problems there, yeah. Okay, what's the next step? I wanted to gather batteries. I said there would be surprisingly many. So do we have more batteries? Well, there's the labeler, which you can use to name stuff, which would have been useful to name the door, for example. Then I wouldn't have been confused when looking here at the console and trying to select which is which. See, that's one of the purposes this thing has, and it's very important. Once, yeah. Very important once you get to the actual MIPS programming, because the MIPS programming, the chips, these IC10 chips with the source code, they are placed in the chip housing, and the chip housing has some has 6 screws to which you can assign devices. But instead of that, you can just access devices directly if you write the source code right. There's some tricks in the source code that you can use. Actually, it's not really a trick. Now let's set the stacker to... Okay, that's not the resolution I want. In the source code, then you can attach 6 devices with the screws, but you can also use the source code to access arbitrarily many devices, but then you would want to use the name of the device, and then you need to actually give it a name. So the labeler will be used much once you're actually going there. So stack size, how many sheets do I want? Let's say 20. And then empty out the rest, which is 16. Oh, wait. Something in there? Nope. So sheets, please. And make 20 sheets. And these 3 I can just, I will just leave them here. Turn off because consumes electricity, and put up the damn furnace. I'd like the furnace to actually toss its stuff into my station when it's done. So where will I place that? It's gonna be a bit cramped in here. Oh, look at that. That's what that looks like without the stacker. There's no place left really, right? I could just extend, of course, more platform, then it works. I could also just say I put it on the top, you know? Put it up here. And then it would toss its stuff down into the station. Another possibility. And then I could put up some ladder down here so I can climb up there. Never done this before. You know what? Let's mix things up. I will do this. But before, do I have chutes here? Let's see what that would be like. I would like to have the chutes drop it down here in the same place. So that would be the outlet, and then some corner thing. And then here I would have this thing can be rotated any which way that you want. I know looks like a beast, that is because it is a beast. I will explain the openings now, after I have placed it. That would be too low. Then it would be in the room and would heat it up. Again, this is going down there. Then I would have a curve upwards here. And then some horizontal thingy. So basically here. I think that's kind of the location it has to have. Yeah, there would be a curve here downwards, a curve here horizontally, and then this curve going into the station. To toss that into the station, yeah. I hope it is not... Oh man, it's too low. It might actually heat up the station this way. Nah! Crap! Okay, I have to place it higher then. Not a problem. This is where it has to be, but higher. How do I deconstruct this? Aha. Crowbar. See, the build goes a bit... not as good as they should be. Congratulations, you achieved the same outcome. Yeah, but now it's placed horizontally wrong, god damn it. But it's not a problem, just place another chute, who gives a fuck, really. Now I need to... just add sheets. Now we need more iron sheets to weld this. Oh, did I place this wrong? Here we have the... Let's look at the connections. We have the input. You can actually put gas in here, fuel gas, which will then burn inside if you switch that thing on, if you ignite it. But you can also just fuel any gas in there. For example, nitrogen, which is inert. You can just fuel nitrogen in there as long as the nitrogen is fucking hot, because this thing cares about heat. And, well, also about pressure, depending on what recipe you're trying to make. But, you know, that's what you can do. But I will probably not need this. Because later we can build the advanced furnace, which has also all these features, but it has built-in pumps, which makes the thing much more convenient. Still, I don't want this to be like this. I cannot operate it like this. The button's at the bottom. That's stupid. I did it wrong. Again. So, rotate. Wrong rotation? Yeah, that's better. That looks good. That looks good. Correct. Do I have some extra chutes in here which I can possibly use for that already? 17? Oh, 20. And the iron frames. I can expand some stuff out there, alright. Do I have something to smelt? No. Then let's save that electricity. Oh, the battery is almost empty already. Yeah, it's because this thing is on. And yeah, all of that consumes electricity. Can also turn this thing on. Oh, they're full. 10%. Do I have some coal still? I do. I actually have lots of coal. Not a problem. Well, the furnace then. That is the complete furnace, and it can even be used like this. However, then it cannot release its pressure, and at some point you have to do that, so best keep that in mind right from the start. That's the output, that's the input, so what I know now is I have to place some... The valve can sadly not directly placed here. You have to first have a pipe, so let's do that then. Let's go directly upwards, so it's kind of a chimney. Now the valve can be placed any which way. You can place it this way or that way. It doesn't matter at all. But I want to be able to use it conveniently, so I will see to that the lever is on this side. And I want to express, like an engineer would, which direction I expect the stuff to normally go. See? So this now it's horizontal, as it's blocking, as if there's something crossing through the cable, through the pipe. And this is going along with the cable. Now it is open. That makes sense, and that is how it's actually handled in reality also. Some pipes up there still. Sometimes what's coming out there is rather fiery, depending on situation, depending on what you're doing. And so I'd rather make a chimney that goes at least a few meters up. Okay, that might be enough to protect myself from the worst. Auto rotate key, and now we can open that thing. Close. We have a furnace. We don't have chutes, but the next storm is a long ways off, I think. So let's make steel and let's save. I didn't do that in a while. How long is the video so far? 4 hours. Hilarious. It took you 4 hours to get steel? No, it didn't take me 4 hours, okay? Okay, we currently have minus 34 degrees, so I can easily demonstrate to you what you have to do with the furnace, because there's more things to consider otherwise. So here we have volatiles. I will take one of those, I will split one off, which will land in my hand, and I can put it here in the chute. And now it's closed. Why is it closed? Because it will only open up if the thing that is currently... See, you can see it here. Processing one-ice volatiles. Processing? What does processing mean? Where's the furnace? It smelts stuff. But it currently has nothing in it. No pressure, no heat, nothing. So let's ignite it. This igniter isn't very strong. It does create some thermal energy. But it... anyway, so now that this thing is open again, now I could put in more volatiles, because as you remember, the proper fuel mix is 2:1. But what I want to do is I want to ignite the furnace. It isn't ignited, it's not burning, because there's no fuel in it. But now, when I do this, now there's some burning going on there. Here we see there pressure increasing, burning. Now when I toss something in here, volatiles, it will open up automatically, because now it's burning. Now it's automatically being processed. That is why I didn't put that in instantaneously. So now we can see here we have a pressure of several megapascals, and we have a temperature of 1600 Kelvin. Supposedly that's a temperature where we can smelt steel, yes? Well, so let's put the Inger, oh my god. No! I had 48 iron, now I've wasted them for something else. I don't have them anymore. That's stupid. Oh, something else is stupid here.
Power critical.
Nice demonstration otherwise. So let's run this a bit. Do I have some iron here? 48 iron would be nice. 39. Oh, that sounds nice. Sounds doable. Because yeah, you can just use the ingot instead of the ore to toss into the furnace. That will work just as well. In this case, you will not get the byproducts, because an ingot is obviously already degassed. There's no more ore gas in there. 40, 50. Now hold the R key down. 48. Aha, 48. All right. And you can actually degas ore in other ways too. I think if you have a furnace that is below the actual... okay, I'm not sure actually how that works. I've never done that. So let's toss that in. Now you can see here, processing. And what's in there now is iron, like before. And now we have this in there. And now the temperature in there is 600 Kelvin. Why? Why has it dropped so much? Because the temperature was used up in the process of smelting. I don't know if that is actually physically correctly calculated in there, but I know that the game otherwise has physically correct calculation when it comes to phase change, because, you know, when water, for example, evaporates, when it turns from its liquid form to its gaseous form, so it goes down the to the right bottom of the phase change diagram, then it will actually become colder. Yeah. There will be some thermal energy will be consumed in the process of like launching those molecules into space, so to speak. And vice versa, when you so it's getting colder, right? And what's happening here? A solid turns into a liquid. So maybe that's really the reason it's getting colder. Oh, wait, I have to shut something up that is getting on my nerves. Avid listeners will know what it is. It is my own reminder program. Okay, we need some more fuel in there. Then let's put some more fuel in there. Since it's still burning, it will instantly turn that into... Oh, look what's happening there. It's turning green. Well, I don't think the advanced furnace does that, but the simple furnace, this one, does it. What it does is it shows you when the recipe in there is basically lever-worthy. Lever-worthy? Well, there's the lever. And it opens that, and now we have steel. If I would have opened that otherwise, I would just have some brown board of shit. But don't worry, you can put that in there again and get to the right temperature and stuff and such, and possibly also the right mixture if that wasn't exactly correct. And then it will be green and you can get it out. It's not a problem. So this will now keep its temperature basically indefinitely. We can, well, not definitely, for a long time, but it will cool down eventually. Here you can see high pressure, and up there's nothing, or this is the outdoor temperature, because here we get the mixture with the temperature out there, and here is a stop. And this will eventually get so cold that the pollutant will become liquid, and so the pipe can burst. You can see we have 84% pollutant, so yeah, that's likely that it becomes enough liquid to destroy that pipe, so you have to keep that in mind. It sounds like a lot of work, but no, it's not a lot of work. You have to think about it like this. It is something to consider, therefore you should construct things in ways, you should implement your workflow in ways that it will not become an issue. And that can be done. Okay, we have steel. Let's make a station battery. And while we're at it, we also need some gold cables. Let's make those first before I forget. The heavy cables, and they need gold and copper. Yeah, and steel we need also. Not now, but later. Wait a second. The battery, what does it need? It needs lots more copper, and it needs somewhat gold, so I shouldn't use more than 16 gold right now. And lots of copper. Do we have lots of copper? It's 20 grams. Okay. I definitely don't want to go mining for this now. So we can waste 7 copper on the cables. This is the measurement of what electricity is coming in. And currently it's saying 7 watts. The sun is down though. Where is that coming from? From the wind turbine. That slow motion there gives us 7 watts. 4 watts. Alright. It's a good idea to stop this thing when it results in an even amount. I mean, as in a whole number, not a decimal number. It's not important really, but I mean, if you want to maximize the perfection of your workflow, that is something that you might want to do. And the battery. The most coveted item ever in early game. Yup. I think few people would disagree. So where would I put the battery? Yeah, let's place some stuff out there. Do we have iron frames? Yes, we do. I burned through another stack. Damn it, didn't take care. But that will change. That will change thoroughly now. Wait, so the battery, of course, has an input and it has an output. It is a big device. It is not something that you stuff into another device, like the small batteries that you put into the power area power controller, but it is a device by itself, and so it has its own input and output, and so it also separates power networks. So on the output side, we will then have the consumers, which would be all this stuff, right? Therefore, it isn't wise to put that here. I mean, I would have to put the battery basically between the solar panel and the indoor stuff. Else the solar panel would fuel that, but my actual storage will no longer be the APC. Maybe I will actually separate that out, and the station will be coming not from here, but like it should, rather from a larger energy buffer, which is the battery. So I have to change some wiring out here. How do we do this? Here, electricity source, big electricity source for which we need the heavy cables. Then we have the solar panel. I think I will just remove the solar panel altogether. At least for now. Oops. How was that? Well, we have a null reference exception. Exceptions occur sometimes. It's not a problem. I mean, sometimes it is a problem, but I mean, you can usually play this and play this and play this and play this and completely forget that it is an early access game. Yeah, that's how good it is. Do we have the station battery by now? We do. Can I get it from here? I can. Awesome. The only things that take damage from a storm are solar panels and loose objects. Maybe I forgot something, but I'm saying this doesn't take damage, this doesn't take damage, the chutes don't, the cables don't, and neither does the battery. And here it is, the battery. There's actually a larger type of these batteries, but we can make that yet. On the left we see it comes in, on the right we see it comes out, and on the right we also have the logic connection, because this thing has it once again separately. Okay. Now a storm, huh? Where is my... Why is it not at the bottom, man? That should be enough for the station battery. Alright, let's remove those cables also. For good reasons. Or do you want to see what it looks like when a cable burns out? It's not really sensational, it's just a burnt out cable and then your shit doesn't work, and so... You see yellow as in there's some kind of meaningful connection there. It won't tell you how to build your station, it's just saying there's a cable and there's a connection. Whether that cable makes sense in that place, that's your problem, man. So there's a station battery. Now let's connect the heavy cables. It's not yet built completely, I know. You might think that since the solid fuel generator is outputting 20 kilowatts, but this thing obviously isn't, that was 800 watts, we can just use simple cables here and big ones here, but that is not how this works. I think it would work like that in reality, but the simulation is simplified. So like pipe networks are like one big body instead of something streaming from A to B. The cables also are one big body, and so if there's some too large load in some place of the cable, you won't get a burnout exactly where that would make sense in reality, but it's some location of that cable network. In this same way, you cannot just use a weak cable here and a strong cable there. If there's a weak cable and somewhere on this cable network there's a load that is too large, then you will get a burnout over there. Sucks a bit, but you know, I mean, imagine what we have here. Do you know the uncanny valley? That is a concept familiar to you, right? That is when, let's look at the faces, for example. Let's look at my avatar's current look. There's not many to choose from, so excuse the stupid look. I wish they wouldn't be looking so goofy, actually. That's really annoying. Wait, what? Now this isn't looking uncanny really, because the face is obviously cartoonish. But if the face would be looking very close to actually a human, but then it would still look somehow not perfectly like a human, then that's what we call the uncanny valley. That's when there's still some gap between that what we have and the real thing, and we will feel that. That is why it's called a valley. You know, like a deep fucking chasm. The uncanny valley. And that same thing you must imagine this whole game is, because they got very far with their simulation, but then some things they are just roughly simulated, like I explained just now, and then you think, ah damn, why is that wrong? Dude, you have to remember where you are here. You know, you're getting used to that so much, like when you're looking at a very well done 3D face of a human being, and you think, oh okay, that looks good. You have to reflect how good that really looks in comparison to the real, to what we had so far. And in the same way, then here's also an uncanny valley in some places. Okay, that's the station battery. Let's turn it. Oops, we cannot turn it on. Oh, we can. I somehow got there, didn't I? It worked, man. Oh, that was. Now it's turned on. I think it will shortly start blinking here at the lowest level, because it is getting a slight bit of charge, and then when the first bit has something, it will start blinking in red. That is indeed the input, so something should be happening, yeah. But it's too little by now, I guess. The output side can be a weak cable or a strong cable, doesn't matter, depends on the load that you put on it, right? That's all it is. Man, I'm a bit disappointed that this isn't yet blinking. It should be blinking. How much load does it need, how much electricity does it have to have before it actually shows you that? Does it actually need electricity to show you that it has electricity? That would be hilarious. It would be the first time that I experienced this. But anyway, there is. I don't want to turn on this thing now. First, I want to make a cable analyzer, another one, so that we can see what our power supply network, which is now in a different place, you know, so I need another one, what it delivers. Iron and silicon. Well, and there are people who say that this game is too hard. Too hard. Obviously, you have to know a lot of things. But that's part of the fun, you know. All the things I'm telling you here, some strategies I'm giving away, some you can do this with the chutes. I mean, wouldn't you have loved to come up with this idea yourself, to use these chutes, to have this thing outside and you toss and it comes automatically to you easily? But now I've spoiled that for you by telling you this. It's probably not a large spoiler, but you know, it's an example of what it would be like to do that yourself. Yeah. So let's put that here. Here we can stand conveniently and watch. Here or there? Here. And it's saying 3 watts. So those 3 watts are actually going into here. Maybe the problem actually is that the battery is also being discharged. Let's turn this off then and remove the battery. Ah, that was the problem. Yeah, the battery was just being sucked dry. There's nothing coming in that's meaningful. Of course it would be empty. That's what happened. The battery was already doing its thing. Well, let's see the size of its balls. Where is my coal? Okay, I have to do that from the inside. Damn, I wanted... Oh, 30 watts. Oh man. Oh, there it is. Okay. Put it in, and now we don't have 30 watts, but now we have 20 kilowatts. This is probably 20,003 watts, but it is rounded, obviously. You know. And now you can see the first slot already full. This is obviously rounded, right? So when it's below 0.5, it would be blinking. When it's above 0.5, it would be lighting like that without being actually full. Then we're getting here, something like that, you know? And now you can, I mean, okay, you don't know how much charge this thing has, and if I look up the numbers, it will not tell you much. But okay, let's compare this then. Look at the large battery. You've just seen, possibly, if you were fast, there's a wireless battery also. And yes, you can have wireless batteries in your tools, and then when you're near one of your wireless transmitters, near your station probably, then they will be charged. So near your station you never have to change your batteries anymore. It wastes, of course, electricity, so that's not something for early game. Also, I cannot yet manufacture those. So here we get a charge of 288, whatever the unit would be, 288 kilo units. 288 kilo units. Then here we have 288 kilo units, and this is 3,600 kilo units. Now while we're at it, the large one is 9,000 kilo units, so this thing is a bit more than 2 station batteries and takes exactly the volume of 2 station batteries. That's why I'm a bit disappointed with this thing, considering how much effort you have to invest to get it. You know, you have to make the advanced alloys. I mean, the one downside I can definitely see is that the switch is at the front. But when you're at that point in the game, then you won't have a problem with that anyway, because this switch, guess what, can be turned on with logic.
Exosphere on Soma FM.
So again, what was the charge of... Whoops. What was the charge of the small station battery? 3,600 times num. And the large battery was 3,600, 288. 288, damn. 288, 3,600. I will do some math. 3,600 divided by 288, 12.5. So this thing, this station battery holds 12 times, more than 12 times the amount of electricity that this thing can hold. But do you remember how much coal we had to burn to get this thing full? Now look at how full this thing already is. See, because it's now swallowing down 20 kilowatts. That's also why we need the heavy cables. Yep. And let's turn that off, because there might be a storm at some point and don't want to waste that coal. How much do we still have here? 34. 34! I mean, it put a stack in there, it was 50. Now we have used like 15 coal. Not even 25, which would be half a stack, and it's already almost full, and we can live so long with that charge. This thing is gold, man. Okay, we have electricity. We have an arc furnace. We don't have food yet. We don't have water supply yet. So how do we get that? I think we should actually clean up a little. I will make another locker and then actually sort that a bit, because that locker is looking like ass. Lockers are made with the Autolathe, which is basically the you could call it the miscellaneous printer, you know, for everything miscellaneous. Oh, it can even make the EVA suit. I didn't know that. I thought you need the tool manufacturer for that. The tool manufacturer can also make other suits, but probably also this one, probably the same relationship like with the cables that this thing can also print, you know. Inefficient, but it works. I need a locker. And I need to print 2, we know that. How much iron do we need for one? This will not be sufficient, I need more iron. So I need to put some iron in here. Do I have some more iron? I don't. Would have to go mining, I don't want to do that now. Alright, let's print something that is very nice. The light. We can place lights, of course. But now I'm going for the portable light. Do I have some iron left to do that? No iron here, some iron there. How much iron do I need? More than I have. Fuck my life. Do I have something in the locker? No, I don't. We have to go mining. This is annoying. But that's what it is. I thought there were more batteries. Weren't there more? Am I not? Was I confusing that with something? I guess I was confused. So that's not. We don't have that many batteries, but we can of course print new ones. And this I don't I no longer need. This just in the way. So let's see to that our tools are up to snuffs. And at some point we also have to have some welder fuel, right? But like I already showed, you can just mix these two together. And one way to do it is you can make a box room, a box that is made out of these boxes and is only as big as an airlock. And then you use the doors that don't need electricity, you know, the manual hatches. You need one manual hatch, and then you close that, and you toss down some of the ice so that it can melt. Then you overpressurize the room to like several megapascals, like 2-3 megapascals, and then you just toss down this bottle and you open it, and then of course that gas will stream into it, will equalize, and then you open the door and all that gas in the room will be wasted. Alternatively, much more efficiently, you can have multiple bottles with you, but even better is if you just have a room that you can't even access like that. It will be a closed off room that has some passive vent inside that goes into a pipe, which goes into a water storage, into a gas canister storage holder bottle thingy. And then you put some chutes in there into which you can toss ice, so the ice melts in the room, but then the pipe comes to the outside. That's one way to do it. You can also put up the ice crusher and toss that in there, so the ice crusher will produce some gas mixture, which you can then fuel into the gas canister holder that I just talked about, you know. And yeah, there are multiple ways to do this, but it's not dire. We don't need that right now. Turn this off. 10 watts saved. Yeah, I need to get some... Oh, the mining drill, I forgot. Yeah, the mining drill also has a battery. And that one's actually rather empty. Then there's our battery. We can now swap conveniently with this one, because there's always electricity. See, we leveled up again, and this is a big level up. This is basically indeed a pop-up saying level 3, you know? Yeah, basically the station and the situation we're in is like it is a balloon which doesn't have enough air in it. It's crumpled together. It's like I'm working in a zip file. But soon this will all be rather decompressed and... Can I get this to work? Yeah. And then it will be easier, simpler. Keep the pill here. That goes here. And let's go mine. Need some iron. Save.
Hydration critical.
Can I also orient myself based upon the stars? Apparently. Not that I need to, but the further away I go, the more horizontal leeway I have before my remembered 67 degrees, that you can see at the right bottom, will become invalid. It's a ridiculous approach, I know. What's that? That's we already know. It's not too useless, so let's take some silicon. I need primarily iron. Gold would also be nice to have. Do we have a stable atmosphere in the station? No. I mean, currently we have some oxygen in there, some nitrogen, some CO2, and all of that is nice. And I think we also have a portable scrubber still at our disposal that we can put up. We can just put in a place and then we put some filters in to filter out some pollutant. But that is not really being in control of the atmosphere, you know? 67. So it's a bit risky to put up some plant seeds now because I only have a limited amount. But I'd like to get this video as far as possible in regards to the fundamentals, you know. So basically, if someone were to actually download this idiotically, I mean, there's so many videos out there which do this in a more compressed form where I'm not rambling so much about what can and can't be done. Then you would have the complete catalog of how to get from zero to a station where you can drink and breathe and have electricity, you know. So it would be nice to cram that all into one. Sun is coming up, so the orientation is no longer so important. I will see the station. Can we actually see the station from here? No, because we are now on the back side of the console. We could actually put a little tower up atop our station with a console on each side. By the way, a console consumes 50 watts, so that's not nothing. And then we could see the station basically from an arbitrary distance. We could also put some lights there, but their culling distance is rather short, so after some distance they would just be basically turned off, and that is off-putting to say the least, but okay. Win some, lose some. You know, performance, calculation, simulation. And a studio that only has a handful of people working on this thing, and they're constantly putting money into it but not getting money out of it. I mean, they're getting some money out of it, but they're not net positive, that's what I'm saying. They finance this via their other projects. You know, they, for example, have Icarus up, that's another survival game, which I bought but not yet played much, only tested a bit. And because they think this game needs to exist. You can say that. I mean, I haven't heard them say that. But for example, I have seen Rocket. You know, that's the nickname of Dean Hall, the CEO of Rocketworks, you know, the boss of that company. I've heard him said on multiple occasions that one of the parameters of this game's development is that it shall survive, if necessary, shall survive the studio and even the platforms on which it is sold. And that's a noble goal. And that goal has already been achieved because now you should buy that game. Absolutely you should. But in case you think, I don't know, I've seen this video, I'm not sure, I'm not convinced, I need to experience it myself. No, I'm not going to invest that money. And obviously this game takes some time to get used to. 2 hours on Steam refund, that's not enough. What you can do, and Dean Hall himself said that when I said to him, hey dude, what about a demo version? And he said, yeah, demo version, this means that we would have yet another version to that we need to consider when we build and develop. there's no DRM on the game. If someone really wants to test this thing, they can just download it. So he's saying basically you can copy this game without paying for it, but what he's of course implicitly saying is pay for the motherfucking game, man, if you play it. In not so many words. So you can do that. You can download it. You can run this game without Steam. That's actually what I'm doing. You know, interestingly, when I click play on this game on the executable, the Rocket Station exe, then it will work. But in Steam, it will then also be recorded as some time that is used. So no, you cannot extend your 2-hour period. But there's another game that I've recently purchased, and I will not tell you that game name now because I might be shitting on the parade of the developers, where you can start the game with Steam and then it will count the time, but you can also start the executable directly and then it won't count the time. So, and I mean, to me that means you can buy that game with Steam and then you can play that game and for like 20 hours, and then you can say, okay, I don't know, I don't like that, and they can refund it via Steam because they haven't counted those hours. But I don't know if this is actually so. Just because your personal counter doesn't count up doesn't mean their own counter doesn't count up, though why would they separate that out? That would be ridiculous. So I think, yeah, that would be possible. Therefore, I'm not telling you the name of that game. So there's some gold over there, we want that. Silver is not unwelcome, but I don't need it right now, and it's close enough. So they're constantly working on this game, and they're thinking, I think they have the same position that I have. This game is basically writing gaming history. I mean, when have you ever seen a game that has such a deep reality simulation? Where there's gas pressure, where there's phase change, where there's pressure change via phase change. Wait, actually that's wrong. I think a temperature change via phase change. There is electricity simulation. You have all these devices that you can use and operate in a meaningful, realistic-ish way. You can assemble these things in ways that you think, oh, that might actually do that thing because I want to achieve that, and then you will realize in the end, just like when you play the game Trailmakers, which is a very cool physics game, which is super simple but also super entertaining, effective campaign, which I can recommend. I can heartily recommend that game. When then it will detect, yeah, that actually works. If you stick it together in this way that you thought would make sense, that's what it will do then. Where do we have that as rare in gaming, and where you can actually learn so much and then become more effective, more able? Other people are complaining about the lack of teaching. There should be an in-game tutorial where there's something popping up and telling you you have to do this now and so forth. But I disagree. This game is made for people who want to apply themselves to the game instead of kind of sleepwalking through it. And also, I mean, one of the main draws of the game is that your own ability increase changes the way the game is played, changes your experience, changes the way you play through this. Yeah, and you don't have that so much with other games. In other games, you have too few mechanisms, too few game mechanics, and here you have so many game mechanics. And what my personal conviction, for multiple reasons, is that they are also writing gaming history, not just in the way that they're presenting us. This can be done, as in, why don't you motherfuckers not do this? Why are you not doing this? Other people should do this too. There should be more games like this. Of course, now they should be the ones, and we should pay them. They should have their fucking fair share. They should get their money. This is a complete niche game, but that is because people are stupid pieces of dog shit, you know? Instead of doing the good stuff and being too simple, being too low, being too impure, being too much liars and so forth, I keep looking at the world and, okay, let's not go there again. But I mean, there should be a large audience for this science kind of game, for this complex game, for a game that needs fucking brains, man. There should be more games like this out there, and therefore there wouldn't be such a niche, and they would get more cash, you know. But anyway, it's writing gaming history in the following way. I do believe that eventually there will be, let's look at the pressure in here, there will be more games that employ atmospherics. Games that will not, still over 300 degrees Celsius, games that don't even have anything to do with atmospherics. I mean, this game obviously is a reality simulation. that is focusing on stuff like atmospherics. But what if you have a shooter, for example? I keep saying that in my videos, partly because I want to kind of conjure that away by spreading the idea, by spreading the manifested will out there. Every person is a carrier of will. The more people want this, by having the, you know, by receiving the spark of the idea and thinking, hey, that's a good thing, I want that, the more that is happening, you know. And also because that they might actually spread the idea and whatever. It's a good thing. I mean, I've heard people object to this and say, yeah, why would people waste cycles on something completely superfluous as an atmospheric simulation in a shooter? Are you stupid? I'm using hyperbole, that didn't say are you stupid. Not with words. Anyway, but I disagree because, and my go-to example, of course, is physics engines. The first shooters, like Doom, for example, they didn't have a physics engine. The furthest they went, and you already know where I'm going with this, right? Why not? This will be the physics engine of future games, basically. In Doom, you could shoot at a barrel, and then it would explode, and there would possibly also be some explosive impact on someone nearby because the barrel is exploding. They would be blown to bits, and but then Half-Life came along with a much more sophisticated physics engine. And since Half-Life possibly popularized that the most, since then we have been having physics engine in games as a default. And these games, these days, when I take this and toss it over there, and it rolls to the side and makes a sound as if it actually impacted, and all of that fitting and realistic, we kind of expect that these days, right? But in this way, it might well be that at some point in the future, some other games that are not related, like shooters, for example, or how about a detective game, where you come to a crime scene and then you see, hey, that seat is still warm. So someone was here see, that can be applied in meaningful ways. Or someone's standing behind that corner in the corridor and you cannot see them, but what you can see is, you can measure the temperature. Maybe you can use an infrared spectrum. I mean, this game, Splinter Cell, already has this infrared view, and I hope this game will get that too, because this game was fucking made for that kind of approach, man. So you could then, in this detective game, or in whatever other game, for example, shooters, see that someone's waiting behind the corner because they're excreting thermal energy. Or something that certainly the developers of such game would then lovingly also do, even though it's not necessary. They would then, when there's a character standing there smoking the cigarette, there would then be some more thermal energy excreted from that place, and there would then also be some pollutant being excreted from that place. So maybe in a different place, then you could would have here your list of smells, or however that would be expressed, possibly as icons that give you some kind of feel for that. I'm actually a fan of that kind of approach, because if you see a photo of kind of a ripped open rib cage, or some burnt flesh or something like that, that can convey some emotion strongly, and this might then be helpful in conveying what's happening to you in the game. Like it flashes up for a short moment, and then you know, oh, that's happening, and it's even in you slightly as an emotion, But okay, there would be a list of smells, and then you would be standing in this place, and then you smell all of a sudden, hey, wait, it smells of cigarette? Why does it smell of cigarette? Well, someone is smoking. Then you can sniff around, and then the wind direction will also play a role, obviously, to find out where that's coming from. And then there's the game The Hunter, I think, where you can hunt for wild animals, and that actually does consider the wind direction. Now, if you see, that is basically already atmospherics. They're already going in that direction. And this game, I think, has the potential to popularize atmospherics, because atmospherics are so well and deeply implemented. This is basically a showcase. This is basically a prototype game. At the same time, it's a real game also. It's a demonstration game where you can see all the things that can be done with a proper reality simulation that is scientific. And then the games that are being developed, they can pick which part they want to or don't want to add to their simulation, And this game is writing gaming history in this regard, is my opinion. A shooter. Let's say you're in a room, like in Fear, for example. There are lots of cramped rooms, and there is this great AI where the enemies will flank you and run around and all that. And now imagine that they don't have gas masks, but some of them might, or some later stages of the game they will have gas masks, and then you somehow evacuate the room, or you open some gas bottle with some dangerous stuff, and then they're all KO'd, or then you can light the air on fire and they don't have fire protection and they will be lit on fire, or the room heats up too much from all the laser shooting that you're doing potentially, or the wall covering behind them is plastic and it will be lit on fire, like you missed them too much when you're shooting. But you know, there's so many things. If you really think about this, we are missing out here. And, you know, I want atmospherics in future games, motherfucker. Now you might say, that is too much work. It's actually not. It's actually not, because it's rather simply done. In this game, it is complex, because you have phase change and gas mixture and so forth. But programmers know what I mean. When you have multi-threading, then you can have basically a separate computer working on this very separate issue of the gas floating around and moving around, and that will not burden the rest of the game in the slightest. And then the rest of the game can say, okay, retrieve a value from the current world slot, what is the current gas situation, and then the game simulation can say, okay, there's poisonous pressure, poisonous gas here, so I will now cuff, or something along those lines. This will basically almost put no load on your calculations. Of course, games these days make use of multi-threading more heavy than games earlier. So yeah. Okay, let's return to the game. The locker has been put up. Let's put some order here. Actually, remove those things once and for all. Portable AC. Hydroponics, we need those at some point. There's a water bottle at probably 19 or 18 degrees. 20, Water is super inert, so even though it would take well, thermal damage, so to speak, from being exposed to the Mars atmosphere for a long time, it will stay at this temperature. What's the room temperature? 28 degrees. How did this happen? Did I put on a radiator? No, well, the sun was shining into this room, so this was heating up. And the devices here are also heating up. I said waste heat. And the plants, if I stuff them in here now, I could stuff them in here now. I think Mars has enough light, I'm not sure though, to light them. Else I would just put up a grow light and turn it on and off every once in a while. I could put the plants here, but maybe the room will overheat. And do I have means to cool it down? Also, my atmosphere is 31 kilopascals. That's rather low. The plants like 50 and up. 50 to 100 is ideal for the default plants. What do I mean by default plants? Well, plants mutate. Their children will be more adapted to the circumstances in which they were, which is of course not how evolution works at all. A plant's genetics and a plant's children do not change depending on what the plant has experienced. But this is basically a short version of evolution. In evolution you have many plants, they will all be randomly mutated slightly, and so some of them will die, some of them will not, and so they will procreate, and so the ones most resistant to the circumstances will be procreating, and so their children, their offspring, will then have those traits which came from the parents. Also slightly mutated again, maybe detrimental to the actual parameter, who knows, but in principle that's how it works. And they just shortcutted this here by saying if a plant has experienced a lot of cold, then its children, if it has any, will be more tolerant to cold. I think that's how they implemented this. You can also do genetics. There's a genetic splicer and genetic analyzer. And here we have tables, which we also need. Okay, let's put this a bit orderly. I put the foodstuffs up there.
Power low.
Man, and I wanted to produce something else. I wanted to produce the light, right? Portable light. Do we have some copper already? Yes, we do. Because, dude, is it dark in here? Where would I put this? Oh, that's a lot of stuff, man. A lot of duct tape. What just happened? Oh, right, I clicked in the wrong place. So I can place this down, but maybe I want to first unfold it. If that can be done. Can I do this? Open. Okay, now I can place this. And I can put a battery in there. Oh no, actually, we have this. And we have this. And now some battery, and then there will be light in here. Come on, I want to turn off the light. What? Dude. It looks completely different when the light is not on you, right? When you're moving around in an environment that has its own light. Instead of me being...
Exosphere.
Shut up. Instead of...
Dark side of Synthera.
Instead of me being constantly the torch. And so the following trick will hopefully be not one that you use too much, because you can carry that thing yourself. See how much light I now have? But this also means that everything looks the same. And that one drive that I would have is being taken out of the game. The drive to install some lighting. And so I don't do that. I don't do that actually. Okay, let's clean some more. Microwave goes here to the table. We can put potatoes in there, and this makes the dish a bit more sophisticated, which will give you more food per element. I mean, food per potato, and possibly also higher food quality. I mean, look over here. Here we can see current mood is decreasing. We have low hygiene, but we are inside a room. You can see here we have a room. It's room 41. Once again, an arbitrarily assigned number. What's the next step? I wanted to clean up some, yeah, but it's not yet cleaned up quite. Damn, where do I put what? Need another locker, man. Okay, make two. Okay, let's keep it running. See, the battery is still good, even after all this. And with that little pissy wind turbine. See how efficient our coal now is. In other words, now we have quite some electricity, right? Doesn't this mean that we should be able to put up some lights? Yes, that's what it means. So let's put up some lights. Put one here. So the lights. Right mouse button. And then we have the wall light. Has one connection for logic. Yes, they have logic too, because you can turn them on and off. Then we have this small light, which supposedly shines much further into the landscape. I'm not sure if that's actually true. Which is also a spotlight, right? This is the same thing but angled. Then we have the light round. And we have the wall light battery, which I don't know if they have debugged this now, but ultimately it works like this. You can connect it to an electricity grid and put a battery in. The battery will be charged like the power APC, you know, and then I think it turns on automatically when there is no power, or I don't remember exactly how it was. I have to shut up my program once more. Come on. Diode slide. That's the thing I was talking about here with my arc furnace, which I put on the wall, because the diode slide is exactly the thing that has this, the scroll bar, the progress bar. You can set a value to it and then it will show that value from 0 to 1 as in percentage, you know? Then we have the large wall light, the long white. That is the one I prefer the most, even though it doesn't give off more light and also doesn't consume more electricity, but its surface is entirely white, so you get the feeling of more light, and you know, part of that whole thing is the feeling. Then we have the small light angled or flat, and the LED, which only consumes 25 watts, but has the upside that it can also by the way, the diode slide has light when you turn it on, yes, but it doesn't shine into the room. The LED shines into the room, but it does it weaker because it only has 25 watts, obviously. But you can set the color of the LED with software, and that is cool. What you can also do is you can spray paint lights, like this one, for example, which I prefer to use, or this one. You can spray paint them, and then they will shine in that color, but then you can't control that with logic. One, two. Okay, let's put up 4. Fuck it. Live large. Ah, I need another one. We can, by the way, then also teach that thing to turn off the lights automatically during the day. All that is possible. Connect them. The grow light is similar to these, but only the grow light is actually seen, so to speak, by the plants. So it also has a slight bluish color to express that it's special. And the grow light has another specialty. It has 2 outputs, or 2 connections, power and logic. And that is something I have forgotten so many times. You know, programmed everything, set everything up, and then, why doesn't this work? Starts debugging program. No, I forgot the cable, and that is something that happens rather often. For example, if you would now go and automate the arc furnace, while the other side is the logic connection. It is not yet connected. So speaking of which, I will hopefully now think of doing so. I'm pretty sure that portable devices cannot be controlled with logic in any way, so the portable light there can also not be controlled. That's completely manual. Ah, look at that, we have light. Let there be, and so forth. Let's turn all of them on to see when we have made the connection. Okay, let there be light, that's enough. But it will now draw 50, 100, 150, 200 watts of power constantly. To remind you, the beacon that you can install actually draws 300 watts. So yeah, quite the thing to construct. Maybe I should make the beacon if we can do this already. Not bacon, beacon. solder. I don't have solder yet, and I would like to have solder, and I would also like to have electrum, because then we could put up a chip and we could start programming and automate shit. But I think first we should get a stable... I mean, what good is a programmer if they're starving, right? Programmer needs to eat and to drink. There are multiple ways to solve the drinking problem. Well, ultimately, of course, we have to get water, and water is finite. And we don't piss, you know? It's not like you urinate, so you can't recycle the water. Not yet, at least, but they already have something like grey water, I believe, in the game. That is new, I haven't yet experienced that. I think we should go mine some. I should mind my own business, yeah. Because to make solder later, I mean, at least I want to be ready for that, I will need lead, which will then be mixed with iron, 1-to-1, I believe, and that gives you solder.
Low pressure.
Wrong way.
Critical. Pressure critical.
What's this? Mood is decreasing, low hygiene. Well, I'm dirty. I need to take a shower, basically. That we don't need yet. That also not. Lead would be nice to find. There's some more copper or iron. Iron, that's iron. And water. I want to find water. There's water. Ice. Okay, so you can use the hydraulic pipe bender. That was the second manufacturer that I put up, the second printer, to create an ice crusher. And then you wire that thing up, and it has two outputs on its backside. And no, don't go away, I need you. Two outputs on its backside, one is for gas and one is for liquids. So depending on what you're crushing there, that's what comes out there. But let's look at the water ice. Dude. Okay, I guess it has some kind of top limit regarding hits, or am I overlooking something? Water? Pure ice water. That's not what I mean. Ice. There it is. Okay. You can see here it has water. So if you stuff it in the crusher, something will come out the liquid opening if you have something connected. And it also has nitrogen, which is gas. So if you keep crushing ice water in that crusher, then at some point there will be so much nitrogen pressure in there that this thing will probably explode. I don't even know if that's implemented to happen, but that's, you know, you should assume that this is so, and you should prepare for that. Because one day a version will come out where that is so, and then your station will just blow up. And everybody's like, no, a shitty update or whatever. I can understand where people are coming from, but keep in mind this is early access, even though you can also already play this game for thousands of hours. So yeah. That's that. So what do you do about this? Well, you don't need a crusher, for starters. You can get the water ice into your water bottle filler in a different way. And I will show you how, because that is simpler. the ice crusher also has a downside. The ice crusher was changed recently, and now it will insist on heating up whatever you stuffed in there to the temperature of at least, there's my station, I didn't actually take care of that, to at least 15 degrees, and that takes a lot of electricity, you know? And when I just toss down the ice like this on the ground, then this will cool down the room accordingly. So yeah, so that's not necessarily better, but our room is so hot as it is, so we can swat two flies with one swat, you know? Okay, and then for this we need from the hydraulic pipe bender the kit drain, which is one of the most important things that you can build in the game. I will explain shortly why. So we have the passive liquid inlet, which has a water connection. You can see that from the water drop that is actually there, you know, that I don't know why that is upside down. Then we have the passive liquid drain, which is the reason why I said this thing is like one of the most important things you can make. Do I have some gas pipe somewhere? Yeah, here, kind of. Okay, see, you can place that on a gas pipe. This thing is actually for a gas pipe. The other thing was for a liquid pipe. That's a bit confusing, isn't it? So if you have liquids in your pipe and you have a passive liquid drain, then the liquids will come out that thing. And so if I have some pollutant in there which becomes liquid due to too much pressure, then we'll just escape into the atmosphere, which is sometimes not a good idea. I actually died from such circumstance one time. But I'm saying that's one of the most important things you can have. Sometimes, for example, well, let's say I have a pipe out there through which I pipe the room atmosphere. And that pipe out there has pipe radiators so that the pipe's content is connected more strongly with the atmosphere so that heat is exchanged, thermal energy is exchanged more quickly. This would then allow me to cool down my station during the night. But it might also lead to some gases in there cooling down to a degree that they become liquid, and then my nice assembly will be destroyed in part. Some pipe might burst because there's liquid in there, and then the pipe radiator, which is wrapped around it, just like this thing is wrapped around the pipe, would also be destroyed, and that would cost me quite something. I mean, the pipe radiators actually needs steel to be made, so it would be good to place one or two. I mean, these things have a maximum rate, so sometimes depending on circumstances, you won't want multiple of these on such a pipe so that the dangerous liquids will be removed. And if it gets even colder, then the liquid would become frozen, and then it would become ice and certainly destroy your pipes. But when it comes out before it becomes, when it's liquid, so it can't become ice, then you're safe from that. Obviously, this way you will ultimately lose all your gases, but you have to, it's a win some, lose some situation. So that's that. Then we have the active liquid outlet, which is again for water pipes, but this one takes electricity. We have logic and electricity separate here, which allows us to excrete liquids into the atmosphere actively. So I have a water tank somewhere, and then I have a liquid pipe, connect this thing, electricity, turn it on, then it will pump the water from the container that is connected to into the atmosphere, and things will get misty. And then what we have else, we have passive liquid inlet. So we have three things. You can see that here, 1, 2, 3. What good is that though? Well, we need a water bottle filler. Let's make one. Do we have that here? The filler? Water bottle filler.
Hydration critical.
Silicon. Do we have some? Yes, we do, because we're living rich already. Due to all the things we have achieved. I'm already preparing for a batch of steel. You can see here 50, 50, and 50. Do I have some coal lying around? No, only in there, so that's out of the question for now. I have to gather more coal then at some point. I'll turn this off, don't waste electricity. Yeah, I need to make the thing. Where will I put it? Right here. Why not right here? Because it won't take much space. Because the way I'm doing it, this is kind of min-maxing. Maybe not the way you want to start your station. When you see that you can do it like this, why would you do it in a different way ever? You know, you should normally do it in different ways. Okay, here's my water bottle filler. And here is my passive liquid inlet. Okay, you see this doesn't work. You can only connect that with a liquid pipe. Do I have liquid pipes? No, I do not. So let's make one. Let's make a pipe. No, pipe. That's the one. Then we also have the kit liquid pipe. All right, I was talking about insulated stuff. When you have insulated pipes or things like that, then there will be no thermal energy exchange with the surrounding environment. It will be completely insulated. It's unrealistic, but you won't see me complaining. It's gamified, you know? You also don't have to put some oil in this printer and such. It's just, you know, it's gamified, but it's reasonable. It's super complex, but also it is simplified enough. So now the water bottle filler has power, but it is flashing an error. Why? Because it needs some preconditions. I don't know if the bottles are preconditioned to it, but certainly it needs water. So we have a room temperature of 31 degrees, we have a passive liquid inlet, and we have water. Now that's melting, and you see that it's getting misty in here. We don't need that many now. Now let's use our nice thingy here and look at the pipe. You see it has 40 liters capacity. That is the combination of this thing. I don't know which capacity it has. Passive inlet. It has a capacity of 20 liters. Then we have the 10 liters here of this pipe, and then possibly the 10 liters of the water bottle filler. I would assume that it has some capacity. It doesn't, so I don't know why this is happening. Why we have a capacity of 40 liters here. The liquid pipe, does it possibly have that capacity? 20 liters. Oh, interesting. 20 liters capacity. And the gas pipe, which we would call the normal pipe, 10 liters. Ah, okay, that's why I was confused. So 20 plus 20 is 40. And now you see there are some liters gathering in there. But it's still flashing an error. Why? Are the bottles missing? I don't think that's the reason. No, the reason is that it will not accept a liquid that is polluted. If you look here in the pipe, we can see that there's some pollutant in there. And what would also count as a pollutant from the perspective of the water bottle filler is volatiles and the N2O gas, you know? The nitrous gas. So how do we get rid of that? I mean, I said this is much easier than using a scrubber. It is. Let's use using a crusher. We need the scrubber now. I use my portable scrubber here. Scrubby-dooby-doo. And then I put some battery in there. At the front. And then we need some filters, which would filter something out. And while we're at it, I also need some fresh filters. Let's prepare some, but I won't put them in yet, so we will experience what that would be like. CO2 filter. No, that's stupidly not how this can be found. Here is carbon dioxide. And then various scales of filters, so why I'm not making a bigger one. Obviously, they take more resources, and not even that. They even take resources I don't even have yet. And the pollutant filter. One is enough. And let that run. Is it running? It is running. Now it's filling itself with 100% pollutant, because that's being filtered from the air. Accordingly, in here, that's decreasing. Interestingly, yes, the liquid pipe is connected with the surrounding atmosphere when it comes to gases. And this should lead to, at some point, this thing no longer flashing an error, except maybe that error is related to the bottle. So let's put the bottle in. Doesn't seem to be the reason. Maybe it has to be at 0. That might indeed be the case.
Power critical.
Power critical. Hilarious. Is the scrubber still running? Yep. Battery is still good, 89%. Not too good, but alright. Oh, now it's green. Hello. Now let's put the bottle in. And listen up. Well, there's apparently no longer any pollutant in the air. I can turn off the scrubber. And now we have a water bottle filler. See, all it took was this thing, that thing, and this thing, and clean enough air, and then you toss down the ice, and that's it. We have 16 liters in there. Let's just add some more to that while we're at it. In this room slot where I am right now, there's no water, because it's being taken by that thing 100%. But here, there's some water, because it's spreading out from here into all directions. It will ultimately slowly drift over here also and then be sucked away. This is not the best way to do it, but hey, we're drinking now from the planet's resources. That was the goal. The goal has been achieved. The temperature, by the way, is 10 degrees Celsius, which is a bit low. And if I would now want to increase the pressure in here, I would also once again toss down some ices, which would cool it down even further. So we're kind of in a balancing situation where I could do some other stuff and eventually it will get too warm, and then I increase the pressure in here by tossing down some gas, which will increase the pressure and the temperature, so we're getting where we want on two fronts. What I can also do is I can put up some wall heater, and eventually we also have to deal with cooling. I already expressed how that could possibly be done. Okay, heating and cooling. Let's solve that problem and put up some plants. Huh. Oh, the wall heater is an atmospherics device, so we have to look here. Yeah. Is something the matter? No. Now the battery is at 2 already, so yeah. And we're not getting much electricity from that thing. Well, burn some coal or not burn some coal. I don't want to put up another solar panel, so do this then. Gold, burn it. To make electrum though, we do need gold, and it's best to use 50 for that. And I also need silver. I know where silver is. Sun is coming up just now, so I guess what we should do now is we should get some silver. Yeah, and now you can see why it would make sense to have the tool printer up, which we don't have, because then I can make another mining belt, and then can store my gases that I want to keep, like water, in the station and go out mining, instead of doing all these logistics shenanigans once I'm out there, you know? So, let's make the tool printer, the tool manufactory, which takes 20 iron and 10 copper. Do I have copper? I mean, I think I need a lot more copper here. No. No! I need more iron. Alright. The plants, I believe, have been adjusted by now to consume a little bit more water than they did so far. So that is something one now has to keep an eye on. I mean, so far you could use a few hydroponics pods on the ground with one pipe going through them, reaching the water bottle container, and you could put one 10-liter bottle in there. It would be empty instantly because it's being sucked into the pods, I guess, but they would just work indefinitely. That was my experience, at least. So a little bit of water consumption would be nice, because I want to live in a simulation, right? Okay, now we want to eat something. Decreasing mood, I'm in a room but low hygiene. And the hygiene is suit or helmet on. Suit or helmet on. Oh, interesting. So if I remove my suit but close the helmet, let's try that. Suit or helmet on. Yeah, but the helmet is open, man. Oh, that's still decreasing because I'm wearing it. Hygiene is increasing. So basically, you apparently don't need to shower in this game because you're just cleaning yourself up. That's convenient. I wish that was so in reality. You know? So how far are we? Where will I place that motherfucker? Maybe over here, as the opposite of this thing. It's kind of an outlier, you know. We could use some more chutes while we're at it. So I can make that stuff up there fall into the station like it should. Then we can also smelt some stuff during a thunderstorm. Yeah, efficient use of space. Yeah, that's enough, that's enough. Where is it? There. So that's one thing we want to do. Then we need more cables. Or do I have some lying around somewhere? Nope, but at this point I could just pour some copper onto the ground, right? Glass sheets. I guess I used up all the iron sheets. No, there are some. Okay. Look, it's green. And it's actually consuming electricity right now, so... But once I've welded this...
Temperature high.
See, the air is polluted again, too much for that thing to cope. There's actually a way to do this, which someone told me, and I tried this and it works. If you put something between this thing and this thing, and if what you put in between there is a one-way valve, one-way liquid valve, then only liquids will get through, and so toxins present in pipe network, and then only liquids will be in here. The pollution will not get in there. I don't need the scrubber anymore to cope, and that's super cool, man, to know. Where did I want to go? A bit confused here, admittedly. Yeah, cable. Oh, I think I need plastic here, right?
Temperature high.
What's happening to my breathing? What's going on? Oh, I need to drink again? Didn't I already drink? What the fuck? I guess I only filled the bottle but didn't drink from it. Hilarious. it's not filling. Well, it's not functioning, that's why. And I can turn this off because, yeah, waste electricity. A mining belt, please. Takes 3 iron. I have that, coincidentally, so... Maybe I should actually take a different bar if I have smaller ones. I don't. Hilarious. Oh, I forgot something. Alright. Ah, it's night. Damn. Something else in here waiting? Yes. Ah, damn, I burned through the entire stack. Ah, now I do need to mine because I need some coal reserves. It doesn't fly that I'm naked here without coal, because certainly an emergency would come up and then I'm like, okay, now I need coal. I don't have coal, fuck! See, you should always have reserves. Always. That's why it's bad to burn an entire stack, which was completely unnecessary. Damn. Well, it tickles me to take that thing with me, you know? How full is the battery? Half empty already. Nah, not worth it. Let's do this. That is full. And I can put up the chutes. So that the outlet is here. I wonder... Oh, blocked by cable straight. Genius. God damn it. I planned this so that this would be... Oh man. That's just fucked up, man. I placed this so meticulously up here. And now we have this problem. But that's the wrong cable network. Can't do that. Okay, let's do it differently then. Whatever. Already 22 degrees in here. How did this happen? I mean, we tossed down quite some ice. It was 10 degrees. Where did all that heat come from? Oh, I can place it like this. Interesting. But that would make it possible, no? Yeah. And the outlet. Congratulations, I just wasted an entire stack of coal to charge the battery like twice to its capacity, which of course didn't do anything meaningful. And now a storm is coming? Fuck. Okay, that's the way it is. Inlets. No, I need an outlet. Why isn't it pointing downwards? What am I doing wrong? Oh, I cannot place it adjacent to the other chute outlet. There's always something, isn't there? Okay, done. So you might wonder what a storm actually does. Let me show you. Yeah, I just jumped one time. I just pressed the space bar, and now I am a few meters removed from my station, and I can't even use the jetpack right now because the storm is too strong. However, what you can do is you can increase the thrust of your jetpack. I will do this now, set it to the maximum that can be set, and then I can actually move around with my jetpack, but this also means that my fuel that I'm using there will be decreasing much quicker. See, and you can't... Oh, actually, see is the point. You can't see shit in the storm. And now I have to climb a little stair. So I have to jump. Guess what happens? Oh, that worked? Okay, good. How much electricity is coming in? 800 watts. Which means that we should actually wait. And we should do so living large. Oh, and I should maybe rewire this stuff so that it doesn't come from there, but directly from my battery. That makes sense. I don't even know what to call this video. Is it a playthrough? Is it a tutorial? Well, at some point it becomes the same thing. But you know, the key thing is that I told you how to get into it. You know, and what you need to do to get this show on the road, to keep it to get it running. And so eventually that, of course, decays into a playthrough, because things are so complex that I have to do lots of things. No. Okay, now let's connect this. Yeah, but this is not yet being charged. That's not good. That's not what I intend, man. Now it's being charged. Yeah, no straight cable inside. Hilarious. See here, 3.6 megawatts, or whatever that should be here, joules probably, megajoules. That happens to be exactly the amount that the station battery can hold, and the station battery is currently full, so yeah, it makes sense. That's the potential available, and required currently 285 watts, and the actual that is being streaming through here is also 285. Yeah, I have a wall heater, and I could I realize now I don't need it necessarily, but let's have it anyway. I could actually separate out networks here. I could say we have a strong cable network, heavy cables here, and then we split it up into the indoor stuff, the simple stuff, because my heavy cables are too valuable. Then again, a power, what's the term? The area power controller is also very valuable, because to make it I also need some stuff that I don't have yet. So what's the decision then? Well, currently we're using 200 watts, and if I add the 1000 watts of the wall heater to that, that's still okay. We're still fine. That's still in the green zone, you know. But where will I put up the plants? Not here. I will probably build something outside that I want to have access to from the indoors. This should stay flexible. This is manufacturing space. Over here, in back here. Okay. So my cooling system should also be here, or heating. I mean, that's not necessarily how it has to go, but it's an associative choice. Like the way I installed the valve on the furnace is also an associative choice. I mean, the more little clues, the more information is there that tells you what's up, what's what, the more likely it is that you will not make a mistake. In other words, if you do the opposite, the more likely someone will die, because engineering is a thing in the world, isn't it? Okay, this can heat up the room if necessary. We can also, of course, automate this, and this thing only has one connection, so we need some place for the... Actually, I want to have an opportunity to expand the base later, so that I can put up a door. Could put maybe a shaft here with a ladder and climb up, but that's kind of annoying. I want to keep it horizontal. That's what she said. And then here would be the door, I guess. And here I might have my coolant apparatuses. And then this will be standing in the room here. So, yeah, that's what happens. Let's put the tables up here. What do I need a table for? Well, to place the microwave. What table do I need? It doesn't matter. They're basically all the same. I mean, this one isn't the same. It's not so functional, but this one has a power connection. And you might think that this orange is fugly, but, well, spray paint it differently then. Of course, then you will have some pollutant in the air. That's something to consider. Does this actually work? No. That would have been nice. Alright, maybe I should save some electricity here. And let's take this microwave and place it somewhere here. This is one of those opportunities when the T key comes in useful, or whatever that key is for you. Now it's attached in a way that it will also get electricity if the table is electrified also. Well, there's nothing in the microwave. That's why it's flashing an error. This is one of those magical devices, you know. That's also why it's implemented in such a shitty way that if you click there with one potato, that's alright. But if you accidentally click twice, then there will suddenly be two potatoes in there, even though it will still look like one. And then the recipe is no longer valid, and then you cannot bake your potatoes, and then you're fucked. Maybe that accidental clicking is actually no longer there, but I do know that there's such kinds of recipe problems with the microwave. So I could set up some plants, but I want to be able to cool the room if need be, and I want to install that before. Or should we do that in parallel? Let's do that in parallel so that we're faster overall. And that makes it a bit more tense, right? More fun. Then again, I need to... Yeah, let's do that thing. Okay, good idea. We have multiple plants here. I will talk about those later. Let's put up one potato seed, put the rest back. I don't want to waste it in case something breaks. If I lose this seed, I will not be fucked. That's what she said. Yeah, that's that. I will now go mining because we need coal desperately. What's my oxygen? How are we looking? That's still enough for what I wanted to do here, but of course it's on the back side. Blip.
Airtight critical.
Blop. I mean, right. Only 6 megapascals, because this thing only has 6. They cannot pressurize it higher. Of course, you can use a pump to make that happen, but not gonna go into those things here. Definitely not in this video. So, coal. We always ever ran into that direction. Let's take the different one. We need some silver. I know that's exactly in the opposite direction. Here we have some iron. Appreciated, but not needed. That up there looks like silver. Is it, though? No, it's copper. Copper is needed. Dig in. Direction is 255. Direction is 8-bit. So the plant is now being shone upon by the sun, but is it receiving enough light? I don't know, because we're on Mars, and I think the sun might be too weak, so I might actually have to add the what's its name? The plant, the grow light. Let's change that up, it sucks. You volatile. Yucky. Yeah, I want to see how much light is actually coming down on the plant. I can only do that during the day, so let's go down there quickly and print the plant analyzer cartridge, so I can point it at the plant, see all the values, particularly how much light is reaching it from the sun. Right, that didn't work. The plant analyzer cartridge takes what I have, alright. So first of all, when we point at this thing, it will say, I was growing moderately well towards fruiting. I assume that the atmosphere is a bit too low in pressure. So let's do this thing, what everybody who asks in the forum should do before asking. I mean, if they don't know that this exists, alright, understandable. But that's the thing. This answers all the questions. Growth efficiency is 58%. That's not very high. Breathing efficiency is very good. So even the pressure in here is 41 kilopascals. I don't know why that's sufficient. I thought we need at least 50, but alright. Temperature efficiency 100%. We can here see that the min ideal temperature is 20, max 30, and we currently have 24, so no wonder the temperature efficiency is 100%. Scroll down, we have the pressure efficiency of 58%. The min ideal pressure is 53. Max ideal, like I said, at least 50, huh? Max ideal 110. Current pressure is 41, so that's not so good. Then the light efficiency is 99%. Light intensity, you can see here, is 53%. Now this probably means that we will need some more light, that we will need the grow light, because I think 53% is not enough intensity. So the illumination stress will keep growing, and the plant will keep growing less and less, you know, yeah. See, light deficiency, too little light is what that would say, effectively, you know. And dark deficiency would say when there is too little darkness. The illumination stress is the combination of the two, or whenever there is such a deficit, then this would build up to 10 to like 1,000% even, to more and more, yeah. And then while that is high, the plant growth will be shit. But if the circumstances are right, then this will slowly dip down again, and eventually the plant growth will resume and better until this is at 0. Here we can see the gases that this thing needs. It needs 1% CO2, and we have 11%, so that's fine. Pollutant, maximum 900 pascals. We have 41 pascals, so that's fine. There's a little dot here. And volatiles, it cannot stand, and there are none here. So, well, it can stand, but to a limited degree. Yeah, that's what this is. We don't have enough light. So I know I have to put up the grow light. To remind myself of that, I will put up the grow light above here, I guess. How do we wire this up meaningfully? I can't think of a better place right now, so let's put it here. Or here maybe. Yeah, this shit will go away. Yeah, let's do that. Let's place it here. Because then we can just use that cable and go here. have you seen? Like I said, like the area power controller, the initial state is not the state that it should have in that situation. Yeah, and my mouse isn't up to snuff. There's sometimes the trigger releases. It's a Razer, so what do you expect? Shit company, shit product. I know that many of you disagree, and I would have disagreed for years because I have been using Razer product for years, but certainly their quality has been decreasing, and certainly the quality of their support is exactly the shitty talk to the hand corporate, we don't listen to what you're actually saying, bullshit support that cliche. That's actually what's going on. Yeah, let's turn that on, see what we then get light-wise. I guess the sun's down now, so light intensity 80%, yeah, because the sun is not adding itself to this. I guess we would reach 120, 130%, which is a bit much, but I think that's okay. At least it's better than having only 50%, which will build up the illumination stress, you know. And by the way, if you turn on and off the light, and I mean light that is relevant to the plant, this is not relevant, neither is this. This is just not seen by the plant effectively. I know, it's gamified. The more you do that, the more the stress will grow. So that also creates stress. At least that's what I keep hearing, and I'm just, you know, repeating it here. Let's put this here. We still need coal. Well endowed, we are. I'm not done with the cleanup. Maybe I want to put the plant stuffs here. Yeah, let's do that. Okay, now the plant is growing. And, well, cooling. I haven't yet shown you how to do that. That's the one thing missing, basically, to get your station started. So let's do that. And then I can also stop the video, because I have other things to do myself. Copper. Well, copper is in the works, isn't it? Yeah, maybe when I wire something up that was interrupted, that process is like the manufacturing process of one of these things. Oh, that would then interrupt the smelting, I guess. At first I will just put some makeshift cooling in here, just so that we can get the show on the road. So I will put an active vent here. And now I need pipes, 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 and pipes, and I also need pipes, and I need pipes. And in addition to that, I will also need pipe radiators. Which in turn needs steel, and I think I have that in here. Yep, I do. And still a lot of it. I think I had 64 steel. Sure, that was the first thing that came out. The insulated stuff, by the way, also requires steel. And oh, there's something new for those who have played this game for a long time. You can now somehow change a normal pipe that is already installed in a place to an insulated pipe. This might also apply to passive vents, who knows. Hey, maybe I can actually check that out. But first let's make a radiator. We have one for liquid and we have one for gas. Let's make the gas ones. What does it say here when I point at that with some kind of tool? Wrench required to deconstruct. And when I point at this then? Pipe. Wrench required. Okay, it doesn't say that yet in the tooltip, but supposedly, according to the beta change logs, you can do that now. So yeah. I have gold? Where's that gold up there? It's growing moderately, but well, these things also need darkness, so it's not a problem that there's currently no light, you know? It's not a problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Another one, please. It's arbitrary that I want 10. And this basically is already the cooling solution. I will just install it just quick. One moment. It's makeshift, but it will do the trick. And that's what this is about. Survival. This is video 1 is survival. I don't know if there will be a video 2. No clue. I don't know. Okay, first of all, you can't put the pipe here when you want it to radiate, because it might possibly be obstructed radiation-wise by the plane within which it is then. Actually, sometimes you're being told that by a tooltip. For example, if you have a pipe cowl and you have a pipe and the pipe cowl is attached to the pipe and you point at the pipe cowl, then the tooltip might say, actually in red color even, that it is blocked by whatever the name of the ground is. So it's best to lead that away from the station one step, so that now the pipe is actually certainly in the outdoor atmosphere. And now I want to have some straight pipes here. So not gay pipes, but straight pipes. And the hilarious. And where is the thing? There's the thing. And then I slap some radiators on them. That's actually not necessary, you know, but it will amplify the thermal exchange of the pipe with the outer world radically. Very, very radically. So yeah, you want to do that. No more pipes on me, alrighty, then let's just slap the radiators on it. Now there are 2 radiator types here. You can already see we have the pipe convection radiator. I have rotated it just now, I don't know if that's relevant. And there's this one, which also would work here, but it's good for vacuum, you know? When there's no air here, this one is for radiation. And I think it still works here, but these ones are much more effective, the convection radiators, because they're quite in touch with the air, you know? The gas pipe is currently empty. Damn, I should have made more of these. Awesome. Hey. Okay, and that's our cooling solution, because okay, I have to connect the electricity, but then it will already work. We just pump some air from the room into that pipe, where it will cool down, particularly during the night. During the day, not so much, I guess. And then we pump it back in the room. And that is a shitty solution, but it's a working solution. So if you are in an emergency and you don't want to change your pressure by melting some ice, then you can do this. And maybe I should add another pipe. I need more pipes anyway. Because if I have a pipe here that stretches into the room, then I can conveniently point my analyzer tablet at it and I can see what's in the pipe network instead of smushing up against the window and hoping that I can cheese it. Okay, does this work then? We have 24 degrees Celsius. I will turn this into inward. Now let's suck some of the air out. Be careful with that, because you don't want to damage the plants, or myself for that matter. Now let's look.
Oxygen low.
Here we see there's some pollutant in there, because that was in the air too, so all of that goes in here. You see that some of that is water, is liquid. And you just saw here that it was condensing. Now the condensing process is completed, it's all liquid. Sometimes you're pressure-wise, situation-wise in some kind of intermediary state where both will stay visible or whatever. You can see the temperature is 21.6 degrees in the pipe, so it's decreasing. The outdoor temperature, I don't know actually. Maybe we should install another pipe here to actually measure that. That can be done. I think I have still a passive vent, so we could just let outdoor atmosphere into that pipe, and that pipe would stick into the room, and then we could measure that, you know? That's area power controller. Where is the I know I have a passive vent that I didn't need. There it is. I can't put it up from the inside, but you can prepare. You can prepare for that. I think that was actually wrong. Oh, I have 2 wrenches on me. There's 1 extra wrench in the lander. No wonder I had 1 slot less the whole time. Hilarious. They're fucking with you, I swear. And you know, you'll suck that back in. What's the temperature in there? You have to be careful because the pollutant might actually be freezing. We have 17 degrees. So the room temperature in here, which is 24, let's suck that back in, will now be lessened by the volume of gas added that is colder. Let's go back here where it's most evened out, and now the temperature is lower. You might say, okay, that's a little, that's not so much, dude. Well, we can put up a longer pipe. We can pump more of the station atmosphere into that pipe, a greater ratio, not a greater ratio, a greater amount. And we can also turn that into a constant solution. We can say, oh, see, this warning just says that this thing can basically stop pumping because nothing's coming anymore, or almost nothing. Maybe there's something you should investigate. You can have an active vent over here also, and then you pump it into that pipe out there and pump it into here with another, so that would be constantly running, so we'd constantly be cooling down the room, and that would then be effectively more efficient, as in it would be running the whole time instead of using this stupid breathing technique that I'm using here. Can we actually afford some more radiators?
Oxygen critical.
Now we can measure from the inside. So I needed coal, right? Let's see if we get some. Come get some. Coal is usually easy to come by, almost spam. Ah, look at that! Lead! One thing led to another. So that, in combination with iron, would be solder. And solder is needed for various things, for example, to make the equipment that we need to program. I could just put up some logic chips, but, you know, just skip straight to programming. Not in this video, certainly, but where is it? Are we at 6 hours or something? That would certainly be the longest video I've made so far. Yep, almost 6 hours. The file is probably like 50 gigabytes. That's gonna be a fun upload. Good thing the upload can be continued, resumed, you know, it's not like you're fucked when it doesn't work. And then it has to be crunched by YouTube, and then crunched again to 4K resolution, and this whole thing will take probably more than a day after the upload, you know. It doesn't matter. Lead is not too abundant, and therefore I want to exhaust this cache here. At least it's productive, you know. You dig a little bit. 32, 46, 46, now 50 plus 14. Very effective. And more lead. Okay, let's just keep that at the surface as a marker. And coal. The coal that we have right now is already sufficient to charge the entire battery. Or right now maybe, you know? So, plenty. But we also need coal to make steel. At some point we will have to do that again. And steel you need a lot. By the way, we have now learned to build stuff from iron. Iron sheets and iron frames. But once you have steel, you should only use steel because it's more than 2 times more efficient resource-wise. We have all done the math, we have all calculated through it. It's really so, it is more than 2 times more productive. As in less mining, you know, that's what it comes down to. Less resources. Wonder how the plant is doing. I mean, once the sun was down, I quickly turned off the grow light, and so it has been in darkness this whole time. Now we have the sun up, and hypothetically the illumination stress is now increasing because we are not running it at the amount of light that we are running the plant, not at the amount of light that it should have. And back home. Some more gold maybe while we're here? So now in this first video, in case this becomes a series, what we did is we started next to the lander in easy difficulty on Mars and built a station that is that has a survivable atmosphere. It's still kind of makeshift because the atmosphere has to be resupplied by means of mining and placing tossing stuff down and such. There is not basically we don't have some kind of central air system, you know, and that is really complex to set up. And we have a plant which is not yet ripe to eat, but that's happening too, I guess, depending on how much stress is building there now. We have lighting, we have the main manufactories that are needed. There's also the rocket manufactory, but you don't really, I mean, I have never done anything with rockets yet, so we have a convenient arc furnace that tosses the stuff inside and receives them from indoors. We have a station battery. We have an upright wind turbine that, in the case of storm, is basically giving us a blowjob. And yeah, all of that, basically the hard survival stuff, I mean, really pure survival, is behind us. But what about my hygiene? What about my mood? What about a proper cooling system that is automated? What about an arc furnace that is automated so that it turns on when something is stuffed in, so that I don't have to always push the button for the next thing in the stack? What about all of that? What about possibly a deep miner that, though a deep miner facility is super, extremely, that's a lot of work to set up. It easily takes 6 hours. So yeah, for a full facility. I mean, you can just plop down a deep miner and pipe it into a centrifuge and then operate everything manually. That works too. So that's done in less than half an hour. Easily, once we are that far. Well, and we don't yet have the advanced manufactories which allow us to do more interesting things. For example, the deep miner, or for example, the wireless batteries, I think. We don't have a better space suit. We don't have the advanced tool belt with more slots. Yeah, lots of things to do still, but obviously what I'm saying is this is like the threshold between survival and convenience. We are not yet in the age of convenience, but we are surviving in a way that is no longer a struggle. Nor is it a snuggle. 24. Okay, let's look with the cartridge that I stupidly put away again. And there's no battery in there because I left that on. So what does the plant say? Growth efficiency 56%. Breathing is nice, temperature is nice, pressure is okay-ish. Light efficiency is actually 96%. How did that happen? Illumination says 4%. Ah yeah, you can see here. I guess light efficiency 0% means that there's basically no light, where the lighting or darkness needs of the plants are not met at all. And so once this reaches 100%, I guess this will be at 0. And if it reaches 1000%, this will stay at 0 until we are at 100. Is my take right now, I'm not sure. So how far are we? Is the plant growing? Yeah, it's growing moderately well. It will then eventually spawn some potatoes, depending on how well it was growing. God damn it, must this happen? I'm about to end the video. Do I have to go through this shit now? Okay, then it will have a potato or two, depending on how efficiently it grew. Normally that will be 2 potatoes actually. And if you wait then, it will say that it is now growing poorly or striving or whatever towards seeding. Now we can just pluck one of the potatoes as long as it's not the last one and put it in your microwave, and then you can put it in your mouth. But you have to wait, then it will also produce seeds. And then you can click on this thing and you will get 1 seed. And you also get then another potato. And no, it's not another potato from the seeding. Like I said, if it has 2 potatoes, you can harvest 1, because then it will still safely grow towards seeding. But if that is the last potato, then you're kind of rebooting the plant, and then we'll start over. But you can plop down a potato fruit in here, and then that will also be a plant. Obviously, that's the idea. A seed or a potato. So when you wait until it has seeded, then you will get ideally 2 potatoes and 1 seed. So you can plant 2 plants, and you can restock your seed supply back to 100% basically. Yeah, and then you can eat some. Drinking we can also do. Temperature I've shown how to do. So now I've shown you everything that you need to get a station going, to have some survival that is not convenient and is cramped and so forth, but it works. And with that in mind, I want to say goodbye, because I want to stop now, plain and simply. Let's take a look at the station from the outside as some kind of goodbye.